early because I felt like it. So now's the best part of your day, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So why don't I share this stream with a bunch of Discord servers that might want to join in on the fun and watch us? Wouldn't that be good? So I'm going to share the linky around now. And while you do that, just join in when you get in, you know? I'm assuming the remote workers are going to come in super quickly. People that aren't remote might be coming a half hour later or whatever, depending on, if you have to eat dinner, get the food for dinner, you name it. So everybody's welcome to come in whenever it's possible, and that's the wonderful thing about YouTube. Even if you don't make it to the stream, you can watch the VOD later, anytime you want. Play by play every second. If you like to listen to me when you go to sleep, you can listen to me when you go to sleep. It's not a problem. Just, you know what to do. Just pull up the Let's See stream and you're all set. 100%. No questions asked. Exactly. So, yep, I'm starting the process now. And if you have anything you want to talk about in the meantime, be free to bring anything up that went on with your day today. Anything cool. I'm always up for good, interesting stories and so forth. It always adds some value to the conversation. For me, I just finished work myself. It was a very busy day, but I did get quite a bit done, so that's good. Sometimes it feels like you're not getting a lot done, depending on how tricky the problems are with the coding and all that. But this time, I think I did good than I've been doing lately, so that's good. It's always good to see progress when it shows up, Just makes you want to do better the next time and so forth. Alright, this one was Liberty server. Do the next one here. Streams on direct. This one and this one here. Juanito en vivo. That one. Boom, there we go. And then the official AoE server. I wonder what people think after it's been a pretty long time since they shut down the ESO Online servers and the sale of the old legacy AoE 3. They're like, how is this boomer still running old AoE 3 and streaming it? And, well, I do, I think Wars of Liberty is going to be one of those things that even after people stop doing the Asian dynasties and stuff, and they start going over to DE, you're still going to have Wars of Liberty streams for years to come. Mainly due to me, but also because we have a big community, that's been playing for many years, and I think it's going to continue more and more, really, without stop, which is great, Yep, I've been doing Wars of Liberty since 2015. We're almost into 2025, so that'd be like a decade. Once we hit about, I believe, August. I think Wars of Liberty officially released to everybody on August of 2015. It was a very different mod back then. We didn't have as much hard coding stuff back then, so, processes were a lot different, just about. Biggest thing is they didn't have the hard code patch stuff to actually allow multiple AIs beyond 14 in the game at the same time. So what you had was this thing called a throne room.exe, where you would basically go into the program and pick which AIs you wanted to show up in the game when you're doing a match, either for playing against them or creating new home cities for yourself. Yeah. Now, once you created a home city and you were doing multiplayer and stuff, it really didn't matter because you had the home city made and you could use it whenever. But in terms of creating new home cities and picking AIs to use, you would have to establish that in the throne room. And that was a very long time ago. But apparently, I think it was only 3 or 4 months into the release of WoW, like into 2020, 2016, they actually found an unhardcode way to actually allow more than 14 AIs into the game at the same time, and all the sort of tools like Throne Room were sort of, done away with because there was no need for them anymore, just about. So the only time you need anything like that is if you're running something super ancient like War of the Triple Alliance, which is Wars of Liberty before Wars of Liberty came about. So yeah, unless you're running ancient stuff like that, you don't need those external programs anymore to do that. And I found it pretty interesting too, of how much progress, mainly Daniel Pereira, but I think Kangliff or someone on the NE side was able to figure all that out. It was a pretty big feat, actually. And it continued for years and years, adding new features, adding diplomacy in, adding more than 2 teams. You could have Team 3 and Team 4. There was a lot of stuff they did, and it's crazy. Now, one of the things I wish they were able to do, but fortunately that's totally hard code and can't be fixed, is the ability to have up to 12 players in a lobby instead of just 8. Because you can do it in, I think in single player mode, you can have more than 8 players. You can have up to 12 players because it uses a similar engine to Age of Mythology. But in multiplayer, it crashes. So, unfortunately, that's something we can't do there. If we could, I think it would be revolutionary. You could have like 6 Juanitos on each team, and that would be a really good showcase event to be like streaming and stuff. But unfortunately, we can't do that. Yep. The history of Wars of Liberty for you. And I could go down through tons of other eras as well of it too, if you're interested. Trying to see what other servers we're missing here. I don't think there's much. I think it might just be one more, if I recall. I think it is this one right over here. Yeah, that one. And that should be the last one at this point. Yeah, I think so. Alright. Oh, wow. We got a bunch of chats over here now that I'm done. I see, yes, cousin, I'm here as always. What's up, dude? Smashing the like button. Wool from 2020 was the best. Again, Wool has always been above and beyond Asian dynasties. I prefer old Wars of Liberty. Same as me. Prefer old Wool and old AoE than DE. DE is too unbalanced and pay to win motto. Yeah, basically, I think the problem with DE is they added way too much stuff in there. They sort of played around with too many concepts, and they sort of upset the balance of the old game in many ways. Like, manor houses are more expensive in DE. Certain other features like the Abyss gun stats, I believe, and other stuff was played around with. It's a bunch of stuff, really. They did do some cool stuff like the grenade launchers card to make Grenadiers a bit more applicable and so forth. But other than that, I don't know. Seems like sometimes some of the stuff's underpowered. Like, they need to really do some big DLCs in AoE 3D before it gets a reputable title, I think, over the old game. Right now, the civil options are a little skimpy. You got USA and Mexico, of course, which is always welcome. You do have Sweden, Inca, Italy, and Malta, which, bare bone basics. Some of those were actually supposed to be in the old game. Italy and Sweden, and I think Incas as well were supposed to be in the old game. So yeah, the only real new ones we got in DE are like Hausa, Ethiopia, and like maybe Malta, I guess. And Malta doesn't feel too new since it's basically off of the campaign just about. Unless, yeah, fix Brazil, please. Oh, big time. They gotta fix Brazil. That's one thing we gotta do. They never gave us land civs in Asian dynasties. I hope they will do that for DE. Yeah, that's the thing. You got part of the campaign with Simon Bolivar in it. And they didn't really do anything with that in DE yet, even though they totally did stuff for the Knights of St. John, which makes no sense. Like, why don't they do a Columbia Civ? A Columbia Civ or a Grand Columbia Civ would actually be really good, and people would like it. especially since they have Mexico already. They should do like Colombia and Brazil and maybe Argentina or something as a start. Then you could do Paraguay, you could do Peru. They already have the revolts there to base the foundation off of. They just have to put in a little more work into it, and you might already have something to work with there, really. While you keep chatting in there, I'm going to be downloading all our games for the day today. I think we got a pretty good set, honestly. You just have to get the dates right of when they started. I believe it starts off on November 2nd, and I'll work my way down. I'm just trying to see what's totally new, because I basically don't want to repeat any games that I've already put on my channel. And there are a few here, so I have to be careful of that, because I don't want to sit here talking about stuff we've already done, basically, and covered through my gameplay and stuff. Unless you want me to do that, you know, if there's any ones that you specifically see in rec games that you want me to go over with Chad, I could absolutely do that, but otherwise I just rather focus on the new stuff that I wasn't there to see, which is a lot, you know. That's why I don't do as much gameplays in Wars of Liberty, is because I want to give you the chance to do your own matches, and since I can analyze it and help everybody get better at it too, and get to look at some fresh concepts and stuff that I didn't come up with, you know. Because, you know, I got a lot of interesting concepts from over the years in Wars of Liberty for different civs, but I want to see what you do. Not only so I can plagiarize it, but maybe it'll make me think of the civs in a totally different way as well. In a fun way, really. Yeah. Alright, this looks good. This one looks good. Alright, so we're at currently 8. I think this would be 7, 8. Got 8 of them. How many more do we got? We got 9. We got 10. 10 of them is pretty solid, and I don't think that's one should count. And then we got 4 of them, so we got 14 games right now to do. Alright, that one and this one. And how many more? And then we got 15 and 16. Alright, so we got 16 games today. Very good, actually. That's a pretty good set to work with, you know. Pretty good roster to work with there. So that should be really exciting for the day. Just make sure I got them all, because I have a pretty good list there. So I got Arm and Defense, 3 TC Boom. Alright, so that's everything. Alright, just wanted to make 100% sure we didn't miss anything at all. So I think we're good now. I will just copy all of those into my save game folder, and then we can actually get started with the casting today, because we got a pretty good big set of stuff to do. Team games, 1v1s, you name it. So a lot to get to, actually, which is great, you know, because I remember the old days when we didn't have a lot of recordings, you know, and I didn't have a lot to talk about, but now it just seems like we got a really awesome collection of stuff to do here, which is perfect. I always look forward to that, really. Alright, so just close out the Chrome so we don't freeze like crazy. And there we go. I'll read these comments before I start. Oh, I see. Sagawai Black here. I might be wrong, but why didn't DE employ Wool modders to create their new civs? They were already on Wool and now DE. I am confused. Well, what they did was they used Wars of Liberty concepts to make the revolts, but not the civs, which made no sense. Like, you can clearly see a lot of Wars of Liberty references in some of the revolts, like Argentina, Colombia, the Mexico one, the Peru one. It's there, the Chile one, and so forth, but they didn't make them into civs. I miss when Independences was worth it. Yeah, that is true, you know. I mean, you can still make them, they're just not MVP status anymore. You know, they're basically just like musketeers with, instead of anti-cav, I got a big sword and I'm going to fight in infantry and stuff. It's not even that good against infantry, you know. I think the Musketeer de Roy was a better anti-infantry swordsman than the current into Penises because it had like multipliers and could be buffed up with text like the floret and so forth. The floret. Estos si me gustaban, estaban bien piones. Oh yeah, yep, definitely. Weren't you trying to learn the Gran Colombia Civ, Kapi? Like, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago against Jesus Cristo. You were getting there, but I think you were just a little bit short of the mark of being able to win the match. You know, I saw you doing some good tactics there with the arrows, but you just ran out of resources, I thought. They ran you dry, and then you weren't able to continue from there. But it was a good attempt, though, honestly. Yeah. Let me just scroll this up and see where we are going to start. So we are going to start on a game called Auto FF. Ottomans versus Chinese in a best out of 3 series. Against who exactly? I have no idea, but we'll find out. Auto FF. Alright, so let's see where that is. O is for auto. And is that the only one called that? It's not Auto FI 10 Men's, it's Auto FF. Pretty easy to follow. Alright, so we got Mehmed Khan playing China and Kapi playing as Ottomans. Mehmed Khan has been doing China a lot lately, you know? I mean, he's done some pretty good upsets with it, you know? At least when Kapi's playing Brazil, Mehmed Khan's China can completely cook him. Like a Peking duck or a beef teriyaki skewer. Like, very easily. This appears to be the map Tibet. This is normally a map that you only see when you're doing King of the Hill mode, because the fort will normally come over here. And because of that, it makes it a really interesting competition because you only have limited ways to enter into the center section here to actually get the fort. But in casual play, or I should say non-King of the Hill play, it can still be a very interesting map because you got so many trading posts around the exterior of the map that you can utilize, which in particular for the Ottomans is going to make a huge difference this game. Most certainly, because as you know, Ottomans are very shipment dependent, so the more TPs the map offers them, the better off they're going to be. So let's see if that actually ends up holding true here. Right? Here we got the Ottomans. These are basically almost your everyday Ottomans from DE or the Asian dynasties. But big differences here. These Ottomans have a couple of weird quirks to them. Namely, they don't get to upgrade their units until Imperial Age, which I find pretty strange, but it's sort of a quirk that they do. It doesn't actually make a huge difference in their performance, though, in reality, because majority of their builds, like Jan Abbas, their Safahi stuff, which still shadow text, their bombards, all that stuff really remains the same, just about. So, I mean, you really should consider these guys, for the most part, just your everyday Ottomans, really. You know, it's just that you can't get that nifty veteran Janissaries upgrade when you hit to age 3. So you just have to think really differently about how you plan your age up times and what you're doing exactly, because you're really not gonna want to go for age 3 right away by itself unless you're gonna add artillery, right? Because that's one of the few exceptions to the rule, right? Like, you can still get field guns, you can get Culverin Royale and howitzers. That's one of the few exceptions of what you can actually upgrade in the industrial age. So, if you want to get cannons, age 3 is good. Otherwise, just stick it out at age 2 or go for some sort of FI and get the big boys out. Unless you're going to do Safahi shipments either. That's the other reason you would probably want to do age 3. As for China, though, China has undergone some sorts of changes, I would say, recently. For a while, they seem to have some pretty wacky stats on some of their more standard units. Like, one thing you will notice in Wars of Liberty is some of the units you're sort of used to in DE, like the Quang Pikeman, the Step Rider, you know, the Kejik. They exist in Wars of Liberty, but they're just reskinned and remodeled into new units, right? So instead of Step Riders, you got the Nien Riders, you got the Tigerman instead of the Quangs, and then instead of the Kejiks, you have the Manchu, which, as you know, is the mercenary in DE. But here, they're actually a trainable regular unit, just about. And then the mercenary, of course, was renamed into the Tartar to compensate for that, really. The biggest difference with Wars of Liberty China and DE China comes down to a few things. Number one, you don't have iron flails anymore. Those actually move to the Koreasiv. So what you have in place is you have something called the Banner Cavalry, which is actually you know what's the best way to describe it? It's basically the same thing as the mounted infantry in Definitive Edition. Yeah. So basically heavy cavalry that deals strong damage against infantry at range instead of melee. So that's literally the exact comparison I could draw to. So that's basically what the Banner Cavalry is. It's a assault unit similar to the Zouaves, the Zouaves, the Louisiana Tigers that we see every week, that deals their anti-infantry at range instead of melee. As such, they have hand armor, and they have the assault tag, which means they do actually get completely cooked by dragoons, so just be aware of that, Don't try to fight them with dragoons. Your best bet is to go after groups of muskets with skirmishers, ideally with good numbers and protection. You don't really want to send them in by themselves, or they're going to get completely wiped, I think, most of the time, so just keep that in mind. And the other big thing I find with the Wars of Liberty China is the really strong options of the consulate. Yeah. You can get some pretty solid pushes right out of the gate from the consulate using diplomatic intrigue. And a technology you can only get in Wars of Liberty from the market in Age 1 for the agencies, which is called economic concessions. Economic concessions is a way that you can actually get about 75 export at the cost of getting less favorable trade rates at the market. So if you want to trade resources later on at the market, you are going to have to cough up more resources to perform the trade. But in turn, it's an immediate early advantage of having 75 additional export, which can go into an early consulate battalion, right? If you want to do that with China, which they do really well. Yeah. Does he even have diplomatic intrigue in his deck? He does not. But he does have good faith agreements, which I don't think anybody I think I say this all the time. Mehmet Khan needs to get rid of this card. It's just not a really good early card. Diplomatic Intrigue does a lot more than this. It gives you 300 export. It makes you, when you're changing from one ally to another one, it makes it go from 100 export down to 25 export. So, I mean, he really should trade that for Diplomatic Intrigue if he wants to get more optimal play. Now, his wonder choice is very solid, the Summer Palace. This is the one you're going to do about 90% of the time from age 1 to 2. Unless, of course, you're going White Pagoda with the Disciples. You could totally do that. Now, one reason you might want to go Disciples in Wars of Liberty versus DE is because in Wars of Liberty, the Disciples have the Hussar tag, right? The Scout tag, but they don't have the Cavalry tag, right? So that basically means Pikemen don't deal any multipliers anymore against Disciples. Only things with anti-scout multipliers, like Musketeers with bayonets, or very specialized Dragoons like the Dragon Rojos of Central America at range can wipe them out. So it does make them a little bit more competitive in that sense, which I find pretty useful, actually. Yeah. Starting out with 700 wood. Looks like he is going to be doing Age 2 combat from the looks of it. And Ottomans, I'm presuming, from what we see here, that they might be going for some sort of Janissary Abbess attack. We see the Janissary. Do we see the Abbess? Do we see that foundry? No, he goes for a FF with a barracks. Alright, so what does this mean? This means probably Janissaries with 2 Falcons, called Foot Artilleries, as the main push. Yeah, so this should be a very quick, clean and dry attack, I think, for Kapi to pull off here. All he has to do is queue up enough Janissaries for protection and get those 2 Falcons directly delivered to that outpost there, and he should be all set. Again, a clean and dry attack. not too complicated to figure out, really. Yeah, and he's already going to be able to start queuing up those Jans right now because he's got the res for them. All the while, he's actually shipping in 5 Jans now. So he's actually going to probably try to do some damage, get some XP from some kills and sieges, and then get the cannons, which I find a pretty interesting option there. Especially considering how with these Wars of Liberty Ottomans, you won't actually be able to get these guys up to veteran. So your reward for getting the Jans at age 3 is going to be a little bit less. That being said, he did age up with the Gunsmith, which is the same as the Marksman, and he did get 4 Abyss Gunners from that. So he already has a bit of that Janissary Abyss tempo building here, and that's going to lead to a very good assault here. Especially as China is trying to get this consulate up very quickly, but does he have any export? He really has no export to make any good use of this building. So, I mean, like I said, if you had diplomatic intrigue and sent that, consulate would be very useful right now, but you just don't have that right now, so it's really hard to justify having a consulate that's not, producing any units off the bat for you. Because what you can do is you can get economic concessions with diplomatic intrigue, and you can get yourself a very quick 2 battalions out of the consulate very early on in age 2. And that can make a huge difference here. Like, he could have went with British and gotten like 12 green jackets to deal with all this, which would definitely put him in a better spot. Whether it's a winning spot, I'm not totally sure, but it would have at least made it a little bit more, it wouldn't be a direct push in with a bunch of Janissaries. He'd literally have to depend on his cannons to do that, and then from there, you can use the disciples, you can use, some of your Nien riders and just go around there and attack the cans, or at least try to, I will say, though, that Ottomans are always a challenge to deal with for anybody, so don't feel bad if you're getting wiped out by them, because Ottomans are probably one of the easier civs to play in both DE and in Legacy, because I remember during one of the House of the Train Post streams, we were talking, and I think HV and I and Revnak mentioned, if you're a player that just wants to play smart and you're not necessarily skilled, just play the Ottomans in the ranked and you'll do really good, because it's not challenging at all to pull up Janissary Abyss or double Janissary. They're very basic builds to do and with their stats. So if you like just using really smart plays and stuff, Ottomans just give you a lot of rewards, It's not like civs like the Zulu and stuff where you have to micro like crazy and get your thumbs and everything doing stuff. And yeah, Ottomans take the win here. Very quick attack, Once the cans were down, not much China could do with just an age 2 set of banner armies. Really not the best situation there at all, honestly. Yep, I mean, it was a good match. I mean, it was a good demonstration of what Ottomans can do with their FF and why you should really be careful of it. And that's not just in Wars of Liberty world, that's in DE world if you want to do ranks, because I have been stomped on by many Ottoman FFs and F5s before in Definitive Edition ranked when I bought the game originally, so you do need to be ready for that sort of thing. Just saying. So now we are going to exit the game and go into the next recording we got here, which will be recording number 2. Number 2, we see you. So let's get that one booted up right now. I just gotta see what it's called exactly. So it will be called Auto FI 10 minutes. A 10-minute Ottoman FI. That's a really good demonstration, I think, for the viewers. So we might want to get a look at that one as well. Just to show you the other side of the Ottomans. Yes, you can do some powerful FFs, but you can also do some powerful FIs as well. That I think are really game-changing if you're not ready for them. Yeah, definitely. So what's the map going to be this time in the Civ matchup? Is it going to be Memicon China again, or is it going to be something a bit different? Who knows at this point? Well, it looks like it is Memicon again. Is it China? It's Uruguay. I didn't know Memicon did Uruguay. This is going to be a pretty different experience, I think, actually. Yeah, it should be. Definitely should be. And coming in, I see a lot of Wars of Liberty commentators here in the chat. Now wool is weird since Grey War has been introduced. Churches and post office, rest in peace. Yeah, yep, it's sad. We no longer have post offices in the lamb sieves, right? If you enjoyed getting your envelopes and your mail in Wars of Liberty, you don't have mail anymore. You have to send emails now and texts because the post office is now closed forever in Wars of Liberty. Yeah. Kapi, yeah, Llaneros were burning my eco. Yeah, they're very expensive for what they do. Very expensive. Si estoy de acuerdo con el manco. Lo que quieras, manco con cabello hermoso, detalle importante. Oh my god, 400 wood from beginning. Auto lamers in a nutshell. Yep, quartermaster to marksman every time. Exactly. Winged Hussar. Oh my god, very, very solid FF from Auto Player. Oh, yep, that was a textbook one, too. And Broscomania, once again, Paraguay gameplay is required. Yep. Did somebody accomplish that this week? I gotta find out, because I wasn't looking at the civs at all, so we gotta find out, man. Is somebody finally gonna do Paraguay during our stream here? Because it feels like I'm the only one, besides Jeff, I think, that's doing Paraguay, so... We need some more Paraguay players to come forward and get us some records here, like pronto, Because I like Paraguay. It's the first civ I won with in a tournament in Wars of Liberty history. If you want to see that, go back to early 2016 in the Kikamadimitos tournament where I actually beat Free Killer using Paraguay. So me and Paraguay have a long history together. Just know that. So we really should see some Paraguays take the stage here and get some wins for us. It'd make a huge difference. Yeah, it really will. Yeah. I wonder how Paraguay does overall against the Ottomans, actually. Like, when done properly. Because I feel like Paraguay, at least depending on what Ottomans are doing, could catch them off guard sometimes. I'm not saying all the times. I think it's still an uphill battle for them, but maybe depending on what Ottomans are planning and what Paraguay is doing, they might be able to squeegee on with the win. I guess, maybe. At least it seems like it, By the way, here the map is Colorado. Just go over quickly. The big thing about Colorado is you got these two sort of mountains here, what's presumed to be these big snowy peaks here, that sort of divides the map up into 3 entranceways. You got the top one here, you got the middle one here, and then you got the one down here, basically. So these are like semi sort of choke points that you can, meet your opponents at just about. And then in terms of the trade route, you got about 4 TPs on it, which is considered decent for Ottomans, I think. And it takes on more of like a backwards S shape. So, Ottomans can get this one easily, and this one's not too hard either, honestly, depending on how they're running around the map, really. Now, this one I think is nigh impossible to do, depending on the distance of the TC. But you can get these other 3, though, no problem. So, I think Ottomans are going to have a nice propelling force here to get to their FI in 10 minutes, exactly as the recording says. And question is, what is Uruguay actually going to do here to try to stop the Ottomans from accomplishing a win here? Now, Uruguay, not the strongest civ. Probably one of the weaker civs in practicality. Like, I would not take Uruguay to win tournaments with unless you really knew what you were doing with the builds and the units and so forth and the comps. Because the thing is Uruguay doesn't have a lot of inert strength like it used to in the very, very old days. Like the really, really, really old days when the post office was still around. Yeah, back when the post office was still around, Uruguay was probably one of the most OP civs in the game, and you could never defeat them in open battle. It was like actually impossible to do. But nowadays, Uruguay went from one of the best to probably one of the more mediocre ones. And that's because the way their immigrant system set up changed a lot, But in a way, the old Uruguay somewhat resembled the Lamb civs today in terms of their immigrant system. But back then it was a lot more OP in the way it worked for different reasons, right? Yeah, namely because they could get different ultimatums, right? whereas other civs couldn't, right? You could play as Uruguay and get like a hospital with all the hospital techs, 2 factories. You could get boost on your unit stats, and then and so forth and so forth. And it was pretty bonkers, because you could get up to like 4 different immigrants, really. That was pretty insane. But nowadays, it works a bit different. So what the new Uruguay is all about is you pick your immigrants the same way as you do for the other LAM civs, like as part of your age ups. Only now, if you don't pick a certain immigrant when it first appears in the UI, right? Like, let's say the way it works now is you got Germany, Arabs, and the Polish. If you go Arabs, you can no longer do Germans or Polish in later ages. Those get replaced by other options, like I think it's the French and maybe another one like the Chinese or the Swedes or something. So you do need to pay attention to what immigrants you're picking, because if you want to do that one and you don't, you might miss out on it, and you're going to have to choose from a different set in the next age and so forth. Yeah, really. The other big difference about Uruguay is that instead of training battalions of immigrants for one shipment, they train their immigrant units individually using resources. So instead of paying one shipment to get a battalion of like 4 or so grenadiers, you're actually training those grenadiers for their normal sort of costs of a grenadier's food and coin, just about, from the building. So in some ways it's good, some ways it's bad. It's good because you're no longer trade route dependent anymore. As long as you have the resources, you can make those immigrant units. But the problem is, of course, is that now you have to pay resources for them. So it's not as free as it used to be, really, when you do have a good trade route. And you still can train your old LATAM units like Escopeteros, Pardos, Conscriptos, Lanceros, and so forth, but they're not as strong. Definitely the way the design for Uruguay was done was to definitely make it feel more dependent on the immigrant units versus the native units, really, as in like the ones native to your country. And that's sort of the way they were designed from the ground up, just about. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at these Uruguay matches. It's very common for them to never even touch a barracks or a stable and just to go full in with immigrant units. They're kind of designed to allow that sort of thing. One other thing that Uruguay can do pretty good too is outlaws too in certain situations. So you might see that in some cases, because they get some okay outlaws too when combined with the Caudillo. Definitely would be fun to see that in one of our games, is Uruguayan outlaw gameplay with the Matreros and the Plagiadores. Yeah, that would be pretty good, actually. Looks like he went with the Arabs right here. When you go with the Arabs in the first age up, you get a rickshaw over here to make a trading post with. So it looks like Ottomans have fully got their TPs deployed on the map, whereas Uruguay is stuck with only the one closest to their base, just about. So they're got at least a little bit of XP coming in, but it's obviously going to be the Ottomans who are going to be going shipment after shipment after shipment now, which they already have another shipment, and they're going to get Royal Decree, because this is what Ottomans do. They go for a quick FI, an FI that's faster than any FI before, an FFI, fast industrial, and then they start spamming out Royal Decree battalions, right? The Bombard one, the Janissary one, that's just what they do. That's what they do. Obviously, in Definitive Edition, it would be Nizam Fusiliers and Safahis as well, but even in the Legacy game, the Royal Decree FI is still a viable strat that works really well. Can get some pretty good defeats in there, just about. Yeah, so you definitely have to be careful with it. One thing you do need to note, though, when you're doing Royal Decree strategies in Wars of Liberty is your Royal Decree technologies actually goes to the capital and not the church. Because I guess there was a big move some years ago in Wars of Liberty to make the capital more relevant and be like sort of the main technology building for Europe, and sort of let the church stick to religious stuff, really. And that's what they ended up doing, just about, because there was no room to put any text in the church when you had religion there, and it was just a total mess, so they had to move it to other places, just about. They could technically move these texts back to the church, but at this point they sort of set that narrative that the capital's more important now. So they're not really going to make the effort to move everything back at the church again now that the religions are gone, just about. Yeah. That thing there that looks like the campaign building here is actually Capitol for the Ottomans. It's a reskinned Capitol for them, so that's pretty neat. All these sort of like models and textures and stuff did come from the Ottoman Civ mod from Predator, which is probably the most famous Ottoman mod made for Legacy AoE 3, so if you want to see more of this sort of Ottoman stuff, definitely go check out the Ottoman Civ mod. I should actually probably download at some point and give it a try myself, give it some justice, since it is a really neat mod, and play some matches with it against AI. That would be pretty neat, actually, because it's such a historical mod that has influenced so many things. Because here's the thing, Ottoman Civ mod influenced Wars of Liberty, it influenced Napoleonic era, and it actually influenced Definitive Edition, yes. All those things we have in Definitive Edition, like the Humbarases, the Nizams, the Delhis, and the Bashi Bajuks, that's all stuff from the Ottoman Civ mod that was supposed to make its way into Napoleonic era, but then Talanis, of course, joined the DE team to work on AoE 3 DE, and he just stuck all that stuff into the Definitive Edition game instead, right? Yeah. So that was a big this is probably one of the most important mods to Age of Empire 3 Definitive Edition's development, other than Napoleonic era and Wars of Liberty, was actually the Ottoman Civ mod, because it had real implications on the way they designed the Ottoman Civ in the end and reworked it for DE. Because as you remember, a number of years ago, Ottomans didn't have all those changes, right? They still had Hussars, they had Grenadiers, they didn't have all the extra units. So yeah, they basically, Talanis eventually decided it was time to bring over all the stuff that he was going to do with Napoleonic era involved in the Ottoman Civ mod, and he ended up doing it. Also the Azaps, I didn't mention that one too. The Azaps are from the Ottoman Civ mod. Only I think in the Ottoman Civ mod in early Wars of Liberty, the Azap was a pure pikeman, and then for the archer you had the Okchu, which was the archer just about. But what DE did is they took the Okchu and removed it, and they instead gave the bow to the Azap, so it was both an archer and a poleaxeman at the same time, so it had the anti-cav aspect as well as the semi-skirmisher aspect as well, just about. So yeah, pretty interesting actually. Definitely is. So here we indeed are going to see a 10-minute FI. Now what does Uruguay have to actually deal with this? So Uruguay decides they're going to go for Age 3 with the French immigrants. Yes, that might actually be a good choice, because why is that a good choice? Namely because I feel like the Foreign Legion cavalry could actually do well against Janissaries here, and also Safahis and Mamluks. You also have the option, if it's pure cav, to go with the Palatine Guard as well with the French immigrants, which is basically a French halberdier that has stats like a Doppel, with the splash and everything. So yeah, you got the Palatine Guard and you got the Foreign Legion cavalry. So yeah, I think French immigrants in Age 3 was definitely the way to go for Mehmet Khan. Now, whether he gets time to deploy or not in time is a good question. But thankfully, he does have some protection here. He did train some Escopeteros and some Gallegos, which, as you know, are Arab immigrant Janissaries. So they have the same stats as actually Kapi's Janissaries, which makes a lot of the Lamsits have a very interesting competitive sort of conflict with the Ottomans, as they both can deploy their own Janissaries, which is really neat in so many ways. Yeah. So what do we got here? So, it's Raptor Hacker. Are you back to playing the old game? Yeah, it's Wars of Liberty. Wars of Liberty is the reason to play the old game, It's probably going to be centuries before the Wars of Liberty team even thinks of adding Wars of Liberty to DE, so we may as well keep doing Wars of Liberty here while we can, you know what I mean? It's probably one of the best versions of AoE 3 that was ever done was Wars of Liberty. And that's kind of hard to refute because you got so many civs. You got the World War One age stuff. You got new maps here. The Wars of Liberty game totally makes having Legacy totally worth it. You know, it's like a really easy pickup, I think, in terms of gameplay. Really, yeah. So I think this is a problem right here for Mehmet. You probably don't want to do the Gallegos. You want to get some sort of like light cav. You know, namely the Foreign Legion Cavalry. Foreign Legion Cavalry would be a great option here because you're going to have to worry about the Dardanelles guns here. These are basically great bombards, just about. Also shipped in the Tartars. These are your Manchus right here. So, got some maneuver, you got some artillery. Does have some of the Abiskars here, so we're going to see how this actually shakes up for Mehmet, and I don't think it's going to go too well. I mean, look, he even uses his Explorer's ability to snipe Lancero. Yeah, this is not going to end well. He's using his shipments to get Lanceros through this infinite shipment. Yeah, that's sort of the weird thing about Uruguay. Because you're training your immigrant units for resources, you're more often than not spamming unit shipments from the home city as the Uruguayans in the same way you would be spamming immigrant battalions with those shipments as the other civs. So it's kind of like a vice versa, really, when you're playing as them. And as you can see here, Bombard's way too much for this. Yeah, a Shadow Tech veteran Janissary, nothing compared to Bombards. Like, totally outplayed there, 100%. The only way I think that Mehmet might have had a chance is if he had some Pasavollantes there to basically blast their way through the cans just about. You know, 2 Volantes I think might have done something, but he did not have that here. And that just was a pretty clean loss there, I think, for our friend there. Just about, Mehmet. Oh, definitely. Look at the Vil difference, too. You know, Ottomans can get their Vils pretty quickly. That's another concern as well. And shipment. Grabbing the trade route makes a huge difference with the Ottomans. That's why they do it. And that's why you should try to prevent them from doing it if possible. Like, take out their Explorer or whatever. If you can do that, it'll probably give you a bit of an easier time when you're going up against the Ottomans, really. Yeah. That was easy. Yeah. Sort of. I mean, at least he's trying, I guess, you know. I think what he needs to know is if you're dealing with the Ottomans, you either have to prepare yourself for Jan Abbas, Double Jan, FF, or FI with the Royal Decree. So if you can prepare yourself for those 4 things, Ottomans, you know, are at least going to be somewhat manageable for you to deal with. They're still going to be a pain, but they're at least going to feel a little bit easier to deal with if you have those possible premises etched out in your mind, really. Yeah. So what we have here is now we have a series between Kapi and Gustoso or Deuce Ball. This is going to be a really good series because I remember last time you said you really liked the Gustoso and Deuce Ball series against Kapi. Now we got another one. Like, see, this was the old one. This is the new one. So we will do the new one right now, just about. Yeah. Just wait for this to load. Alright. So what civs do we got today? So we got Kapi running Japan. And we got Gustoso running the Ottomans. Alright. Interesting. It's usually the opposite, you know. We usually see Gustoso go with the Japanese and Kapi go with the Ottomans, but it looks like they did a switcheroo here. I wonder how this is going to turn out because Gustoso, or Deuce Ball as you know him from the PR and the ESO Online, is a very strong Juanito opponent to deal with. Very solid opponent. So this should actually be a really interesting duel for us to see here. And the map is Arizona. Yep, you got this like little mini canyon here as an homage to what Arizona is like geographically. Other than that, though, it's a fairly wide open map except for this middle portion here where it has you veering off to the left or right. Natives-wise, of course, you got the Apache and Navajo on. So, I mean, I think this is going to be a good matchup for us here. Definitely is.
Evet.
We got Korpulu Mustafa scouting the map here, probably looking to get a TP right away. I'm assuming because Gooseball is a very experienced AoE 3 player, he's probably going to go for that trade route just as fast as Kapi would. You know, I see him moving towards the socket like right here. I think, yep, there we go. TP number 1 for the Almonds. And Japan's going to be playing a very different game, as you know. Instead of spamming trading posts, the Japanese love to spam shrines, right? Because, unfortunately, even though we're in the Meiji period of Japan, Japan still decides to act like a bunch of pescatarians here, so they don't eat any meat for whatever reason. They still use those shrines. So you build a shrine, up to 4 animals will go around the shrine and improve its trickle rate. You can trickle food, wood, or coin. And I think later on XP as well from the card, I believe. So, yeah. Actually, yeah, I think I saw that today on YouTube. I think it was from Widgie or someone. Somebody was commenting on the OP build with Japan where you use that card that lets you trickle XP from the shrines, and it's super OP over on Definitive Edition. So, yeah. Wonder if we'll ever see that card be used here. Unless it's not that good here. Who knows? But anyways, just be aware that Japan's going to be working pretty around the clock to capture up all these bison, all of these pronghorns, to try to get shrines out of them, just to make the Japanese eco go that much stronger, really. And to make it go even more smoothly, they have a card here called the Heavenly Kami. And this is a really important card for shrine booming because it makes shrines cheaper to build, so you don't actually have to put in as much wood to construct them. And it improves their work rate as well, meaning they're going to trickle even more resources per second, even without the animals there. So yeah, because sometimes, as you know, in that game I did on Polynesia in DE, you don't always have a lot of animals on the map, right? If you don't have a lot of animals, you're still going to want those shrines to be as best as they can be. And Heavenly Kami just makes it a little bit more bearable for you, I think. Oh, definitely it does. So he's doing his standard 1v1 deck. This is the deck we always see with Kapi. Heavenly Kami is card number 1. And then from there, either goes for crates or villagers and then plays it by ear. Like if he feels like he wants to go offense, he sends out the general, Gentry Siago Takamori, to act as his Diamyo on the front lines, and then starts throwing in Shigumas and Kies. Also has the Diplomatic Intrigue option. And if he's looking for defensive food options, you do have these 2 cherry orchards, which is important to note. And then beyond that, what we see a lot with Kapi is he goes for that sort of FI and starts to pump out the Morotaru and the Canal cannon shipments and just blast down the enemy fortifications with it. It's quite powerful, actually. So I wonder if we'll see that again today, or what he'll be doing exactly. So how many TPs are we on here for Gustoso? So we got TP number 1. Do we have any other TPs to do? I see, who's that? Yep, don't have to worry about that call. I don't even know who that is. Yep, let's keep going. Only 1 TP. That's kind of interesting. I wonder if we'll see any other sort of TPs be constructed by the Almonds here to sort of get their shipment advantage going. In fact, what does their deck look like here? I'm looking at their deck right now, and indeed, it's going to be a very shipment-dependent deck like it usually is for the Almonds, really. You know, you got lots of crates here, you got units. You do have some technologies, namely cavalry combat and the refridge Royal Mint. You also have Eco Theory too, so this isn't a totally offensive deck. You do have some late game here, which I think is important, especially going up against Japan. This is an old school deck because we do see the hospital here. Because nowadays, hospitals are really not good. You rarely ever want to make hospitals because they don't have all those great techs anymore, you know. They went from being first grade hospitals down to like, you know, your in the woods type of hospital, basically, or whatever hospital it is. They don't really help you to get better much anymore. They used to have all these techs like, you know, vaccination and washing hands and stuff. Nowadays, the doctors in these news hospitals, they don't wash their hands and they don't have vaccines, so it's It's like getting medical care from your grandma, basically. So it's not that great anymore. You don't get all those eco and military stats boosts anymore, so it's a bit shabby nowadays. Yeah. So what is going to happen from here exactly? So we do see Gustoso going for coin, and I'm wondering if he's going to go for the wood right after that, or if he's going to go for the food, because it does look like he's probably vying for a naked FF of some kind, at least from the looks of it, you know. Because usually when you see 700 coin come out first, that does mean that you're going for a naked FF of some kind with those almonds. Yeah. Now, the question is, what does Japan do? Does Japan just coast along and try to follow a similar trajectory, or do they try to go Siago Takamori and start pushing? That will be seen here, actually. So what we do see is we see Barracks Foundry. So maybe Janissary Abyss is the name of the game today. Yep, as predicted, 700 food. So I'm not sure if this is going to be an attack, or is this going to be just an age up of some kind. Because you could age up and get some of these shipments here, the Safahis, the Mamluks, and so forth. No two Falconets, by the way, is definitely very strange indeed. I don't know. I know about that one. Because I thought those two cannons were like a really critical shipment usually in these 1v1 decks as the almonds. I just don't know. Very strange indeed. Very strange indeed. And what's going on the other side of the shrine over here? We got Japan shipping in some Shigumas. Where are these coming in from? Are these coming in from up here? Or? Yeah, he did not send his general at all, so these are just going to be probably more defensive, I think. Just defend the home front at that point. Does construct the barracks as well, so we'll have some production here to work with. We'll continue to queue in Shigumas while shipping in more Shigumas. So it's going to be basically Shiguma versus Jan Abbas. Normally Jan Abbas should clean this up, but it all depends on how well Gustoso performs this. Note too how he is starting to get that trade route. He is got this TP, he's got this one, and he's got this one. Just needs one more, and then he'll have the whole trade route to himself. And presuming at that point, that's when we'll see the stagecoach come in, and we'll really see the almonds eco really go to an all-time high just about. So yeah. Prize going to ship in Janissaries here too, I would presume, to keep up with what Japan is doing. Now, Jans will target the Samurai first. That's pretty important, as the Samurai is indeed a good siege unit there, just about. And one thing I noticed now that Kapi did that he doesn't usually do is he actually went with the Torii Gates. Like, we usually see Kapi go for a greedy Toshugu Shrine. So it's very strange, in fact, when we see him go for that more offensive Torii Gate push. Probably because he knew, potentially, that Gustoso was going to do a Jan Abbas push with the Ottomans from previous experiences, so that's probably why he changed it up a bit. And that's what I noticed, too, when I saw that Samurai there, like, that must have meant he went with Torii Gate if he got a free Samurai, right? Like, you get the wagon to make a barracks or stable, and then you get the free Samurai with it. So, yeah, a very different play than we're used to with Kapi. It's a good play, and it's usually the typical play that you see, but just not the average one that you see Kapi going with. Now that he has the more offensive option, again, more XP from stuff that he builds and trains, we'll have to see if that really benefits him here in terms of getting his unit output going. Because what I think he's trying to do is he's going to use the Torii Gate to get more XP so he can coast along with more unit shipments, you know, more Shiguma and Kie shipments. And that's sort of the route he's going down here. Stagecoach is coming in, and now Gustoso is going to have to pay some attention to this front here to be able to stop that offense over there. He does have enough food and coin to max out 5 Abbas there and get the next queue of them going, so we'll see how that goes. Yep, getting pretty close to a shipment there. Yep, we got an Abbas here, and then we got about 5 Abbas and 5 Jans here, just about. Alright, That wasn't the one that was researching stagecoach, right? Yeah, that's good. That's good, because that would have been a pretty big setback, I think, for Gustoso's economy there. Now we see Ottomans pursue the Japanese at their base. And what does Japan have as a defense? So they're not going to be aging up anytime soon, it looks like, which is good for Deuceball or Gustoso here. Because if he was aging up, that means he would begin like shipments of cans and stuff, which could totally change up this dynamic. But now, this Japan is still in age 2, which means Jan Abbas carries a lot of weight still. You know, Abbas just completely shreds the Japanese infantry. Janissary is just a really good protective force against any potential Gunto training that he potentially tries to do here. Now, what is Kapi going to do with this consulate? Is he going to try to get Japanese isolationism? Is he going to try to go for maybe a battalion of, like, Portuguese academicos or Dutch flankers? That'll be a question to be seen. So he goes for the isolationism to really max out his unit's attack, since, as you know, Japanese isolationism benefits your unit's attack. Just about so he goes for that. And what we have here is 3 delis from the Ottoman shipment, and we got a big mass of Jans and Abbas here going for the push. Now we will see here, does also is continually pumping in Jans and Abbas gunners to this, so this front is continually moving at this point. Now, is he going to pay attention to Japan's like micro and stuff, because that could be kind of serious too? Will he be able to basically keep Kapi on his feet or not, and constantly pumping out resources, or units I should say, with those resources, prevent him from getting to that age 3? Because I think in this case, since you don't have the 2 Falconet card as the Ottomans, dragging the Japanese into age 2 is probably going to be a good move for you overall. And it looks like another batch of Jan Abbas is here as well to go head-on against Japan. I think fight-wise, Ottomans should be able to do this. Delis could have been used a little bit better there. Maybe around the side there to go after skirms, but still it's looking okay. I mean, he's trying to target some of the Jans, but I don't think he's going to get a good run on these Abbas since they are considered skirmish as well. So, I think for right now it's neck and neck. Ottomans do have the slightly better score since they are using the trade route, which is making a huge difference in the production right now. We'll get Eco Theory too now, so the Vil Eco will actually be somewhat improved now. Has also sent all the wood crates too. So no more shipments for Gustoso until he gets to age 3, which I think is pretty huge actually, you know. Also note that he has no infinite shipment, so like no infinite Humbarasi shipment to use, so that won't be something that we'll be able to rely on in the late game. What do we got here? Abbas are coming out, but not Jans. Any stable from Japan? Yep. Nope, no stable. So we don't have to worry about Gunto riders coming onto the field yet if you're Ottomans, which is great. Makes the Abbas that much more daunting to deal with as Japan. Abbas doing a great job against the skirms, as you would expect, but skirms will indeed put some shots into the Jans as well. So this is going to be a tit-for-tat sort of battle here between the super godlike skirms and the weaker skirms that can still threaten the Jans at this point. Did take out some more Kies, which I think is huge. I don't think as Gustoso you can let Kapi rest for too long, whereas he is going to try to get that age up, which you don't want. He does get the stable though, so Gunto riders are going to be a problem here. Gunto riders will actually be a serious threat to the Abbas production, just about. But at least he's still adding in Janissaries, which is good, which he needs to do. He needs to keep the addition of Jans in here. Because if he drops his guard with the Janissaries, Gunto just wins the game, so he does need to make sure he's adding those in constantly. Another good thing, too, when you're the Ottomans is you don't have to worry about training your Vils, because, you know, the TC does that for you, really. It's just make sure you have enough houses to keep the Vils flowing, really, is all it's about, really, you know. Have some more Abbas. Get another batch of Jans, please. We don't want to see Gunto riders completely sweep the match. That'd be a pretty basic win there for Kapi. I want to give you a chance to get a real victory here, you know what I mean? So you gotta consider the threat of cavalry. Does he know about the, nope. Let me see. Fog of War does not see the stable. It's just out of his view there, so he's gonna miss out on that. So barracks is down, which is pretty huge. Gunto's, let's see if he does not see them still. Does not see them still. This is a problem. I think he's gonna be unprepared for this. You know? Guntos are gonna come somewhere over here, and it's gonna be bad. Unless he's raiding them down here. Where are these Guntos exactly? How many does he have? He has about 4 of them. So he doesn't have 5 of them. Is he making more of them? No, he's not making more of it. He is using cover mode though with the Naginas, the Onabushi here, which is quite big. Let's see. Micro this down, please. Pretty please. Nope, not that way. Go this way. Wrong direction. Go this way. Oh, that was huge. That was partly due to the trees, but that was also some bad movement by Gustosa there. Now it's going to be total wash. Yeah. That's one way to turn the game around very quickly. Yep, because now I don't think he has enough eco to be able to recuperate those numbers in enough time, right? Not at all. I mean, at this point, the Guntos are going to be able to basically rule the day here. Really. You have enough. You have like 5 of these? Yeah, that's not going to work. That should have been handled a lot better, I think, by Gusto. So I think he fell into a trap. You know, Kapi was just backing his army off, getting him to go in for the siege, and then he just pulled the cav out because he wasn't scouting the back of his base and wasn't ready for that. Yeah, that's why scouting is so key, because it alerts you to a unit type that you might not be ready for. You might not see that stable and realize that hand cav is going to be a problem, but now it is, and that's going to basically cost Gustosa this match. Pretty sure it is. You know, I mean, he could still defend this, but the margin is very small right now. Like, he did take out a Gunto there. More Jans are coming in. Because now he's got another barracks, and he's going to be pumping Shiguma with Gunto, and that's going to be just a huge mass to deal with as the almonds. Really is. Yeah, just lacking the numbers now after that bad fight to be able to make any real gains on the battle here, really. Oh, that's pretty big. Well, GG. Good match, though. I mean, that was a good duel. It just showed you how important it is to manage your fights properly. Gustoso had no problem building the army. He just didn't manage it well, and it cost him everything. Like, just imagine if he took a better fight with that and didn't let himself get surrounded like that, and he was able to micro down those few Guntos there and back off and regroup and get some more stuff. That would have kept the ball going, you know, but he just didn't do that, and it ended up costing him the match there, which I don't know too much about there, just about. Yeah. I don't know. That's what I'll say. Oh, Wing Tessar. Ooh, my, gee. Auto lose the game? No. Last time I played AoE3 was probably 10 years ago. Anything changed? Yeah, a lot has changed, actually. A whole lot has changed. So, if you want to find out what's changed in AoE3, both in the vanilla game as well as the mods, check out my whole channel, man. I do Wars of Liberty, Age of the World, Definitive Edition, Legacy. My channel is literally a testament to AoE3 for the past 2 or 3 years. So, if you want to see what it looks like now, you'll probably find a whole lot. These timings are always decisive. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Redco. Kapi is always so decisive with his timings. Like, he's really good with his timing attacks, and he just does really well with them. Because Kapi knew how to set the battle in his favor, you know. It's almost as if Kapi was Sun Tzu with the art of war. Like, he drew his enemy in thinking he was weak and ripe for the picking, and then he completely blindsided him. Yeah, Kapi can be like Sun Tzu sometimes with those timings. It's just the way it is. It's the way it is. Yeah. Wonder if you ever read Art of War before about strategy. You know, basically every rule book in the world of how you can win a war, just about, and battles individually, of all kinds. You know, so that's definitely an interesting one to consider. So now we're going to be seeing the second match between Gustoso and Kapi. This should indeed be a very good series here. Looking forward to it. Definitely looking forward to this one. Alright, here we go. Recorded games. Look for Juego Dos. Juego Goes. This one. Yep, that nice one. Wonderful. So, Cappy's going to do Russia. Interesting pick. And Gustoso's going to do Ottomans again. Very interesting setup here. I don't think I've ever seen Kapi do Russians against Gustoso before. So this will definitely be a very different duel than what we're used to, actually. So this would be quite the interesting duel. Ooh, the red coat. So let's see, you're a man of culture. Yep. You got to know the Art of War from Sun Tzu. It's a real classic. Oh, and Rommel's here too. Buenas noches, Juanito Gringo. Yep. Welcome, Rommel. Did you do any games that are getting up in the stream today? We'll have to find out. Well, before we get started with this match, let's check out the mappy. What's really interesting is this map is also in Definitive Edition. But in Definitive Edition, this map is actually in India. And has, like, the Chakram natives up here. Whereas in Legacy, the map is called Arkansas, and it's got Cherokee natives on it because, well, it's in Arkansas, and you got Cherokees there. The main concept of this map is you got, like, the main open part down here with the little trade route down here, which definitely the Ottomans are mostly going to be concerned with. But up here, you got this little creek here that you can actually walk through, but you can't build on it, that leads up to this elevation that has the Cherokee natives on it, as well as some additional res up here. So this is a very fun 1v1 map and a good team map as well, so I'm definitely looking forward to this one. Yeah. So we already sort of have an idea of what Gustoso does with his Ottomans here. He likes to go for sort of the Janissary Abbas build, and he does not use 2 Falconets in his Age 3. So that's definitely very different than the orthodox sort of setup, I think. You know, because at least for me, I thought 2 Falcons was like one of the most important FF cards for Ottomans to have, but I guess Gustoso thought that no. But he does have the Safahi and the Mamluks, though, so he does have those. Those are the other important ones. As for Kapi likes to play a long-term musketeer game with the Russians, usually. And he doesn't shy away from using Cossacks either, by the way. So Kapi mostly does Cossack, line infantry, and sometimes Ryadovoy, or otherwise known as the unstoppable Steletsy that isn't an unstoppable Steletsy, but rather an unstoppable Cantonist. Yeah, they call Cantonist now. Back in the old days of Wars of Liberty, you still had the Steletsis, then they got reworked into the Ryadovoys, and then they were reworked again into the Cantonists, just about. So lots of different names for one unit, just about. Yeah, but they all do the same thing, you know. It's just like a weak skirmisher you train in blocks of 10. So that part hasn't changed at all. But what has changed with the Russia of Wars of Liberty is partly their unit roster and also a really cool defensive bonus they have now. So let's get on to the cool defensive bonus first. They get this ability called Russian Winter, which, you know, if you know anything about Napoleon's campaign in Russia, or the Mustache Boys campaign much later on, just about, you know what the Russian Winter's all about. You know, you make some gains in the Russian land, and then the Russian Winter comes and completely wrecks your army. So, in the way it works in Wars of Liberty is you siege a building, and then you get this little snowflake that goes underneath the unit's feet. That means that the unit's slowing down. So it means that either A, if you're trying to advance after taking down a Russian building, it's going to make it slower to allow the Russians to retreat and prepare. And if you're trying to retreat, it means the Russian army can chase you down a lot easier. So it's kind of almost like the Peruvian bonus, where when you kill one of the units, the other ones move faster, basically. Only this time it's through the buildings and not through the units, just about. So yeah. And in terms of roster, Russians don't have halberdiers anymore. They actually have pikemen, which they can get to Royal Guard through as Opolshenets, right? So Royal Guard Opolshenet pikemen. And then they get a 4th unit now called the Plastuni at the blockhouse, which is like a, think of like a coyote runner, but it has hand armor instead of pierce armor. So it's like really good in melee, and it even has a charge attack that deals extra damage and has a bit of splash onto it too. So, yeah. Think of it like a weaker version of the Machitero if you like the Juanito civs a lot, really. Yeah, Distributivism is card number 1. This is always the first, I think, in any Russian deck. And let's look at that Russian deck. So this Russian deck is definitely geared towards infantry play, but you do have cavalry combat for the Cossacks, which is really good. Could have had like the Boyars card that was renamed, I think, to something else down here that benefits the Cossacks as well if you wanted to, but he didn't seem to include that due to, wanting to get some good unit shipments in here as part of FF and FI, which is totally understandable, Lots of crates, got your two heavy cannons called steel guns here, got your factories, got your 2 Falcons here, called foot artilleries, and Wars of Liberty is the more sort of modernish name for them. And in terms of eco cards, you got Refridge, which is good for late game. Spice Trade will definitely help you a lot earlier on. And then you got Eco Theory too. So you got some eco there, mostly geared towards the food, since the food costs at the blockhouse are the most pressing. Almond deck will be the same as last game, so there's not too much to explain here, Mostly your everyday almond deck, except for the missing 2 Falcons, just about. And no bombards in Age 4 either, which I find a bit peculiar, but does have a big emphasis on the Safahis, which I think, that's good. That's good. That's definitely good. I'm assuming it's going to be Core Master or Artisan here. Yep, 400 wood. Core Master is called the Artisan in Wars of Liberty, by the way, and is a female instead of a male. 700 coin, and then I'm assuming 700 food, just like we seen last game. Now the question is how does Russia perform with a different set of infantry, Instead of dealing with Japanese infantry, which is a bit more faster to get out of trouble, he's going to be dealing with a lot weaker but heavier mass Russian infantry, like the Cantonists and the line infantry, just about. So your muskets and your strelets. And in terms of like the hand cavalry, is the Cossacks going to be able to perform as well as the Gunter Riders did last game, if it comes down to the same sort of battle? And will we see Gustosa maybe learn from his mistake about timing and getting himself basically into a bad fight? Is he going to be able to get out of that and be able to do something? We're going to have to see here, We're going to have to see if Gustoso, he is a very skilled player, manages to get out of trouble this time with getting totally surrounded by Kapi, who just plays the art of war in the back of his mind when he's playing his strategy against him, Yeah. I don't think I've read a lot of the Art of War, but I do know some basic parts of it, and somebody definitely recommended it for me in my Star Wars games. He said, you're pretty good at Star Wars Battlefront HVV, but one way you can get really good is if you learn the Art of War, because it'll make you much better working with the team and performing strategies and waiting out for longer periods in a more strategic way, and I agreed with that. So at some point I'm going to give that a read and see if it actually benefits all my gameplays, just about, not only Star Wars but AoE 2, AoE 3, AoE 4, Age of Mythology. I bet it's just a really good learning experience overall, just to learn not only how to win wars and battles, but all sorts of battles that life throws at you too, which is really good. Yep, so we got 4 Cossacks here, followed by 10 Cantonists, just about. Oh, 5 Cossacks. So he got the 5 Cossack shipping out of the home city. He does have the 4 Cossack as well, so he can use that. Yep, The thing about Cossacks is they are weaker than Hussars, but that's for a reason, because they're cheaper and they're only one pop. So instead of being strong, they're just really massable. They're like a huge swarm just about. So yeah, that's what makes the Cossacks a really formidable weapon there, just about. Yeah. So we'll see if these Cossacks can make a pretty good move here, just about. Let's see. Does take out the Explorer there. Alright. So, do we see Barracks Foundry from the Ottoman player again, or is that not going to happen this time? Oh, he goes for the FF this time. Naked FF. Alright. So, very different game this time. Will we see some of those heavier cavalry shipments like the Sifahi and the Mamluks? I think we are. It's definitely panned out to be like that, because I think you get this, you get this, and then you can get this too, you can get this. Probably going Gunsmith, yep, this is the same as the Marksman, you get your Abyss Gunners. So he's going to have 4 Abyss out of the gate, and then he's going to be adding some heavy cav on top of that. So that could be pretty serious, you know. Might not need the 2 Falcons for it if he does it properly, you know. Might not. Tomahawk here. Not targeting the cav is bad, 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 very bad, very bad, bad, very bad. Gotta take out a Cossack with that. Right now, it seems like Gustoso's #1 job is getting more houses so he can facilitate all these shipments, which he already has 2 shipments. He could go Sifahi Mamluk very quickly. And perhaps even get on to Age 4 and get some of those Sifahi shipments with the guard upgrade, and that could be pretty brutal here. Now, what does Russia have here? They got about, let's do a full head count of what we got. We got about 20 Cantonists, 23 Cantonists, 23 skirms, about 5 muskets, 5 Cossacks. Is shipping 4 Cossacks and queuing in some more line infantry as well, so more Musks are making their way into the comp here. Okay, so I'm assuming Abyss are going to try to pick some of these off. It's going to try to pick off some of these units, like that one he gets, this one he gets, alright. Anything you can pick off for free, man, that is just really good. Now, is Gustoso's shipment going to arrive? He's going to get Delhi's first, which is probably the weakest one, but it's still a unit nonetheless. Probably wants to get these away from here and let the TC do a bit of work on these Cossacks until the Delhis come in. And then the Safahis come in afterwards. So let's see these get to work. So Delhis need to connect with the Cossacks. Abyss need to survive if possible. It would make a huge difference if they can survive. Probably wants to run around and avoid as much melee here as possible. Takes out another Cossack. Abyss taken out. Cossacks also taken out, but more Cossacks will be on the way. Sifahi, though, will make a huge... Delhis should probably be up dealing with the skirmishers first, because the Safahis are going to be more equipped for the musketeer-style calves since they are considered assault, right? They got hand armor, they got splash. Try to get these skirmishers out first. Yeah. Alright, so yep, Safahis connect. Connect the Safahis. There you go. Get the splash. And this is quite good, because now Safahis are going to have their... time to shine here, be able to take the Cossacks out. Yep, Cantonists are also going to be wiped out. So this is a good setup here. I'm just checking the health on these guys. Yep, this is going to be a cleanup on aisle 5. All Safahis survived, by the way, too. So this is actually quite huge. And Mamluk shipping is right around the corner. I can smell it. Ooh, nice. So all Safahis are still alive. Yeah, just don't let them get some free damage in you, right? Mamluks, where are you? We need you. Yep, Mamluks, there you go. And these guys, if he wanted to idle for a few seconds, could actually heal back a bit. But how are they looking? This one's almost dead. This one's good. This one's good. This one's... All the ones except for this one are basically almost at full health at this point. So, I mean, this is absolutely a great situation to be Ottomans right now. Putting pressure on the Villies. Now, what does he do from here? He tries to probably keep Russians in their base, defensive. He's probably going to try to get that coin now. Does Kapi have enough to age up with? No, he does not. So he doesn't have the food. Does not have the food to age up right now. So what happens from here if you're the Russians? Good question, actually. Yep, get these guys away. Like, keep them alive as long as possible. And then he can take out these ones. Yeah, take them out. Just take out every batch of line infantry you see. That's one thing you can do to basically keep Cap in the corner. Don't let him get any army mass, you know? Army mass is the one thing Kapi can use to try to claw his way back here. So just deny him that, if possible, you know? So he's going to deny him another batch of the line infantry there. And what does Gustoso do now? He ships in 5 Abbas, right? That's his last unit shipment, and from there he's just got crates. He could try to go into age 4, potentially get some stronger Safahis, start getting some Nizam musketeers instead of the Jans, which would be somewhat stronger. Alright. Mamluks. Mamluks will be harassing now. These guys have a lot of HP. These guys have a lot of HP on them. Probably could even rush this blockhouse here if he wanted to. Does he? No, he's just going to keep moving on here. Once the Abbas come, though, then he's going to have some real ways of gaining some real gains against infantry. Alright. So here comes Abbas. Villagers are productive, too. Does try to pressure the blockhouse here, which I think is pretty good. So he's getting line infantry out of both production buildings. So he's got another queue coming out of here. Safahis are coming in as well to support with the Mamluks. This should be an easy cleanup on aisle 5 here still. All this stuff is biding Gustoso time to get much more army. You know, he doesn't have to win this TC with these Cap. He just needs to harass them and drain his resources in his base, which he's doing perfectly. Because now this hunt is unplayable right now for Cap. He has to eat berries. He doesn't get to eat a big deer steak. He has to eat fruit. You know, those simple carbs. You know, a little bit of energy at the start, no energy later. So, yep. Blockhouse is down, and Vils will surely be falling right now, too. This is the Russian winter effect. See the little snowflakey under their horses' hooves? That's basically slowing down all these units, which goes into Kapi's favor a bit. And I guess Gustoso decides, you know what? I am not going to risk it. I'm just going to fall back, get Abbas gunners, think about the next steps. Maybe consider again 1,000 wood and building 2 town centers. So you're getting 3 free queues of the settlers instead of 1. This would be a perfect time to think about eco, since Russia's basically been dealt with. You know, Russia has no capacity right now to make a real gain on you. Like, where's the nearest hunt? Like down here, which is totally exposed. This hunt is a little bit safer, but the blockhouse is gone. So this is basically vulnerable now, and not too far away from the foundry either. Because this is really going to be the Ottomans' forward base positioning right here. Oh, he's pushing this way out too far. I mean, let's look at Ottomans right now. Does Gustoso see that? He sees the infantry. Now he sees the foundation. He went way too forward with that, and he's going to pay dearly for that. It's going to cost him everything now. Everything he had left, it's gone. You're done. You're absolutely done. You're toast. You're a borscht soup at this point. Literally. There you go. So Gustoso is come back with 1-1. 1 win for Kapi, 1 win for Gustoso. So it's neck and neck right now. It's even Steven. It's basically an even matchup, just about. Yeah. So this is a pretty solid one. Really, it is. So we got Ing Tapia. Hola, mi amor, soy eternity. El Ing Alpaca. In psicológica. Okay, eternity. Juanito bonito. And Ramos said El Ninja Alpaca. Let's look at the post game here for fun. So this is the way it turned out. Kind of interesting to think that after the huge gains that Gustoso had on the combat front, Kapi still had more resources when it was all said and done. That just shows you how good at eco Kapi is, and how good at doing certain rush builds that Gustoso is in comparison. Look at only 19 kills versus 94. This was a huge difference. Just because Armin's decide, you know what? Instead of running the same old Jan Abbas game, I'm just going to run OP H3 cavalry units at you that deal splash and have high HP, and it just worked. Just raw stats. That's sometimes all you need is just raw stats to win a match. Not numbers, just one, was it 1450 HP Mamluks? Yeah, that survivability factor is a whole different thing, you know? Really, it is. The shipments? Yes, almonds, of course, were ahead in shipments since they were using the trade route, and that had a big factor as well in all this. This is like the night of the Ottomans. Ottomans, we've seen so many Ottoman victories all night from different people, and it's like this is like the day of the Ottomans, just about. Evet, come on, Evet, Evet all day. It's like Evet day or something. And plenty of doner kebab to go around, really. So now we're going to be going into Juego 3. Where's Juego 3? Juego 3. Give me a Juego 3 right there. Alright. I believe Juego 4 is the last one that they did. I wonder who's going to win this series, potentially. Is it going to be Kapi or is it going to be Gustoso? Could really be anyone at this point. Could be anyone, so we're going to have to pay pretty close attention to this to see which way the wind blows just about. So Kapi is going British. Gustoso is going Ottomans. He's sticking with the Ottomans. He lost a game as the Ottomans, but he also won a game as the Ottomans, so he's just sticking to what he knows best. That's totally fine. If you know the build pretty well and you got different strats with Ottomans, that's totally fine. Ottomans are probably one of the easier vanilla civs to play, actually, so I can't fault you at all for that. Map today is Hudson Bay. You got the Huron, now called the Wendat natives here with the Madlets. You got the Cree skirmishers. And you got the cool trolling islands, too, that you can hide on at the end of the game when you're losing to extend the match by 20 minutes, too. Just like Gene P did during the Liga. yeah, you should definitely go back and check that. That was totally hilarious. Gene P was had a town center here and had a house over here. And he extended the 40-minute match to an hour or something. It was pretty crazy. So yeah, we'll get started with this and see how this one turns out just about. British should be an interesting option here, These are not the same British as you know from Definitive Edition and Legacy. These British are actually really different, very different actually. Why are they different exactly? Because they no longer have the manor houses that give you the free villas anymore. That actually went over to Germany, to the Reich, just about. And basically what the British do now is they're in the game of marriage, marrying people, getting big giant cakes and getting divorced 6 months later to collect the man's pay. Yep, that's just about it. Because guess what? Every age up for the British is a new marriage. So it's not like you get married once and stay happily forever after. You get to marry 4 times from age 1 all the way to the imperial age. So you better get those divorce papers ready and those prenubs going, or else you're going to be paying a lot of money to the wife, just about. So we'll see how that works. Yeah. But anyways, the reason why the marriage concept is so critical to British gameplay is because when you marry someone from one of the other European countries, or sometimes the Anglo countries, as they're called in this civ, you gain a bonus from that civ. So let's say you marry somebody from France. You're going to get the faster gathering villagers, but also more expensive villagers. So basically, it turns your settlers into coureur de bois, just about. If you get married to the Swiss, they'll give you 2 bank wagons. If you marry the Swedes, they'll give you 2 sawmill wagons for wood. If you marry the Belgians, they'll give you some of their Belgian Congo natives that you can make out of a native embassy. So, depending on which of these foreign bonuses you're looking at, you're going to have to plan your marriages accordingly, just about, The market is hot and you got to find the right wife or husband, Sometimes, because in good old British in this game, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you'll marry a dude, sometimes you'll marry a woman. Doesn't matter. You marry them for their SIB bonus, and that's it, just about. That's all it's about. There are certainly some marriages that are a bit stronger than other ones in the game, but you could technically use them all in certain circumstances, depending on your playstyle. I think there's some particularly weak ones, like the Danish one, which I really don't get because I don't like the Golden Ages concept that much, but there's a lot of strong ones like the Dutch, the Swedes, the Russians, the Belgians, United States, and so forth. So you just gotta pick the ones that you like, really. Yeah. One thing to note as well about the British in Wars of Liberty, they don't have villager cards. They only have trickle cards. So you got Colbertism for the food. He could have also put in distributivism for the wood and capitalism for the coin. I chose not to, which is totally okay, since probably Colbertism's like the must-have for your age-up timing. The others are probably, little extras that you can add in, really. And Winged Hussar said autos are greater than Russia always, and DE and Tad and Wool and Nilla. Yeah, I assumed that. I made an assumption of that, just about, because I knew that Abyss Gunners totally shredded all the Russian infantry. And then the Janissaries, of course, if he did go Jan Abbas, would have just shredded the Cossacks. But he didn't even need to do that. He just went full in with the heavy cavalry, which, really good move there. Really. So what is the deck? So the Ottomans are running the same deck again, too. So they're definitely sticking with that old boomer deck that still has the hospital wagon in there. Yeah, you're not going to get any good health care there anymore. Used to have hand washing tech there, penicillin and vaccines and all that. Now you don't have any technologies. You just have a hospital with some surgeons. Who knows if they're good surgeons? Hopefully they are. Hopefully they don't leave their scalpel inside of you when they close up the incision. That is real, by the way. Surgeons have done that in different countries. Like when they were operating on someone. I've heard of doctors who left their cell phone in someone before, and different stuff like their cell phone, their scalpel and stuff, and then when they start walking around and stuff, they're like, I'm in pain! And then they find out there's literally a surgical instrument inside their body, and they're like, what'd you do to me? And it's like, you're the surgeon, you're supposed to watch out for that stuff and know where all your equipment is at all times, The human tummy is not a box that you can put your tools in. You gotta put it back in the box. That's it. Wherever you put the tray or whatever they use with the sanitation paper on it. Well, that's the way it is, People mess up all the time and all sorts of things. So you just gotta make sure you take it slow and pay attention, with what you're doing in a job or profession. Even in casting, you gotta pay attention to stuff on the map, right? Like, if you're not a quick caster that can catch all these details, you're not going to be able to tell the story of the day on how the match is going, It's really important. So we got 700 coin. Okay, so this might actually be a double naked FF here between these two. Potentially. Because what do we always see Kapi do? We always see him go for a naked FF to be able to send out masses of these household blues alongside redcoats. And I'm thinking that's what we're going to see again here today. Right? So, barracks. Question is, does Deuce Ball know about what to do here? Because what I would maybe do is actually Cav Archer Abbas. Yes, I say Cav Archer. For the Ottomans in Wars of Liberty, you can actually train Cav Archers in Age 2. Did you know that? Like, he could literally go Cav Archer Abbess, and that would probably be what I would do against this Kapi comp here. Because you're going to need the Cav Archers to make some real gains on the Household Blues. Because Household Blues work a bit different than other heavy Cav units. Normally, heavy Cav units like the Clisset of France have Splash, and then the Spanish Lancers and things like that have just really good anti-infantry multipliers. Household Blues are just really tanky overall. You know, they focus more on the combat side because they don't have any fancy schmancy like attack bonuses or anything. So you're going to need a heavy hitting target like Cav Archers that have multipliers at range to really hurt those Household Blues really well. Namely because being an assault unit, Household Blues have hack armor. They don't have pierce armor, so Cav Archers firing their arrows are going to be doing pure hard damage against them, which you really need in this. Janissaries, on the other hand, not the best situation, right? Because Janissaries, as you know, Janissaries are not the best anti-cav. They're much more suited against infantry than other muskets, just because of their HP and their setup with the melee, with the scimitars and all that. Yeah, so you definitely have to consider that part of it. Yeah, see, he's going full Abbess here, so he better be ready for what's going to come. Because if he's not, this is going to be very, very haunting indeed. Very, very disturbing indeed. So we're going to have to see how this one turns out, really. Yep, make sure you pay attention to this one, because we could see a really bad landslide win for Kapi here if Gustoso does not adapt to this match and what we're going to witness here. Because he's just getting his Abbess right now, and Janissaries, is he going to be able to pressure enough? Because he could try to pressure Kapi to reduce the amount of infantry he's going to deal with here. Like, if he can take out his redcoats, maybe, and single out the Household Blues, maybe he can do something. But that's wishful thinking. That's what I'm hoping here, for Gustoso's sake, that he can do. Is just have the mass available to just single out those Household Blues from the first shipment, which is going to be 4 of them, if we look here. 4 of them. And then from there, it's just going to be infinite shipments of like 3 of them, 3 of them, 3 of them, 3 of them. And then he can obviously send these out as well. The 2 Falcons. Has a big shipment of green jackets. Has some red coats. You can get a factory in Age 1 as the British in Wars of Liberty 2. That's one of their other cool features, is an early factory. You know, that definitely gives them a bit of an eco boost, just about, yeah. Goes for the Infanta of Portugal as the Age 3 marriage. This basically turns you into the Portuguese, where you get a covered wagon with each age up just about. And by Imperial Age, not only do you get a new covered wagon, but you also get your town center build limit improved to 4. So you become a real boomer, a real baby boomer of boomers. And you can have like 4 queues of vills instead of just a mere 3. Which works really good in your favor just about, yeah. So, Janissaries and Abbess pressuring the vills back into the TC, but I don't know how long this is going to last, because now the Household Blues are coming out. And if Gustoso doesn't think of something fast, he's going to be very blue and sad himself dealing with it. Or black and blue, actually. Black and blue. The Household Blues will make you very black and blue if you aren't careful with how they hit you with the melee. So you got to be very careful of that. So here comes the Household Blues coming in very soon. And they will be coming in right over here. Yep. Just about. Yep, take out. Oh, here we go. See these guys? Look at how much HP they have. This is why you gotta be very careful of this. Very careful of this. Because notice how the Janissaries are barely even registering with them. Like, they're barely even, like, doing anything. And, like, yeah, he's gonna send more of the Jans in, but it's like, what difference does it even make now? Because, well, I don't know. I mean, I just don't think it's gonna do much now, because he's basically lost, really, his whole fighting force there. He's even gonna take out one of the things? He might take that one out in the middle there. Yep, that one goes down. Might get some more down, actually. He might have a mass here to do this. Barely, though. But guess what? He's gotta get another shipment out of these redcoats and send in 3 more of the things. So, yeah, you better watch out. Better not cry Better not pout, but I'm telling you why. 3 more household blues are right on the way after these redcoats. Yeah, like, where does he go from here? He's got some abyss. Does he get? Yep. Well, number one, I'd try to get rid of these redcoats because the last thing you need when you're taking out these tanky behemoths is dealing with units shooting at you from the backside. So you're gonna want to make sure that those musk-style units go down first. These muskets are actually kind of interesting because they're one of the only musketeers that has no melee armor. No melee armor on, but they have really good multipliers against cav, like 4x multipliers instead of 3, so they're almost up there with like pikemen in terms of their melee ability. All at the cost, of course, of them, having no armor. So when it comes to like taking a lance attack from an Escolta or a Lancero, it does not bode well. It really does hurt going in, so they do have to be careful with that. Also means they're probably more susceptible to assault in certain situations, since the 2.60 multiplier is definitely admirable, but it's not godly by any chance, It's not super duper gigantic big, really. Yeah, so where do we go from here? As I said, the household blues will be here. And for Gustoso, he needs to reassess his army here and come up with a strategy really fast. He is getting stagecoach now because he did his Ottoman diligence and take over the trade route, but depending on how this goes, will he control the trade route for long? And this isn't over, by the way. I mean, Gustoso could potentially build enough of a mass to survive this and win. He just needs to put on his thinking cap and say, maybe we need cab archers, Some really good maneuver unit to deal with the assault. But I'm not too sure if he's going to do that because he hasn't been playing Wolf for a long time, so I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to get the tag rework concept into his strategy just yet. But for me, someone who knows the tag rework really good, I know if I see Household Blues, I try to get some cav archers, right away. It's much easier to get cav archers than it is to go the Janissary route, trust me. You'll thank me later for it. Yeah, you will thank me later for that, by the way. If you're going up against Kapi's British, you best get Dragoons, cav archers, that sort of class, the light cav, basically. Because if you don't, it's not going to end too well for you. Like, this is going to do, literally nothing against this, sadly. I mean, unless Kapi is distracted and occupied by a Juanita Bonita coming into his door or something, he is just not going to fall to this at all. Yeah, you can try to kite it as best as you can, it's just not going to end well. If Kapi really wants to pursue this, that is, yeah. Well, he's just regrouping to his redcoats, which is good for you because these guys are going to be alive for a bit longer and you might be able to stack some stuff in, potentially. Because, see, now you got a British that's working off of 2 town centers, so their booming is really booming, and it's booming more than a baby boomer right now. So this is going to be a really good vil count of, right now, actually it's only about 29 vils almost. 27 currently, and then 2 more on the way. He doesn't have that much vils that I would expect. What about Ottomans? Ottomans are... They didn't even get their tech at the mosque yet. He's getting the mosque right now. He realizes that. He's like, oh snap, I didn't get my mosque yet. I need that. I need it, really badly to be able to keep up with this production there. And that's if he decides to stick it out in age 2. He could go up to age 3 and get some heavy cavi, like some Safahi, some Mamluks. He's got options still. It's not a surefire win for Kapi yet because his vil count is just so low right now. Because Gustoso did do a good job at pressuring him earlier, so it's not a landslide right now for him. Kapi does still have to do some work to secure a win here, depending on what he's planning. And that gives Gustoso a little bit of flexibility to say, and I could even go heavy cav. I could maybe get stable and do some cav archers, something like that, and just make it work. Yeah, so here we go. We got the Cornet. This will give him some free deli cav, which is melee cav. Just about a little bit of a protective buffer between your stuff and the household blues. Now, what do you do without the cannons again? Because I think it would have been great if he had the 2 Falcons here just to deal with the Redcoat problem. Because now you're mostly going to be riding on how good the heavy cav is going to be performing here. Yep, and then just as we suspect, Kapi's not going to let you get away with that for too long, because guess what? He's got his Falcons now. And he's going to try to take you out before you can sit back there and get a proper age up in Safahis and Mamluks and all that stuff, because you just traumatized this poor Juanito Benito earlier using the Mamluks and the Safahis. So now he knows what you're doing, and he's going to make sure puts an end to that right away. Especially if he has the age advantage and the shipping advantage right now. Really. Really, really. At least Gustoso's Ville production's going again. Full steam ahead. Kind of even Steven in terms of Ville count, but it's the army advantage that Kapi's riding on right now. I wouldn't want to engage with these right now. I'd try to keep them alive. If he can take out one, great. Just back out of there. Don't. He can try to kite some of these redcoats, but don't go in this direction. Try to get away from the problem. You know what I mean? I would not want to lose these just yet. I'd try to get the heavy cav out and then try to engage this properly. He decides to stop and fight. He does get another household blue, though. Oh, and he snipes a cannon? Wow. This is a lot. It's not the best circuit, but he's doing work. He is cooking. He's gonna get, if he gets another household blue, I feel a lot better for you. Because that means he can actually get some sizable. Oh, he's gonna go for age 4. He's gonna go for an age 4. Is that right? Or is he gonna get artillery? Something's gonna happen here. I just don't know what. Is he gonna try to get like the engineer in age 4 and get 2 Falcons plus what he can get out of the foundry perhaps? You could do that, especially with the artillery advantage, and then just pop some Safahis out in age 4 with the guard upgrade. Very different play, but you can do it. He is going for age 4. He is. Here we go. We are going to see probably this and this. Definitely this. Probably this. And then this. Yeah. Safahi shipments. Age 4 with what? Age. Is he aging? Yep. He's going to get the Acquiry. Oh, that's going to be Cavalry. He's going to get Cavalry, I believe, out of the Acquiry. Alright. This should be very, very interesting, actually. So, I mean, we're going to have to see if he can do this. He's going to have to play this very carefully by ear. Let's see if he can do some raiding and keep him occupied for slightly longer there. If he can snipe this cannon, that'd be good. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you could just run him in there and distract him. Like, yep, he knows he's... Alright, he's going to do some raiding. What's Kapi doing? Like, Kapi is just focusing inwards on eco right now. Again, his steel traps, his placer mines, or those high-grade sort of market techs that you can use. Yeah, well, he's going after the barracks right now. That's good. Because every second then Gustoso can stall himself is probably going to be a real good situation. I like how Kapi's, like, for Gustoso's sake, the Kapi's focusing on the production buildings, because that means Gustoso's going to get the age up and he's going to get the units. He's going to get like 6 of these guards, Safahis. That's actually going to be... Let's see if he's... pay attention. You could actually get some good kills here and sort of send Kapi into a whirlwind doing that. Yeah, just about. Alright. Well, does he have any food? No, he's gonna have to trade a bit at the market for that shipment. Is that right? Well, he could get the cheaper one in H3 first, and they can maybe get that one second. So here's a big mass of delis here, and these should be very easy to deal with these cav here, right? So what does he do? He's gonna need like an outpost or something if this TC goes down, because I don't see him shipping anything at all, which I'm not too sure about here. Alright, so Delis should be able to clean up that last household blue. Might not even take a loss there, really. Yep, takes that out. What now, Gustoso? You got some time on your hands. What, you gonna get a tower, ship in the... He's gonna get it right about here, yep. And I'm wondering why he's not gonna... That's probably why he didn't ship it down here. He knew that was gonna go under fire real quick. Minutemen coming out. Oh! Ooh, Minutemen. Did the Minutemen come out? Ah, what happened? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Not too sure, actually. Not too sure where this is going. No, you definitely don't want to go after that with this. You want to wait for the Safahis to come in. Gets a TC. And a stable. I would probably go barracks myself and just make the Nizam El Sassids. Just because it's like a later game musketeer to compare with the redcoats. I mean, they are suboptimal for being 2-pop. Yeah, I'd rather just get the better stats at this point. If it was me. At least from the way I see it. That's at least the way I'm looking at it. Just about, yeah. Alright, well, mosque is going down. I think it'll be getting raised to the ground very quickly. And then from there, where do we go? Safahi shipments. Ship something, ship something. Ship it like your life matters. Get something. Alright, well, delis are doing deli things. Where is the shipment? Yep, alright. Took you long enough. He was doing Mamluk Safahi. Okay, alright. He's sticking to the recipe he knows best. Only this time the Safahis will be guard upgrades, so they'll be a little bit tougher. They'll be a little bit tougher going in. Tries to sneak on past with these vills and get them to the mine over there. And he's going to have to move some of these guys over here. Can he get these guys to safety down here and get some food? So it would be great if he gets some more food to get another, shipping of stuff, really. Yeah, let's see. I don't know if Guard Safahi could do this on its own. Especially with, alright, well, here we go. Let's see. Well, they are doing some damage, I will say that. It does take some kills, yeah. Just a big mass, though. I mean, it's a good idea, but you just need to... Yeah, now he's gonna send the Mamluks in. Like, I think he should have done this like a lot earlier when he had less redcoats, and I think it would have made a huge difference. Because that's the one downfall of Assault Cab, is the fact that they don't have pierce armor. So musketeers can actually, in large masses, beat assault just by their pure firepower of their firearms, The muskets will cut through the HP of the Safahis just because they don't have the pierce armor to deflect any of that damage off of themselves. And it just, makes a very interesting relationship between assault cavalry and heavy infantry, really. So here comes the Mamluks, the tanky ones. Gets the cannon. Most important, valuable thing. But now he just rides off into the sunset because he doesn't know what to do now. It's like not much he can do here in a direct fight. So he's gonna... Oh, nope. Here comes the Scott Greys, though. Here's the problem. These are Dragoons. These are British Dragoons here. One thing that they do have that other Dragoons don't is they have a straight sword in melee, which actually means that they do splash damage in their melee. They have one splash if you look down here at their hand attack. One damage area, so they do damage multiple Mamluks at the same time when done properly, and when they're closely grouped up. So yeah, it does give the Scots Greys sometimes a bit of an edge, at least in melee situations. Because normally with the maneuver or the light cav, you're trying to use your range attack against the assault, but in the case of the Scots Greys, you can sometimes justify swarming up with the splash attack with the straight swords and going that route too. Depending on what the assault unit is. Like if it's like a low HP assault unit, like a Mushatero or some sort of a Trangolaf or a Fire Stick, yeah, you can sometimes justify using that straight sword melee attack with the splash to do some real work. Tries taking out the British town center, which, you know, at this point, like, may as well do it. He's not even gonna, you're not even gonna try to take out the TC. It's not nice. Try to take out the town center and have some accomplishment. Show him your power. Take out the town center. Good match, you know. I just think it came down to not knowing the tag rework. Because if it was me, again, I would have swept to the Cav Archers at some point there and tried to battle them much more directly using unit counters, I think. Because I think Abyss with the Cav Archers would have been perfect here. They've actually done a lot of good work. But didn't end up doing that and ended up costing him the match because he stuck to what he knew, and what he knew, you know, was from ages ago from Legacy. So you definitely can't use that in the Wars of Liberty situation unless you know what the tags are, really. You know? Mamluks and Safayas worked against Russia, but not the British. That's I guess your takeaway from this one. Yeah, just about. Gustoso don't play wool. That's what happened. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. He does not play wool. He needs to play it more. Like if he does like a few months worth of Wars of Liberty and really gets to know the tag rework well, I think he might become a Wars of Liberty legend just about. Yeah. In this game, he told me he made a mistake. He was looking for a revolution, but sadly... Oh, no! He tried to revolt? Oh, that's so bad. That's sad. That's bad. So, I guess what happened is that Gustoso thought that there were revolutions in Wars of Liberty still, and then he hasn't been around for the past year, so he didn't know that they got removed from the Europeans. Oh, no, that's too bad, man. That's why you gotta play some more wool, man. You should know that. Like, you would look... But wait a second. Didn't he look at the UI down here and notice that there was no revolution icon down there? It shows you the revolution icon in the UI, I believe, in a 1v1. He should have noticed that was missing, and I don't know. That's actually a good question. Like, theoretically, he should have actually known that the revolt icon wasn't there in the UI, and thus shouldn't have went for that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, if he didn't go for that age 4, he could have just went with, like, veteran Safai and Mamluk and just gone, like, a mass of Falks behind him, and it probably would have been slightly better, and then he would have had some Abyss, and could have kept that infantry mass alive and just stalled him, and, yeah, so many moving parts to this that I just don't know at this point, so we're going to have to go on to the next one. Game number 4. It's loaded in right now. Here we go. What do we got on this one? Let's see. So I'm just going to check on the Discord real quick and confirm that it's Juego 4. Juego 4. Yes, it is. Alright, so it's going to be one more Gustoso versus Kapi. Looks like. Let's see. Juego 4. Yes, that one. Alright, so here we go. We got 6 settlers. Oh, he's going Germany. Okay. Now, this is the real British here. Last game, we didn't see the real British. These are the real British. They get the Manor Boom. They get, the Royal Guard, muskets, and hussars. This is like your Wars of Liberty British is these Germans here. And Gustoso is going Japan, so to cap it off, it looks like he is going to go back to his favorite, the Japanese. We have, I think, seen Kapi Germany versus Gustoso Japan before, so we'll see if Gustoso has learned anything from his previous encounters. Yeah, see if he can tie up the series at all. So right now, Kapi's up 2-1. Let's see if he can make it 2-2 before the series is done. Map will be the High Plains. As you know, it's a pretty big plains map, just about with this big trade route. Would have been a good map for the Ottomans because you would have had about 5 trade sockets to work with, but that's alright because this map has a lot of bison as well for the shrines. So, I mean, not too much to complain about there. Also, I like the natives on this map. You know, you got the Cheyennes in particular, which are beasts. You know, not only do they act like Khazars almost, but they also have some really good anti-cab multipliers in the melee. So, I mean, yeah, I absolutely think that this map is just phenomenal overall, and this should be a really nice way to finish off the series, really. Yeah. Now, Gustoso's Japan is very, I believe, similar to the way that Kapi does it. The only big difference between Gustoso and Kapi is that Gustoso, I believe, uses the Golden Pavilion instead of the normal wonders. Yeah, like normally Golden Pavilion would always be your age 3 wonder with Japan, but for Gustoso, he does it as his age 2 wonder, purely for the stats of his units, which I think is a very different, radical way to play it. Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is. So, this would be a very interesting series indeed, I think, overall. Just about. Very much so. And on this side, we got Germany here. Notice how every time he builds one of these Meat-Skiern houses, he's going to get a free villager out of them. Because that's, you know, what the British do. But since the British are no longer the British, somebody has to be the tea and crumpet cheerio people, so it has to be the Germans, right? So tea and crumpets, it's warm German beer and soft pretzels, right? Which, you know, arguably would probably be a bit better, actually. Yeah, but that's a whole different situation. So what deck is Germany doing? This one's going to matter a whole lot. So he's doing a 1v1 deck that is sporting some Vil cards, some crates, skirms, 8 skirms, 10 Yulons, the Eclipses, and a lot of military combat cards. So you got like your short range combat cards that affect your muskets just about and your land war infantry. Got your long range combat that benefits your skirmish units. And then you got the special upgrade cards like Jägerbusch that gives you skirmishers more multipliers against light cav like dragoons. And then you got the needle gun, which is probably the most godlike card that actually lets your line infantry or musketeers shoot faster. So instead of like the normal rate of fire of 1 shot for every 3 seconds, it goes, I don't know what it goes down to. It must go down to like 2.5. So like a bullet for every 2.5 seconds, which is actually kind of big. If you, like yesterday I was playing Colosseum Budokai and improving my rate of fire of units, and you tell right away when your units shoot faster, it absolutely changes up the combat, really. Especially as you get down towards 1.5 and beyond, like down to 1.0, one shot per 1 second, like a 1-to-1 ratio, then you're like really shooting fast, just about. So yeah, definitely. It's definitely a huge difference there. So what is he aging up with? The Statesman? That seems to be the typical one. Yeah, it does align up with Legacy British as well because, well, the Statesman is literally just the Governor General. You get an outpost wagon with 200 coin. So yeah, pretty good alignment there just about. And Gustoso, is he sticking with the old Gustoso recipe? He's actually doesn't even have enough food yet to age up, so this is going to be kind of slow for him. So, why hasn't he picked a deck yet? What is the man waiting for? He doesn't even pick the deck yet. Really? What is wrong with this Juanito? Is he busy talking to Juanita Bonita? About Juanita Bonita stuff? Why is he not picking a deck here? Must have Juanita Bonita stuck in his head or something. And he can't use his Juanito noggin too well right now because Juanita Bonita has occupied the space. That's what happens, you know. You think you're thinking normally, and then Juanita Bonita enters your thinking cap, and all you can do is think about Juanita Bonita for the rest of the match, and you can't, you know, set up decks, plan things. It goes downhill. The power of the Juanita Bonita. Goes with the Golden Pavilion, as predicted. But it is indeed very unpredictable since, you know, you like never see anyone again get this in Age 2. I don't know what the efficacy is of it. You know, like, what would happen if I tried doing this? I tried going for an Age 2 Golden Pavilion. Would it be a good thing? Would it be a bad thing? Would it be an okay thing? I just don't know. And we do see after that scouting phase with the orchard rickshaws, he is going to deploy these cherry orchards around the TC. It's probably one of the best parts of playing Japan defensively. You don't have to go outside the TC for food. You literally just prop up the cherry orchards around the base of the TC and get gathering very well there. Like, really well, just about. Yeah. So, yeah, very interesting indeed. So what do we got here? We got Germany setting up with these cards. We got the 3 settlers followed by the 700 wood. Yeah, I think he's just getting the wood for a number of reasons. Mainly to get more of the Mites Cairns, because as you know, just with the Legacy British, Mites Cairn houses will give you a free villager, which is pretty huge actually, so that'll be a pretty significant boon, I think, for Kapi if he can get himself a very quick, like 3, 4, or 5 extra villagers coming out here. Is going to start queuing in the line infantry as well. One thing Kapi told me is he loves musketeer builds. It's one of his most favorite things in the whole world is musketeer builds. He just loves them. He loves musketeer builds. So he likes Germany, he likes Japan, he likes Austria-Hungary. He likes all the civs that get strong line infantry or muskets or shigumas or whatever, you know. Guys with the little rifle that has a bayonet at the end of it, basically. He just loves that. Kapi lives by it, basically. Swears by it. Oh, Kapi said he tested the needle gun. It goes from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. I tested it. 33% faster. Oh, that's actually kind of significant. So, basically, when you get the needle gun card with these line infantry, they go from 1 bullet for every 3 seconds to 1 bullet for every 2 seconds. So that's actually a huge jump. You know, it's not quite as fast as, say, an archer, but it is kind of on the... almost on the halfway or slightly more than halfway way to being like an archer almost, right? Like, that's a pretty reasonable way to fire there to work with. And it's probably why Germany's do so well in Wars of Liberty. Because once they get the needle gun with the Maykar for Royal Guard upgrade and all the techs that come along with the home city, it really does become not an impossible situation, but it does get harder to deal with the Germans at that point, you know. You still have options. You can still go skirm against them. You can still put your artillery out, but it just becomes a little bit more daunting to deal with, which you would expect in that case. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is, really. So, yeah, it's definitely something you gotta be ready to deal with just about. Yeah. Just a little bit. So now we got about 5 line infantry there, and then you got about 10 here. Has a decent stack going. What about Japan? Japan is queuing in Shigumas here. Oh, so he's going with his Siago Takamori now, going on the front lines. Yeah. And he's shipping Kies directly into him as well. Alright, so he's going for a Daimyo rush. Now, I think in this case, it's probably not the most golden strategy because, well, Germany just gets a really good eco, and they have all those natural choke points due to all the manor houses they're doing. So I wouldn't really want to go with the Daimyo style rushes Japan. I'd rather just go FI, get my Daimyo then with the Shogunate, and then start popping out the Morotarus and the canal cannons, and start crushing the buildings that way. At least that's what I think. I mean, obviously, during all that, Germany will be booming as well, so I mean, I guess it's not a perfect recipe for success against Germany if you're Japan, so there's really a lot to consider here. We will see, though, if this sort of pressure campaign with Siago Takamori does actually benefit Japan, or if it's not going to benefit them that much, really. We'll see, though. We'll see. Should be interesting either way. Ships in 5 more Shigumas, just about. Yep. Alright. Let's see. Alright, so you got about 6 and 11. 5 more coming in. Alright.
Yoshi. Nanja. Iza. Yoshi. Yuko.
Okay. How many mares does he have? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4 more down here. Is that right? Yeah, he's getting a pretty sizable mare. And then this is the death bowl that Kapi always does. He adds a stable in, and then he starts doing hussars on top of the line infantry. And then he ships in skirms, he gets the skirms, he adds the U1s in, he adds the kirases in, and then it's game over, really. If you can stop Kapi any way along there, potentially, it's probably going to be good for you, but, you know, you have to wait and see what you can pull off. So Gustoso does go for the attack now. He is going to go for the push in right now and sees if he can actually pull this off. He's going to take out that Might's Karen right there. Then he's probably going to move on to the next one after that, just about. Yep. Alright, we'll see. Nice. Very nice. It's good. Well, this is sort of the trade-off. Like, you get a lot of XP from it, but you also give Kapi another free villager because he can rebuild that and get another free villager. So, I mean, to be able to pressure really well, you do need to make sure you're actually killing bills when you're taking out those houses. Otherwise, it's sometimes a net positive for Germany, you know, because their bill mass is just going to grow bigger beyond your control, really. You just have to be ready for that, just about, yeah. Starting to siege these shrines here. Alright, so you got a Shiguma here.
Nanja.
Nice, nice, nice.
Bereit.
25 line infantry and 8 hussars. This guy get another hussar and then... Alright, so basically this is what Kapi does. He just masses up hussars and line infantry with this build and it becomes near impossible to stop once it gets going. Yeah. All the while aided by more of those Might's and houses pumping out free villagers, really, when they're built. How many of these is he on now? Counting the one that he sieged. It's on 9, so he can get 11 more free villagers. And where many villagers are we on now? We're at about 42. So that would leave him with about 53 villagers. And do note, because Germany has the Krupp factories, Germany does have a reduced build limit of vills. So, I mean, that's like basically most of their villagers for the whole game. Yeah, very big. Very big indeed. I just don't know how this is going to turn out. Let's go back to Japan, see what Japan's like preparing in the back. So, Japan is literally just going all in here. And then they're literally their consulate's pumping out the Onibushis right now for the siege and the pike aspect. Yeah, I mean, this is like a full-on attack here. Like, what else does Gustoso have? He has, these natives, he's got the cherry orchards, he's got the diplomatic intrigue, he could add some samurai in. He's got some options. I just don't know where he's going to go from here, though. It's kind of interesting, actually. Alright. Alright then. So it looks like as it gets down to the timer, they're gonna go for like probably some like big giant fight, I'm thinking. Just about. Does go for Shiguma attack. He does not have the Kie attack, so only the one for the musket unit. Alright, so these skirms are not going to be the strongest here. He's mostly going for beefy musket combat here. Like, how do these Shigumas compare to a line infantry? So, they are tankier. Do have some more damage because of the Golden Pavilion, and he's going to get even more damage against their 23 range attack. Alright. So yeah, these Shigumas should actually perform quite well here. If you can mass them up enough with some other stuff. That is a big if. Like, if Kapi goes 8-3 and gets the skirms, it's over. That's just the way it is. He's got to time this well. He's got to do this just right. But now he is going to age 3, and now it's not looking great, because now he's going to get the City Planner, which is another town center. And now he's got to plan this, right? Does get a villager, okay. Is going to get some XP from all these siege houses, which, you know, depending on what he does, that could be good. If he can keep up with the pressure and win this fight against all these line infantry, maybe. I think he's going for the wrong target. Like, you need to get that TC down, stop that H3 pronto. Because you cannot deal with skirmisher right now, unless he adds in hand cavalry. If he gets some guntos, yeah, he could do that no problem, but as it stands right now, man, he does not want to have all these Shigumas get completely wiped out by the skirms coming out of the home fleet. It's just not going to be a good end result at all. Alright, so Shigumas do get their first hand at the combat there. Siago is safe in the back, which is a good sign. Still is going to queue in more Shigumas for the fight. Alright, so it's looking okay, somewhat alright here. Has a Shiguma in melee with his katana out. Very interesting. Gets the covered wagon up there. Gets Samurai for the siege. He does need to make sure he takes out these Hussars first, and then can move on to the infantry. Doesn't have any Shiguma shipments, so he does have to kind of hope that these infantry do their job. Samurai? Samurai Jack, where are you? Oh, what happened? What happened? How'd he die? How'd that happen? What happened? Oh, he died somewhere in the combat. He didn't. Oh, he used the town center. That silly dog. He used the town center to do it. Unbelievable. That's one way to end the match. But look at this, though. I mean, he is wiping out his army. So this is not a total. I don't think it's a total win just yet. But it's kind of looking that way. Like he needed to do slightly better there, and he didn't. Now he's got the Hussars, he's got more infantry coming in, you've got the Yuan shipment arriving, probably the Kudesers soon afterwards. Yeah, I just don't know what you do with this. Like, is this really a good outcome? I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. I think once the skirms arrive in that matchup, it's kind of done unless you have cavalry. Like, if he had some hand cav, these would be done and it would be an even Steven sort of fight. Minus the Vil count and economy aspect, but at least the armies would be even in the production and so forth. So, I mean, now you're looking at a real problem for Japan in this match here. It's really just not looking good right now. Like, what even is his answer right now? He's going to just do... He is doing cavalry now. He is doing the guntos. So, I mean, there's the slight off chance he might be able to hold out here with this. You're just seeing it being really uphill. Like, he's going to have to hope that these Bushis can do their job against these. Yeah, these are basically the same as the Yamabushis. They're basically the same sort of consulate pikemen that the Japanese isolationists get. Then more Shigumas come in, and then Guntos, only about 2 of them. You're gonna need probably at least like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 of those before you can run a serious melee against these infantry. Are the assault cav coming in too soon? They should be. They should be. This should be the next one. And once that... Is that what he's gonna do? No, he's gonna do Royal Mint. He's actually focusing inwards on the eco right now because he's got that flexibility right now. Definitely not the situation you want to find yourself in, really. It's just very bad overall. That's all I can say. It's very bad overall. Guntos will try to make a raid here, right in this spot, right over there. Does get some connection, but how much can it really do? Let's take out a Hussar. Sentries are also joining in the Anabushi, so he is going to be wiping out some... Oh, now he is going to start training Kilesez. And this is the one unit you don't want is Japan right now, because this is assault. This really kills Guntos. This really does well against Shigumas. And the only thing it's probably the best answer to this is Samurai, and he does not probably have the res for that. No, he does not really have a lot to be massing Samurai with right now. Like, that's the only way you could deal with those things is Samurai. Or Yabazume. You could do the Yabazume as well. That's another option. I just don't think he's going to come forward with that just yet. It's not quite looking like that right now. But we'll see. We'll see how it turns out, really. Quite the interesting matchup overall, I would say. Definitely is. 100% on that one. 100% though on that one. Big time. Big time. Oh yeah, exactly. Now here come the killer says right now. Shellaflay, Shazi, on attack. And why, and you might be asking yourself an important question. Why is Germany running these things? Well, apparently, Europeans in Wars of Liberty now have these guys as a common unit, as their assault cavalry, right? Because as you know from history, France was not the only place in the world to use cuirassiers, like heavily armored cavalry during the Napoleonic era period. You know, you had it in Germany, the Garde du Corps, which you can actually get as a real guard upgrade for these guys in Germany. You got the ones in British, they're called the Household Blues in this game. You got Spain can make cuirassiers, Italy can, Danish can, Swedes got Hussar Troopes instead. Austria-Hungary can make these guys, so these cuirassiers actually show up in a lot of civs in this game. Just about, or an equivalent, right? Like, Sweden has the Hussar Truppe, British has the Household Blues. Belgium just uses police elephants in Age 4 as a compensation for either of those things, really. So instead of having heavy armored cavalry, they just say, you know what, we're just sending big stinky elephant poopers to go after you. Big tanky elephants, like literal Hannibal and Carthage type tactics, really. And they do pretty good amount of damage, I would say, so definitely don't want to discount them ever. Alright, so looks like they will be sieging onto TC right now, and TC's gone. Splash Cav is in, and villagers will be gone just about now, yeah. Unbelievable, actually, yeah. A pretty good setup there, yeah. Quite good, actually. There you go. Good series. So it looks like Kapi ended up winning this 3-1. 3-1, is that right? Yeah, quite good actually. I mean, this is the first time I think we've done the casting live where we've actually seen Gustoso defeat Kapi. So he does have his moments. Really strong moments, you know. It's not like RNG where Kapi uses a bad civ like Brazil and Mehmet Khan takes advantage, but now Gustoso does know how to win against solid civs like Russia and stuff. So, I mean, Gotta give him credit. And he probably will get better too as he continues to play more and more of these Wars of Liberty games again and really gets to understand the tag rework and how assault tag works, how scout works, how maneuver, skirmish, and heavy works. So yeah, it just takes a bit of getting used to, and once you do, it's quite easy actually. Now we're going to go on to some more record games, and I think we have another series or two tonight that we'll be looking at as well, so stay tuned for that here. Find out what those other record games are right now, just about, so we'll see. We'll see. Yep, so let me look here, see what it's called, check the Discord for it. So it is called Team Game 3v3. So it's Korea, British, Argentina versus Peru, Sweden, and China. Alright, that's actually a kind of an interesting one, really. That is indeed pretty powerful. So let's check that one out right now. Like, I'm actually quite interested in that. So, Team Game 1. Here we go. Team Game 1. This one. Alright, let's see how this one is. Alright, so we got Kapi, Metal, and Kazan versus Varingo, Jesus Cristo, and Mehmet Khan. This is actually a very balanced team setup here. I don't always say that, but this is actually a really good balanced team. You got two MVPs on either side, Jesus Cristo and Cap. You got some second-hand experts in secondary MVPs in Kazan and Varingo, and then you got the other one, Mehmet Khan and Metal. So I think Metal is stronger than Mehmet Khan by a long shot, so technically Team Kapi does have a bit of an edge here. But Jesus Cristo and Varingo, don't count them out. They could do some real damage here. They really can. It looks like the map is Iowa, noted by this really cool little lake with the island in the middle of it. But it's not really an island because you can walk. You can walk through here, you can go through here, you can go through here, and you can go through here. So it's not really an island, it just sort of looks like a big eye. It does look like a big giant eyeball, basically. Like a sideways eye, just about. So yeah. And other than that, it's kind of like your average Great Plains style map. This one has Lakota on it and Inca. What are the Incas doing in Iowa? I have no idea what the Incas are doing in Iowa. That makes absolutely no sense to me. It's definitely not the Andes, that's for sure. Like, what would the Incas be doing up in like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Chicago? That's sort of where Iowa is, if you know any U.S. states geography. So yeah, it's quite strange. So we'll get started now. So Cappy's running his British. Metal is running Argentina. This is his home country, by the way, and he has been making an effort to learn them, and he's been doing fairly well with them from what I've seen. So I mean, this is going to be a very formidable duo, but it's not just them, it's also Kazan running Korea. Kazan's Korea is very solid. And how do I know that? Because we actually watched it during the Liga earlier this year, last year. Kazan's Korea did some pretty major upsets, I think. I think he even took down a big one like MCMR or someone with the Korea build, I believe. It was pretty phenomenal, actually. So this is one of Kazan's strongest civs here. So, I mean, right now, this is looking like a ferocious beast. But what does the enemies have in mind? What are they going to be planning? So you got Mehmet Khan running his signature China. You got Jesus Cristo running Sweden. This is a very solid civ. I'm not too familiar with how Jesus Cristo is with Sweden, but I'm assuming he's going to have a fairly easy time learning this. And who else do we got here? We got Varingo running Peru, right? Yep. Senor Varingo, El Juanita Peruana, running Peru. He always plays Peru. Well, he doesn't always play Peru, but he usually plays Peru, just about, yeah. Oh, Kapi, they were on vacation, clearly. Oh, I can imagine, yeah. Well, some people need to take trips to Cancun sometimes to find some Juanitas Bonitas in Mexico. You know, some Juanitos need to find their Juanitas Bonitas on vacaciones, you know? For me, I just sit here and cast more and more matches. And I like it that way, you know? Because there's so many games worth casting in such little time, so you have to take every moment you got to cast the next record. Because we get some pretty insane strategies here all the time, you know? Sometimes it's just normal build ores, but every now and then you got somebody try something really wacky, and it just changes the way you see the game. Yeah, very interesting stuff overall. Now, one thing we're going to have to pay attention to here is the decks. What are the decks? Kapi, what are you running? Kapi is running a team deck. It's a team deck because it's got team cards in it, or one team card in it, the team Rum Distillery up here. And he's also got a lot of late game stuff. He's got Royal Mint, he's got Refridge, Textile Mill. He does have the Victoria Cross here. This is basically like that Virginia card that USA gets in DE that gives them 2 shipments in return for spending 1 shipment. With the card, basically, it's quite powerful. And what it's really good for is actually going for a very nasty FI with Congreve rockets in AH4. So this might actually be pretty huge if he uses that here. Does have the Royal Decree as well, which is an interesting option. I think the Royal Decree is especially powerful on maps that have some sort of water on it usually, because what this Royal Decree ends up doing for the British Pax Britannia is it basically allows you to lose your build limit on ships at the cost of them costing population. Yeah, it's actually, like you see it there right in the card, build limit in exchange of population space. So basically your 3 different boats will start to cost pop, but they won't have a build limit, so you can like build some really huge navies on war maps, bigger than any other civ, and it's really just bonkers overall. Yeah. As for metal, he will be running a 1v R1. Is that R1? And it looks very 1v1 oriented. We don't see a lot of late game here besides food. We got Refridge, we got Butchers, we got the Similones here, and we got the Soldados, right? Soldados. So these are all pertaining to the herdable economy, which Argentina is mostly emphasized on, because you see a building here called a pasture. And what a pasture is, it's a farm. But in addition to being a farm, right, like you can have your villagers gather food there, it also produces cows for free over time. And the cows will be able to fatten at the pasture as well. Yeah. And you get some nice stuff along the way, like Solidaros, which actually makes all the cows semi-fattened. So it takes a lot less time for them to reach their full fatness, just about. And then you got this card, Butchers, which is the same as Fulling Mills for the British in Legacy, that actually improves the villagers' gather rate against herdables by 300%. Very big. And it is indeed a powerful card for the British in DE, because we see HV and I do it whenever he gives us cast of games, but in Argentina, it's even a stronger concept, because you got like herdables coming everywhere, even without you having to micro anything, right? You don't have to sit there and click on the livestock pens and add in more herdables. You just get to sit back and let the animals come in nice and strong and just eat them up. Make some steaks, make some hamburguesas, have a good time. As for Kazan, he is running my deck, and it's my deck. It's nobody else's deck. It's my deck. And it's also going to be very late game oriented, as you can see, with a lot of emphasis on native warriors. Very interesting. We see a lot of native warrior stuff here. We see native warrior attack, and we see native warrior hit points. Is that right? Quite powerful, actually. We do see some late game shipments of Hongi Pokans too. This could actually be powerful later on, potentially. So we'll have to watch that very closely as well. Ships in some longbow archers here, the Myungyungs. Is that how you pronounce it, right? The Myungyungs. Something like that, yeah. These are basically Korean longbowmen with about similar range and rate of fire and stats. But on the other side, what are the decks going to be? We got a Jesus Cristo running... Oh, he's running a Land Mana Party deck. That's powerful. See, what this... It's called Land Mana Party. Now it's extra units. It basically, you get a free settler with every market tech you research. So if you do hunting dogs or steel traps or placer mines or amalgamation or any of those market techs, it basically gives you a free villager. It's like a mini version of the free villager with Italy concept in Definitive Edition. So yeah, got that. He is going to be shipping a bank. This is Rick's Bank. Gives him a free bank. He did get Norland Logging, which allows you to have 2 sawmills instead of 1 for much cheaper. It's usually a big part of the Swedish build order, and that's for a very particular reason, because your musketeer unit as the Swedes, the Bevelinga, is actually food and wood, as it's sort of a musket pike hybrid. So wood is actually a really important resource for Sweden to make in their muskets, and you even have the option at the church to get a side building called an annex. And this annex is called the Hof. It's like a little mini church alongside your main church. There's a tech there that lets you, called Dawa horses, that lets you remove the coin costs of cavalry and replace it with wood. Yeah, so you could literally just do wood the whole game and be able to make all your cav units as well as your musket unit. And that can be very powerful, you know. You can get an assault unit, a scout unit, a maneuver unit, and your line infantry, your heavy infantry. The only thing you're missing out on, of course, is skirmishers, you know. You can still make the early skirmisher, the volunteer, but you can't make, like, your real skirmishers for whatever, so... Take that as you will, you know. You're probably going to have to gather some coin at least to be able to make your skirms and artillery, but still, it's quite an interesting, radical build you can do. You know, send up that much amount of wood to be able to get cav with. As for China, I'm assuming China's sticking to the same old recipe. Yep, same deck that we saw earlier. Going up with the porcelain tower, which is pretty interesting. It's not unheard of to see this, you know. We often see this porcelain tower when people are doing consulate options other than the Confucian Academy, because I remember what Widgie said in one of his videos was he likes to do German allies at the consulate with the Confucian Academy so he can get some eco perks, but if he's going with anything else like the British for the HP, then he feels more comfortable going with the porcelain tower for the resources. Yeah, so it's kind of H3, you're a little bit more flexible in what you can do, right? You can either go porcelain tower, you can go with the Confucian Academy for the artillery. I don't know if you want to do White Pagoda that late, but I'm guessing you can maybe do it, perhaps. It's really up to you, really. And what's going on over here? What are these kitty cats doing to those poor innocent cowboys? I don't think they ever had to worry about that in the Wild Wild West. Jungkook the Tamed Tiger. Yep, looks like he took those out. Oh, because these are Korean tigers. Okay, so that's why they have these special names. Heejin. Because normally tigers are associated with India, but these are Korean tigers, so they have to have Korean names on them. Very interesting. Nah, metals suck. It's like he lose 2 fingers. Oh yeah, he literally lost a finger, didn't he? Or part of a finger, right? He had like an accident where the shard of metal fell onto his hand or whatever, and he lost a piece of his finger. Oh yeah, so he literally lost fingers, that's right. From the industrial accident, that's true. Yeah. I couldn't believe that when I read that. Wasn't it last week he mentioned that he actually lost a part of his finger in an industrial accident in a factory? From like a shard of metal that sort of fell off the ceiling and hit it. That's pretty whack, actually. But the fact that he still tries this hard to play with missing finger parts is actually pretty powerful. Pretty impressive, actually. Somebody with that level of injury can still keep playing Wars of Liberty. It just shows you that even with a bit of a, disadvantage physically, you can still play Wars of Liberty pretty well. Because I've seen Metal do pretty good. I almost forgot about that, how he lost part of his finger from that industrial accident, so thanks for reminding me about that. Definitely always a good thing to remember there. Oh, so it looks like Veringo's going up to age 3 as well. He's got the Fenians as part of the Irish immigrants. Now, these Fenians, they're actually a really OP Dragoon if you're going up against heavy cav, because they have 6x against cavalry. 6x, 6 multipliers. That's more than a pikeman. That's like a Swiss pikeman. That's really, really big. Really, really big. But the thing is, the catcher, it has no multipliers against anything else but assault. So unless you're going up against like heavy cavalry, these Fenians are gonna be not that great, but this still pretty great. They got like 48 range attacks, so they're definitely not too skimpy there. So it looks like Peru's grouping up with China to go for an attack. China's army's looking a bit bland with some old Han armies there with not too many upgrades. It's going to be more of these Peruvian Nesian Piranhas and Fenians. It's going to be a bit more of a threat, I think. Sweden sends in some skirms as well to help, it looks like. Veteran skirms. Now, what is Kapi doing? Kapi's going to age 4. He's not having any of this. He'd better get his Victoria Cross right now and just start spamming out rocket shipments. Go rocket, rocket, rocket. Because he can literally destroy all this stuff that they're doing with just a rocket spam. By himself, probably. He doesn't even need Korea's help with that. Korea's got their own insane artillery, but, yeah, he just needs to go rocket after rocket, like Little Rocket Man, Kim Jong-un, the man who's sending soldiers to Ukraine right now. He just has to do that, and he'll have himself a pretty good mass and wipe out this infantry just about. Yeah. Alright, so let's see what he does. Is he going to go right for the rockets, or is he going to take the 200 IQ move and go for the cross? No, he goes for the factory. Goes for the greedy option. Which, I'm fine with. I'm fine with going with the greedy option. He got his other factory, right? Yeah, he's got his other factory from age 3, so he's doing alright. Either way. Now, how much pressure is this going to inflict on the enemy? Well, it looks like the barracks of Korea is going to go down. And it looks like there is some fighting here between archers and Beverlingers. Here's the Beverlingers. Those Swedish musketeers. I said before that they're a pike and musket hybrid, and that's just about it. But they have some other properties too, so... As you see here, they got combined food and wood costs. They got multipliers that are stronger against cavalry than normal muskets. The 4x again, just like the redcoats. And they also have better movement speed. They move at a speed of 5, whereas normal infantry moves at a speed of like 4. So these are good for a decent hit and run as well. The only thing that outruns them, of course, is like these Fenians here. But thankfully, they're on the home team, so you don't have to worry about that too much there. Oh, he goes for the Caldwell, right? The Cardwell reforms to make his units cheaper. So he's playing super greedy here. Massing a bunch of redcoats there to support the Hwachas there of Korea. Yep, those are the Hwachas right there. Look at all the flaming bolts that they're firing out and dispersing everywhere. The barrages of fiery arrows in the enemy of Shukonu. That is very powerful, actually. Yeah. So, it's got an important call coming in. I'm going to do that real quick and we'll continue. Stuff that came in, so I have to go bring that in real quick and then we'll continue. Alright, shouldn't be too long. set. So, yep, let me just get this untangled and we can continue now. Alright. So, looks like we're already seeing some combat here, right? We got sort of the redcoats and the Huaches down here. We had like an assault over here. Now, most of the pressure's coming from the north in this direction. Looks like redcoats are pretty emboldened at this point to go for a push. They do have to be careful of the grenadiers, though. Grenadiers can really mess you up if you're not careful. And you might be asking yourself, why does he have so many grenadiers, right? Aren't they like normally a 3-pop unit? Or 2-pop unit? No, these are actually 1-pop units in Wars of Liberty. You see, grenadiers, or at least most of them, are what they defined as called a Western musketeer, quote-unquote Westernism, like Western Europe. So what makes them different than like a normal musketeer is they do a charged grenade throw instead of a normal one. So they throw a grenade and then they fire their musket for like 60 seconds and then they throw another grenade after that. Yeah, so yep, so now we've got these Legion Piranhas here that have to retreat back towards the Swedish base just about. And what we got here? Hussars. Yep. Looks like this is going to be like a total reset here, and they're going to have to start thinking in the north how they're going to go for another attack now. Or better yet, maybe Team Kapi goes for an attack on them, because now they seem to have like the amount of forces needed to go for a push themselves now on this side. Got about 5 Huaches, you got Samurai, you got the Myungyungs, and now you got this contingent of Guard Redcoats. And what's going on the Argentina side? So Argentina's going to come up like a hook from the other side with his cavalry, which could be a pretty big move here. So he's got Escoltas, these are assault, and he's got the Granadero Caballo. These are horse grenadiers. Much like how I mentioned how the dismounted grenadiers worked. These are the same thing, but they're mounted, right? So how these are is they throw a grenade and then they act like a hussar. They have the same like tag stats of a hussar, really. So they're basically hussars that throw bombs pretty much. And you might be thinking, ooh, that is so cool, man. It's a hussar that can throw a bomb. And it's like, yeah, it is. It actually is. Because these horse grenadiers, which is the old name we used to call them, they can actually get some really good strikes in and can damage a lot of stuff if you're not careful. You know what I mean? Like if you have like a massive infantry and you're not paying attention, these Granadero Caballos can like completely wreck a whole contingent of skirms, like that one actually. He should really have his grenadiers like throw a bomb at him right now and just like take out like 2, 3, 4 of them right now. So now you got Sculptas there. Sculptas will be engaging with melee right now. Indeed. Alright. Yeah, it's pretty good actually. Sculpta's doing well. Completely clean up all those skirms there just about. And what's going on here? So trying to attack Guard Redcoats with just plain old Chinese units. He's got a few boxes in there, so that's good at least. Like, notice how he's struggling though with all the stats on these Redcoats, just about. Yeah. In a sense, these Tigermen are actually doing fairly good damage because these Redcoats don't have any armor. So they really are doing about 8 full damage to them per hit, which, you know, adds up over time. Korea's going for an attack right here. Tigers, Samurai, Myungyung archers, and Huaches. But looks like Sweden does have an army ready, at least some hussars here to go and flank them. Oh, wow, he's got these up to the Royal Guard right now, the Kronprinzen's Hussars. These are Royal Guard upgrades, so these are really ripe for the combat here. Like, he's going to get a lot of takeouts here, really. A lot of takedowns. Doing a good amount of damage, I'll admit that. He's got some Kronprinzen Hussars here as well. But where's Sweden's economy at? That's what I'm mostly concerned about. So yeah, he's got enough res to do double stable hussars. The one weird thing about these consulate samurai with Korea is they don't have any splash attack for whatever reason. So these Hussars do enjoy that sort of advantage that they're not going to literally be melted at the same time. That's at least, yeah, making these samurai more like halberdiers. They cost 2 pop for some reason. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Like, I'm surprised for this long the devs have basically kept these samurai without 1 splash. It like, literally makes no sense whatsoever why they have no splash, since the unit itself for the Japan civ does have 1 splash on them. I guess things are strange in this universe, I suppose. Yeah. Indeed feels like that sometimes. Oh, he's using some of his Chrono Prince and Hussars to help out China as well, in taking out some of these units. So he's kind of fighting on both fronts now, this Jesus Cristo here. This is actually pretty huge. He's able to send Chrono Prince and Hussars down here, and he's probably prepping some more up here. Well, these ones are going down there, which leaves sort of... Oh, he's got the Huamakas now from the Incas, who should not be in Iowa, because this is Iowa. There shouldn't be Incas here. Completely ignores the Spearman, goes right for the... He could have stopped right here and taken out like 20 vills, by the way. That's why you need to look at your mini-map, by the way. Like, you gotta look for those like little yellow dots and say, alright, I know there's a big thing of mining going there. I'm gonna just take out like 20-something vills and really down his score. What he is gonna do is he is gonna... And by the time he gets there, they're already in the town center. It's like, what was even all that about? Like, absolutely nothing there. Like, absolutely zilch nada. I just don't know at this point. It's getting kind of strange, but we'll see how it turns out. I mean, now he's gonna obviously take a much more direct combat attack against these archers and everything. Let's see if the factory can survive this engagement too, because that could tell a lot as well. Takes out another samurai. Takes out a tiger. I'm just paying attention to what units are being wiped out here. If you can get another samurai down and they can clean up these archers here. I'm just looking to see, does this Hussar massing game actually do enough over here for Sweden? Or is this just not enough? Like, these guys are going to have to send some help to them somewhere. Like, yeah, Veringo's going to have to send some of his Juanitos Bonitas, Las Vivenderas in. These are basically Juanita Bonita skirmishers that can heal units, as well as some of his San Patricio cannons. These are basically immigrant falconets or horse artilleries, I believe, so they do a pretty good amount of damage overall, I would say. Pretty sizable amount of damage. And then here comes the more Hussars. Does he have a lot of anti-cav still, or is that sort of down at this point? He does have a Huamaka there. Oh, TC does go down. But can Korea secure the position? I think Sweden keeps his villagers, but he's lost the TC. I mean, I don't know how big that is at this point, because already in Age 4, he's kind of got all the Age-up upgrades he needs at this point until Imperial Age, so I just don't know how this is going to turn out, really. Yep, so Crown Prince and Hussars do their job. But here comes the Guard Redcoats, going right for the fort. He's going to try to siege this fort where Veringo is occupied over there. Oh, it looks like Mehmet Khan might just be the weak link here that destroys the team. Because it looks like Sweden survives, Peru survives, but China does not. Because the Escolta spam is too much for Mehmet Khan to deal with. Yeah. What Mehmet Khan needs to do is he needs to get the Yellow Bear army with the Manchu and just start swarming with that. That's like his only option right now. He really has nothing else he can do here. Yeah. Yeah, he has to spam like Yellow Bear army like right now or he's going to get defeated. But over here though, it's pretty interesting because the fort goes down. But I think they defend. They defend us. But here comes the Escoltas though, coming off from the side there. Yep, see, these Escoltas could actually do a pretty solid amount of damage, just about. Skirms, the Juanitas Bonitas will be run down, it looks like. Very sad day to be a Juanita muy bonita. And, Escoltas will flush their way through all that infantry. Yep. Yeah, Escoltas, I mean, they're specifically geared for heavy infantry, but they can fight skirmishers, too. as long as the numbers match up. You know, the only thing you gotta be aware of course, is that they don't have pierce armor, right? So you have to plan the numbers appropriately, really. This Argentina's really winning the game right now. Basically taking out China, now going full steam ahead against the Peru. This is a game-changing assault here. And then Korea's preparing for this over here now. More Huamakas, some archers, and some Huaches. It's going with more Krunda Prince and Hussars. Oh boy, yeah, this is a pretty big attack here, I would say. Really a big attack. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice assault there. Nice, get going for a nice push now over there, yep. Nice, nice, nice. Good assault overall. Survives that, and now he's going to have to take out his Crown Person Hussars and try to fight these Escolts. I think that the Hussars might even outwit the Escoltas here just because of their damage. But keep in mind, these Escoltas have 30% hack armor, so 52 hand attack with the Hussar is not as scary as you might think, you know, especially if the numbers don't match up here. I think this is a Escolta Red Coat mask that British and Argentina are able to pull off here is going to be the defining win here, really. Like, see Varingo's infantry just turned into a bunch of graves just about, like, they can't even stand anymore. Yep, and the Escoltas are going to go into the Swedish economy now, and yeah, that's about it. Like, it's going to have to move his Hussars up. They're being towed down by the skirms in the back right now, and yeah, I just don't think this is going to be a successful defense here. Just doesn't look like it. Absolutely not. Well, that's a pretty good defense there, I would say. Yeah, big time. Oh yeah, yep. It's going for the siege, and then Korea's gonna follow up too with some units as well. Look at the red wave inside of the blue Peruvians, just about. That is indeed a good performance. Oh, look at the fire cows. Moo, blow up. Moo. There you go. Like that. You never thought you'd have a petard that's also a cow, but yeah, apparently you do in Wars of Liberty. Get rid of that, sculpted there. Yeah, this is a total cleanup. Total cleanup for this Kapi team. Like, I wonder what would have happened if they had someone like Eternity on their team instead, and then they con like Eternity or Kevin or Kay or someone. Probably would have been a bit more even, I think. Because I feel like the China just doesn't know how to use the Yellow Banner armies well, and it kind of costs them from that Escolta spam, really. Yeah, just about. But here comes the Granadero Caballos, too, so here comes the Horse Grenadiers. That was basically the nail in the coffin, I think. Yeah, that was basically the nail in the coffin in that one. We're going to check the post-game out now and see, like, how all the stats match up. Like, Purple China was the weakest link here in terms of res, but Peru was only slightly above them, I will say that. And I think Varingo plays a very interesting type of Peru that sometimes does very well, but when you look at the score in the end, it's not always the godliest Peru in that sense, but it's all right. Now, Korea's where it's at. They had a good score. Sweden had a slightly better one. Argentina had a better one than Sweden. And then British this is the Kapi capitalism, Kapiism here with the full 67k resources here. And you notice a pattern here. All the winning team had the best eco scores, where like Jesus Christo was like the outlier of his team that was competing with them, while these two were sort of, backwatering a bit. In terms of military performance, we see Argentina doing very well. Varingo did very well, as well as Sweden. That's why, the fighting took place for a little bit. But Mehmet Khan, this 42 for 175 units. Like, look at what Argentina did with just a Skolta spam, only 92 units. All this, whereas Mehmet Khan with like 175 trash units only got 42. Yeah, it just shows you sometimes beefy stats is the way to go. It's not always a numbers game. Sometimes it's just about the level of stats you're running on the field, just about. Yeah, exactly right. And then let me see, too, what the military unit pop was. Yeah, we see it all over the place here, but you see a pattern of Kapi just gradually growing. Same thing with Argentina. Sweden sort of sticking sort of in this. Everybody else was sort of about the same, except for China just collapse right there. Yeah, and then shipments, if you want to look at shipments, we got that. Yep, and you see the Kapi of shipments as well. It's really good. Yep. So now we're going to go on to our next match. I will restart into the game right now, and we will find out what that game actually is. Right, so let's load it up right now. See what we're looking at here. Should be very interesting, to say the least. Alright, so what do we got on this recording? Let's see what it's called in Discord. I will open the channel right now, and it is called Team Game 2. Ottoman and China versus Paraguay and Sweden on Arkansas. So we're going back to Arkansas, the home of Bill and Hillary Clinton. The dope from Hope, as they call them. So let's do it. Team Game 2 is right over here. Yep, this one. Nice. Loading. Game is loading. So it's Mehmet Khan and Kapi going up against Jesus Cristo and Metal. So Kapi's got his work cut out for him because he's got Mehmet Khan he's got to carry. So this should be a very interesting one this time. Because Kapi's probably the highest scoring player out of all these ELO-wise. But, you got Metal here with Jesus Cristo, and they might be able to pull an upset here. We'll have to wait and see, though. And what's the synergy here, too, by the way? And we can start the game since we already looked at this map a little earlier. So basically, you got a Sweden with an Argentina. What comps works really well together for those two? Well, one thing you got to note is that Argentina does not have a reliable skirmisher unit in the late game that they can call upon. So Sweden can definitely help them with that. Sweden can use their pretty standard European skirmishers to supplant them there. In terms of food, you could see Argentina potentially slinging Sweden into getting batches and batches of cavalry. Yeah, there's some certain synergies there, I think, that definitely works between Sweden and Argentina. I think one thing they're going to have to be careful of, though, is not to make too much cavalry between the two. Because I think it's very easy for Sweden and Argentina to just go all cav, and then they might just get completely cooked by things like dragoons and pikemen and stuff, and you definitely don't want that. So just be aware of that, basically. Now, one thing to do know, too, is that one other area that Sweden basically helps out Argentina with is scout units. Horse Grenadiers are a scout unit, but they're only a certain build limit that you can only get from like one building. So, I mean, in terms of like long-term and more hardcore scout unit coverage, it's going to be the Sweden who's going to be providing that with their hussars. And particularly the really strong hussars with Royal Guard, as well as about 4 combat-related cards for them from the home city, actually. So, I mean, these Swedish hussars are going to be doing a lot of performance here to make up for the lack of Argentina just not having the numbers. Even though they can, again, they can use Horse Grenadiers. It's just not like you can have like 20 estancias making them. You can only have one, of course, since it's an ultimate building. As for the other side, though, We got Cap running Ottomans, right? And we got Mehmet Khan running China. So what do you think that means? Well, Ottomans are going to be the pure beefy stats, whereas China's just going to send swarms of trash to throw in the front lines to protect the Ottoman units. And this is pretty key because I think if you can get a bunch of like Tigerman and Shukanus to take the damage in the front, let the Abbas do the work in the back, yeah, you're going to have some better military performance there, I would say, overall, just about. So I think it's really going to come down to if huge swarms of Chinese units with strong Ottoman stuff that's unupgraded in the back is going to be good enough, or is the heavy cavalry, mainly comp Sweden, Argentina combo, going to do something there? Which I expect them to go cavalry. They don't have to go cavalry. They could potentially go musketeer, like double musket. You know, Argentina does have a unique unit, musketeer, the Patricio, and they could combine them with Escopetero early skirms or the artisanal cans. And then Sweden, you know, Sweden can do Beveringers with volunteers or Beveringers with grenadiers or something. So, I mean, they do have other options. I just see Sweden and Argentina working together with a lot of cav units, like overpowering them with lots and lots of assault units. Like, Sweden can use their Hussa Trupes, which are basically Kiddes that are slightly weaker and more expensive. And then Argentina, of course, has the Escoltas we saw last game. And those combined can be a real formidable duo when used properly. Ottoman's doing Ottomans are doing the Statesman. Is that like a naked FF sort of thing? That might just be a naked FF setup, yeah. That'd be 200 coin, since that's the same as the Governor General. And then it's going to do 700 coin. It's going to try to get as much food as he possibly can there. Alright, he's got enough coin. Let's see if Yuppies could go round to the hunt. This is going to be a naked FF for the Ottomans. Is it going to be an FI, though? We do not see Royal Decrees, so probably not FI. If it is an FI, it's going to be straight for the Bombards here and the Safahi shipment, which I'm not too sure if they're going to do. As for China, China's probably just mellowing out with the same deck they usually do. Yeah, nothing new there. But what's Jesus Christa doing? He is running, I think, the same deck we had last game with the Land Mana Party. He's already sent the Land Mana Party. He's probably, you know, maxing out on his free villagers. But again, hunting dogs, placer mines, gang saw, all those low-level, cheap market techs first. And then it can go for the beefier ones like Amalgamation, Log Flume, and the Steel Traps. The only tech at the market that does not grant you a free villager is Mercantilism, because it's not really a market tech, right? It's more of a church/capital tech. It just happened to find its way into the market UI to match sort of the other civs that had similar techs in their markets. So there's that, basically. And Argentina... this is Paraguay. I thought it was Argentina for a second. I looked at the infrastructure like, oh, that's Argentina. I'm like, no, that's Paraguay. So this is totally a very different situation here. Very different situation. Yeah. So, my handless Paraguays. Oh, jeez. Yeah, so what might happen here is, if this is Paraguay, we might just see sort of like a similar situation as Ottomans in China, as Paraguay just spams a bunch of trash in front of Sweden, I guess. Yeah. Alright, so he starts opening with stable. Alright, so how many works does he have? He has 2 coin and 1 food. Alright, so he's got a pretty heavy coin economy for right now. And what he can do is, too, he can get the bakeries tech at the French colony, and he'll have 2 more food works as well. So he'll be really ahead in economy for this stage for Paraguay. Just about, yeah. Isn't it Broscomania that said he finally wanted some Paraguay gameplay? Well, here you go, just about, yeah. Yeah, I think so. China for defending against cavalry. China has the Tigerman, the Boxer, and the Manchu. The Tigerman and the Boxer are obviously your Quang and your Changdao. And then the Manchu is, of course, your Kejik. So you only have about 3 options for anti-cabbage China. You do not... What you used to have the Banner Cavalry be a stronger Dragoon, but they were changed to Assault to be good against infantry. So you no longer have that powerful Dragoon option against Cav. So the main way China would defend against Paraguay spamming is probably Old Han armies mixed in with the Russian consulate and making lots of Opel with that. Or you could go Germany and get the Maykofer line infantry as well. That's like your other option from the consulate, because the German consulate in Wars of Liberty is very different than that of Legacy. Like you get like muskets, hussars, and cuirasses. So totally different stuff, right? Like in in the Legacy Germany, you'd get like Uhlans, Doppels, and you'd get Doppelsolners, I believe, skirmishers, and heavy cans, right? So Germany here ends up doing like cuirassiers, hussars, and line infantry. So totally different classes stuff, really. Much more powerful classes of stuff, just about, yeah. Is going for greed on the food eco, picking up pottery. This basically improves the gather rate for food at these works buildings, and then you got the Alta Cocina, which is a home city upgrade for these food works as well. Yeah. And for those that never played Paraguay before, what works is they're basically factories that cost population, so they cost about 3 population. So think of them as like really lazy villagers that you don't have to manage, and they're very tanky. So it does take the enemy a lot of strength to try to knock these types of villagers out compared to their actual villagers. So it's sort of the trade-off, you either pay much more resources, cough up like 3 pop to get these big bulky villagers. They're basically building villagers, or you get your actual villagers. They're far more vulnerable, they gather less, and yeah, just about. But they do defend well, you know what I mean? So Ottomans do the FF as I envisioned. They're going Janissary Falconet here. Sweden barely has any defense now. Like, Beverringers are not going to be able to defend against Falks. Like, absolutely not. Like, totally not. Totally not at this point. Takes out a house. And, yeah, that's a done deal for Sweden, I think. He is going to try to charge him with the Beveringers because of their speed. He almost ekes out that one. He gets that one. Yep, he ekes out that one, and then he's not going to be able to get that Falconet, though, so he's still sort of in hot water there. Can try to launch some TC fire with that Falk, though, and try to finish it off that way. Because if you can at least take the cannon out, that does at least help out. Oh, you just aged up with skirmishers, right? With the gunsmith, is that right? So he's got some skirms here. I would just backed up with those skirms, by the way. I just don't know how this is good to. So he's got the Akabiyobatais here to take out the cannon, which is good. But now comes China with some support. You got some Tigermen, you got some Chukanus, and this is going to be a pretty big push there, just about. Yeah, this is looking pretty spicy. Yep. Looks like Sweden is actually going to be defeated unless they have a ship, and nah, they're done. Sweden is done. Pardos, last unit you want. These are literally just pikemen, but there's no cav here. Look at them just run home. Like, they came here looking to fight cavalry, and there's like no cavalry here at all. Like the worst day to be a Pardo in history. The artisanal cannons might do some work, potentially. These are early cannons, just about. These are basically Latin American falconets. So, in return for being weaker, they are cheaper, cost less pop, and they're available as early as age 2. So, yeah, like a more massable version of a falconet, really. Almost like a flaming arrow in a way, like an even more trashy version of the flaming arrow, just about. Just with shorter range and stuff. So, yeah. Pretty interesting. Took those out. Yeah, that was a good push there. I think that finishes them off. Yeah, you got the Mamluks in there. Got your other tank over there. Yeah, big time. What's Paraguay even going to do up here? Somebody give Paraguay some fingers. They need them. Give them some extra Juanito fingers. Yep, give this Juanito some fingers so he can play some better Paraguay here. He needs them really badly. Yeah. Makoff for best wool musketeer. Yep, just about. Well, the thing is you were talking about China countering cavalry. The thing is, Paraguay is also a strong cavalry civ because guess what? I'll show you this. This is actually cavalry. This is actually cavalry right here. This Primero de Linea is also cavalry. This is cavalry and this is cavalry. This is an assault unit and this is a scout unit. Like, think of this as like a coyote runner and a cuirassier molded into one, really, but just like really trashy stats. That's basically what those are, really. So my whole assessment of the cavalry massive thing was actually true. Even though I was mixing up the civ, I had sort of the right idea, because instead of really strong cavalry with Argentina, you'd be talking about really massive, trashy cavalry with Paraguay, really. So my whole theory about the cavalry thing basically came through here, because look at what ended up happening. Kapi ended up going Janissary, and the China ended up going with the Tigermans here. Which, you know, good ways to deal with cavalry, and that was like a total washout there, just about, yeah. Yeah, just a really big knockout punch for that one, I think. Now the works are no longer working, they're really getting sieged. Yeah, this is not how one Paraguays, folks. This is not how you Paraguay. He's trying, but you gotta give him some extra fingers to figure it out, I think. Got the Coiguas. Yeah, these Coiguas are excellent at defending. Like, look at their attack. They deal one splash. These are basically shotgun villagers. Sometimes you can actually rush with these villagers, too, in certain situations, because of their defendability. But this stage, even the China with unupgraded units is really overrunning them at this point. So you know it's definitely very bad indeed. Really is. Yeah, very bad, dude. Nice, nice, nice. Here comes the Safakis, and that's going to be a finishing blow, I think. Just about, yep. You abandon your Paraguay. Yep, that was a good one. Very quick one. That was a good demonstration of how the Kapi FF just really does well there. Yeah, big time. Yep, so let's check out the next team game. I want to see what the next one looks like. We'll put that up right now. Yeah, Paraguay is more complicated than before. Is it really? I thought Paraguay got easier. I thought they got stronger. Because the Coiguas have the same gather rate as normal villagers now. They used to gather less optimal than a settler, but now Coiguas have the same gather rate as settlers. So I thought that actually helped them out a bit, but that could be wrong. I mean, I think they did nerf the works a bit, but the Coiguas are actually gathering very solidly now. And then when you get stuff like hunting dogs, placer mines, they actually gather pretty phenomenally. What they do, so yeah. So now we're going to look at team game number 3, is that right? Team game number 3. Should be a good one. So we got a Kapi playing as Germans, his like main civ, teamed up with Metal as Argentina. So it's going to be a Kapi Metal game once again, but on the other side we got Jesus Christo as Danish and Lars as Korea. Yeah, this could be an interesting matchup, you know. Jesus Christo's going to have to play really well here, though, with Lars Korea, because remember, that's what I did the other day when I was playing as Canada with Lars. Lars just, you know, Lars is Lars. He eats special brownies, he eats special gummy bears, and it leads to some very interesting game results overall. That's all I can say. But yeah, rest assured it should be a pretty good match. The map is Mendocino. This is like the original Liga map that Chorizo Zarate always does. And yeah, you got this map too on Defam Edition, but the big difference is instead of these cliffs, these like craters, in Defam Edition they're actually big like mountains, like structures, like big giant like round canyons just about that divide up the map really. And then instead of these more like melee based natives, you actually got I think Cree and Cheyenne or something like much. Oh, it's called Dakota, that's right, because it's in the North Dakota, South Dakota, that's right. Yeah, so let's get started. Yeah, this should be an interesting matchup here, I think. Danish are actually a very fascinating civ that can be used in really OP ways if you want to. It really just depends on what you're doing with them. Like, sometimes it feels like they're one of the harder European civs to play because their like Golden Age bonus kind of feels kind of a lackluster compared to other European bonuses. But at the same time, if you use some of their cool cards like Team Early Artillery, you can totally cook the game too. Because guess what? Danish can get Falconets in Age 2. And I'm not kidding, like actual Falconets. It involves them basically using a card called Team Early Artillery in Age 1. And they give their whole team the ability to build foundries and get their sort of Age 3 artillery in Age 2. That is like their main anti-infantry one, like Falconets or Canals or Watches, all those, you get access to them in Age 2, or your Whitworths is the Anglos. It's really neat, actually. He doesn't have that card, though. He's got the Great Dane. So, it's a team card that gives a powerful doggo, just about. Very interesting. What else does he have? He's got Team Free Press. That used to be an Age 2 card, by the way, and they moved it down to Age 3. It was really good as a team, as an Age 2 card. I don't know if it's as good as an Age 3 card. Because what I used to do is people would have me go up to Age 2 very quickly and pick up Free Press to give everyone on the team a free shipment. And then from there, I would basically go up with 700 coin and go for a mercenary deck. Nowadays, I guess you can't do that because you have to get your free press in the next stage. So it's a bit nerfed there. Yeah. In terms of the deck, though, it's looking pretty team game-ish, right? You got your Pikes and Land Soldatars in H2. H3, you got your two Falcons, Dragoons, and your Land Soldatars here. These are basically Russian musketeers that are the Russian musketeers of Russian musketeers. They're Ruskets of Ruskets. These are actual trash, statistically like absolute trash, but they're very cheap. Like 50 food and 15 coin, like really cheap individually. But yeah, they are massable though. They are very massable. And then from there you got this really bonkers card. It's called Torjus, I believe. The big takeaway from this card is it basically adds boosters. It effectively doubles the effect of your arsenal tax almost. Right, so in particular for counter infantry rifling, it gives you skirmishers that have 4x against heavy infantry. 4 multiplier instead of 3. 4. A 4 with a 4. Yeah. That is pretty big, actually. It makes them basically do even more damage than like Jaegers, Swedish Jaegers in the 5th edition. It's like really powerful. And they don't even get Royal Guard skirmishers, just run-of-the-mill skirmishers with some combat cards. Like this one and stuff. So, I mean, you gotta admit that's pretty powerful, actually. Goes up with the Inlaying Quartermaster. Literally the only place in Wars of Liberty where you still even hear about the Quartermaster anymore and not the Artisan, because the Wars of Liberty devs did not want to have to code in like 10 new politicians to fit in with the, the rework, the politician rework of Europe. So they decide, you know what, we'll stick with the old politicians and their golden age stuff, back when, we still had quartermasters and governor generals and bishops and naturalists and so forth. Yeah. That should be actually a very, alright. So, what do you think he's going to do? I mean, I'm thinking he's got a few options. He could either go mass land Solitar, go for actual trash spam, or he could opt for late game to get those super strong 4x multiplier skirmishers I was talking about. And possibly some other powerful things like Kida says, these Royal Guard Dragoons, which are pretty solid. The Jutlander Dragoons, named after Jutlander himself. Because if you didn't know, the Jutland is in Denmark, one of the Danish islands. So you wonder where the name Jutlander came from. It's actually from the Jutland region of Denmark, basically. So yeah, there's that. And they can get some pretty solid Grenadiers as well. The Livgard Grenadiers. So those are actually another solid unit that Danish can perform as well. So the Danish military, while not having a lot of unique units, does have some really good stats on the units they do get. And that's always sort of been the case of the Danish, because back in the old days, before they had the land soldatars, they had regular line infantry that got some really nasty upgrades on. In particular, there's a discontinued card that they used to get called Krag Jorgensen that basically gave the Danish musketeers 2x multipliers against heavy infantry and light cavalry. So it basically turned the musketeers into skirmishers as well, really. Which was pretty huge, actually. Pretty huge, for the time. But unfortunately, with the rework of a lot of the European civs, they unfortunately set the sun on the Danish line infantry and the Krag Jorgensen in favor of these really trashy land soldatar units. They focus more on mass than they do stats. Yeah. Alright, so Kapi's probably going to play similarly to how he did with Gustoso here with his Germany. Notice how he's using his wood shipments to get up lots of these manor houses, these mites cairns. Get lots of free villagers. Free villager, free villager, free villager, free villager. It's like Oprah Winfrey and cars. Like, you get a car, you get a car, you get a villager, you get a settler, you get a settler. Every time you build one of those houses, just about. And it's leads to a really good economy, really good score, just like it does with Legacy British. Yeah. So we do see Metal playing with Argentina once again with his missing fingers. And he'll probably go for some sort of an Escolta spam, right? At least that's what it seems like. That's what I would think, just about. Yeah, from the sounds of it. And where do we go from here? We got line infantry. Alright. So we got the Huasong Fortress here. Oh, nice. Nice attack there. Yep. And what are these? The Myung archers? Those Korean longbowmen coming in for the attack. Is that right? Yep, just about. And what else we got here? Alright, so we got Lars doing Myung-Young, Dangpa. This is the normal standard composition for Korea because Korea does not get hussars of any kind. They only get assault and maneuver like cav. So in Age 2, Koreans can build a stable, but they can only make cav archers. And then in Age 3, they can build the Chinese iron flail. Yeah. You remember how I said earlier today that the iron flail was moved from the China Civ to Korea? Yeah, you can make the iron flails as Korea as their assault unit. And it works exactly the same way too. It deals splash attack with multipliers against skirmish units only. So, there you go. Just a recycled AoE3 unit. Legacy unit, just about. Yeah. And down here we see line infantry coming to protect Argentina. Seems like... Now, what is Jesus Cristo doing? He's going to be the one we're going to watch out for here. He's going up to Age 3 with the Enlightened Existentialists. I believe he gives you XP crates, from what I recall. I'm not too sure. So I haven't played Danish in a while. I think the Enlightened Existentialist gives you some XP crates, yeah. And what is this whole thing about enlightened, by the way? Well, why these politicians are enlightened is because you see this Danish guy's head down here? This is called a golden age, like the golden ring around the Danish guy's head down here, King Frederick of Denmark. And what the golden age does is, while this is active, you get more XP bounty, and certain other things I think like the gather rate go up as well while that bounty is while that golden age is occurring. And you get golden ages by sending cards as well as aging up. And I think the golden ages you get from aging up are actually longer and stronger than the ones you get from the card sending. So yeah. And interestingly enough, if it's a team card, the golden age will also be received for your ally as well. So everybody gets to enjoy a golden age from a Danish card, I guess. Yeah. There's not too many people know about the golden age concept with Danish. To me, it just feels like a really underhanded, weak concept because I just don't think it really does a lot, but I could be wrong. Maybe when you do mercenary decks with Denmark, it actually keeps their shipments coming out a bit quicker, but that's up for debate and discussion. Definitely is. So here comes the Ox card. Yeah, this is the Ox card. This is not a covered wagon, this is an ox card if it wasn't already obvious. It has an ox and a cart. And it basically improves the gather rate of nearby villagers because you can sort of see that like yellow and green ring that you have near the Karnamadas, India. And that's sort of what this is meant to do. It's basically meant to improve the gather rate of your villas nearby. And what you can do with it also is you can turn this Cox cart into a economic building. Either a mill, a plantation, a market, a livestock pen, or a dock called an anchorage. And I don't mean Anchorage, Alaska. I mean an actual anchorage as in an anchorage, like a Danish dock, I guess, is called an anchorage in Wars of Liberty. And basically it's like this really cool looking dock that's like super tall, and it improves fishing boat gather rates, it makes enemy ships slower, and it has a really strong range attack as well, and just general stats. So yeah, hopefully at some point when we see a water map, we'll see some anchorages so you can know what the anchorage looks like if you haven't already from my gameplays before. It's a pretty cool building, you know, it's really neat. Just about. Yeah. 2 falconets coming out on Denmark's side. And here comes 2 falconets. And Argentina will be going up with the second Polish wave. They really love their Polacks today. So I guess he's going mostly... This is the thing that Metal did with me in team game. He, instead of going super hard aggro at the start, he just focuses on his pastures. Again, lots of cows. Muchas vacas. And then he slings the food to his allies. Because as you know, our poor little metal here is missing fingers, so he's not the best combat tactician. So the way he makes up for that is he gives the whole team plenty of hamburguesas to never go hungry, to never tien hambre, basically, through the help of the hamburguesas that comes from those vacas. Yeah. Basically it. And yeah, I think he's just going to go up to like age 3 once he gets this food eco defined. It's got all the text for it, right? It's got all the text there. Mercado de Abastos. I don't think this is a really great card because it doesn't make the market text that much cheaper, I don't think. 10% cheaper market text with the effective advanced market. I just don't know about that. It just doesn't sit well with me in terms of an investment. Marianism is pretty cool because it gives you a church wagon, and it lets you have an extra church, which means you get to trickle more XP, right? Because that's what churches do in Wars, Liberty, and Definitive Edition, by the way, is they trickle XP. Yeah. Here's the trading post, and you got the gauchos down there mining just about. Get a stable wagon. This is the cool thing you get with the Polish eventually is they'll give you a free arsenal wagon and some free stables as well. So you got 2 stables and an arsenal. Where's the arsenal? It's right over here. Does he have advanced arsenal? Yep, he does. That's really good. It's usually a good upgrade set that you can do with the Juanito civs. And what else has he got here? Alright, so he's got his Estancia, his Horse Grenadiers. He's got his Cavalry Combat. As well as his Infantry Range Combat. Yep. Kapi's just spamming line infantry for right now on this side. Yep. What does Lars have, by the way? So he's got not a lot of good stuff here. He's like got Spearman. Spearman's gonna be absolutely trash here. So he's got to like come up with a better defense here, I think, if he's gonna survive this. Yeah. Where's Danish even at here? Just a massive veteran skirms. Is that right? It's gonna be a while before he can even pick up those texts that he wants from the Danish home city. It's going to take him a bit of time to do that, honestly, so we'll see how it turns out. Oh, he's got the falconets as well. Did he do Krupp factories? No, he did them out of an actual artillery foundry. Alright. Because, you know, with Germany, you can actually get artillery for free using Krupp factories. There's these cool buildings that cost about 500 food. No, 500 wood. And you can configure them to produce any artillery unit you want for free over time, whether that's Falks or Culverins or mortars, or even some heavier options too for the home city if you choose to put those cards into your deck, like either Steel Gun, which is a heavy gun, heavy can, or you can get the Far Panzers as well, otherwise known as the Mobile Armors, which is the heavy artillery of the Balkan civs, which is much tankier and stuff. So you got some options to work with, really, with the Germans. You know, you got lots of different artillery pieces that you can put out onto the field constantly. Looks like yeah, he's just gonna start firing down on. Yep, right there. That's an easy sweep. Not even a challenge there. And now we're gonna see the Falconets try to bombard onto the Korean infantry up there. Yeah. Alright, so he's going to slowly creak his way in and try to attack that infantry. Oh, he's got Chong Tongs, though. You better be careful. These are the Chong Tongs. These are not flaming arrows. They're Chong Tongs. They are actually culverins, actually. Korean culverins. So they actually deal really good multipliers against artillery, buildings, and ships. Yeah, these are basically purely anti-infantry, as we've seen before. So, looks like Lars does have some artillery here for defense. Watches trying to do some barrages of arrows. Does he have the Chong Tongs in position? Like, just watch these Chong Tongs get to work. He's trying to micro them. Here comes the rockets they shoot. Yeah, they're really good at sniping Falcons. Yeah, he takes that one Falcon. He's probably going to get another one down now. This one. Did he miss with that one or something? It seems like he missed his mark on that one. Got this one. Oh, that one's almost down. And then he can try to get this. Ooh, yep. He has taken out a number of Falcons, though, I will say that. Yeah, he completely misses the shot on that one. Yep. Argentina's probably just going to do mass escolta again. It's probably going to work really well here since we don't see... we do see stable coming up, so maybe Jesus Christ might be able to get some dragoons in time, but we don't know yet. It really depends on a lot. Oh no, Kapi's already got Maycoffer. This is not looking great. And he's going Imperial Age with Needle Gun. What happened here? Last I checked, these were just some everyday veteran muskies. These are really tough ones now. And Imperial Aid, so he might even get Imperial Makeoff for line infantry, which is going to be really powerful then. Really powerful. Gets the Stuttgart manufacturing. This is basically a factory wagon with the heavy cannon. Or steel gun, so he's going to have like another artillery piece to work with for free now that he's going to be able to apply onto the front lines. Yeah, these guard skirms are these vets. These are still veteran. Does Jesus Cristo have the res to get these up the guard yet? He does, but is he going to is the question. Does get an upgrade on his factory though. Looks like Lars did go with the Russian consulate. We see some of the Opolshenets and the Sibiryakis, which are basically Plastunis. These are the Plastunis I mentioned before. That sort of like coyote running with hand armor that the Russians can do out of their blockhouse. This is what they get. You can get them at the Korean and the Chinese consulate now, which is pretty strong. Yep. Oh, look at this. This is a good comeback. Look at the gauchos. Look at the gauchos getting spears in their horses' tails there. Not good. Really not good. Very impressive, actually. It really is. Nice, nice, nice. Very good. Very impressive, actually. Yeah. Got another mine over here to work with. Yeah. Here comes the guard skirmisher upgrade, by the way. Yeah. And so you got some dragoons, you got some skirms here, you got guard skirm coming in, 2 falcons. I just think the Imperial Age Kapi is going to just steamroll now. All he needs is get these up to Imperial, and he's basically got the win condition in the bag at that point. You could also get the Spandau arsenal to get the advanced arsenal techs, as well as the short range attack. Yep, that's all it'll take, I think, for this to be a pretty quick and easy win here. Yeah. Factory's coming out. I like Sling because I'm a treaty player. My macro is good. Yeah, I can tell. I mean, you're what at about 402 score right now. Is that right? That's a pretty good score. I mean, it's more than. Wait a second. How much is so Jesus Cristo only has about 348 score. That's better than how he's doing. You know. So good contribution to the team there, I think. Because this basically allows Kapi to go super massy on his Kapi infantry here, his Maykoffers. You know, in this situation, what you could do, if you were a madman, you could go to the Great War Age and use tanks and planes and stuff. Is Kapi enough of a madman to do that? I don't know, actually. Like, when have we ever seen somebody go Great War Age last? Like, never before. Like, never. And I really miss the days of doing World War I stuff. Yeah, we gotta get some Great War Age matches in. It's been long overdue. Such a great feature, and we, like, never see it. Like, all these games always finish up in, like, Imperial Age the latest. Like, nobody's bold enough to go to World War I and pick up the tanks, pick up all the soldiers and stuff, and it just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Because tanks are actually really good now in Wars of Liberty. They have a lot of stats. Like, not only that, I think, didn't they get, like, a buff in their armor? I thought they did. I know range finding, I think it's range finding or sound finding or whatever. That tech didn't work actually works now, so the tanks do get more range as well as the armored cars. And then, yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, Great War is just like one of the coolest things they add to Wars of Liberty, and we just don't see it a whole lot, usually. Can't remember the last time I went to Great War Age to pick up some tanks and planes and zeppelins and stuff for combat. Yeah, we'll have to get some more of those in sometime, I think. Yeah. Alright, so what's happened? Picking up the excessive taxation. This is your Imperial Age coin technology, as you know, for the Europeans. Getting field guns on the Falcons. These are the Krupp factories. Notice how they're producing Falconets for free over time. This is pretty huge, actually. But similar to like the works buildings with Paraguay, they do cost population of like 5. And since they are like considered villager-esque units, your settler numbers for Germany is capped at like 84. To accommodate the 50 pop of work that the factories do. Which is pretty interesting. Yeah. So I just gotta take up that tower there. So what does Korea even have now? They got iron flails, unupgraded archers, right? Yeah, not even any upgrades on these archers. I mean, it's really not looking at a good situation. These are Imperial Maykoffers now, so these are almost fully capped out on their stats. And here comes Jesus Cristo to save the day, or at least what he thinks he's going to do to save the day. But we don't know exactly if it's truly going to save the day or not, but we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see just about here. See where it goes from here. So he's got guard skirmishers, right? Did he get he should get Tojus. Should get Tojus if he can afford it, and just like double up on the counter infantry rifling right now, because he would actually be able to take on the Maykoffers head on if he did that. Like literally, these skirms would be adept enough to deal with Maykoffers if you got Tojus there with advance, not even advanced arsenal. Just get the Tojus, get the counter infantry rifling, and you're all set to go. Really, yeah. Trying to blast his way through all those infantry there. Ooh, dragoons to snipe the cannons. That's a pretty interesting choice. Yeah, Danish gets good dragoons. Again, they get the Jutlander dragoons, so Royal Guard upgrade. Using the Chong Tongs to take out the cans is pretty smart. Yep, Chong Tong's doing pretty well there. Ooh, nice. Take out that one. Just one more can to go. Oh, wow. Good shot there. And that Danish Falconet's doing some good work too. But it's finally being shot at now, so it might not last that long. Definitely not. Oh, just knocked it out. Oh, Danish are going to Imperial Age too with the enlightened president. Alright, well, here we go. Are we going to see Great War Age? World War One? I think with two players you can't afford it, but if it was just like one player right now, I'd be able to get to World War One age and start massing that out now. Yeah. So now starting to get the advanced arsenal techs on the Maycoffers to make them even more OP than they already are. These will jump up in stats very quickly once that's done. Yep, very good indeed. He's trying to rebuild a bit, but to what avail? I don't think he's going to survive very long on this front. He has Jutlander Dragoons. It's Wars of Liberty developer Dragoons. He has to be careful with how he manages his army here now because he's totally out upgraded by these Maycoffers. Comes some short range attack now.
Ja, bereit.
And here comes a big army of distinguished Granaderos and inspired Escoltas. Yeah, these Imperial Horse Grenadiers are looking pretty scary right now. And since they're not assault, these Dragoons do not deal range multipliers against them. Only melee multipliers. Because notice this here when you're looking at Dragoons, how it has a multiplier against assault and artillery at range, and then in melee, it gets in a multiplier against assault, artillery, and scout. So, yeah, Scout and Dragoons has a certain type of relationship where they counter them in melee but not in range, just about. So, definitely an interesting setup there. Watcher's trying to do some more fiery barrages now. Take out some of that. Yep, got some spearmen there, and that's not gonna last too long now. Jesus Cristo resigned because of what Argentina's throwing at with these Imperial Horse Grenadiers. Yeah. GG. Well played. I mean, overall, it's just a matter of... Wow, look at that Argentina eco. That was even better than Germany. Like, had about almost the same amount of coin, but the food, that was phenomenal. That was a phenomenal eco score there for Argentina. When you outdo Kapi and eco, you know you're doing something really right with either the civ choice or your macro or something. Just rarely ever happens. And then in terms of military, these guys weren't even close to what Kapi was doing there. It's crazy. These two combined could even match Kapi's strength even at half. Absolutely a brutal victory there, I think. Big victory there, I would say. Definitely. So now we're going to boot up into the next game right now. See what that is. Should be an interesting pick overall. See what we got here. What's the recording called now? It is called oh yep, Unstoppable Trupe. Oh, Cappy's gonna try Canada. That's awesome. Let's see that one. Actually looking forward to seeing how Kapi does with it. Unstoppable Trupe. Trupa di Almanin. Unstoppable Trupe di Almanin. Alright, this is gonna be a good lesson for you on how to do Canada, I think. Not that you don't learn enough from me, but Kapi will certainly do well with it as well. Alright, so Capi's doing Canada versus Jesus Cristo, who is doing Danish. I can already see this going bad for Danish right now just because of the matchup. We can get started right now since we've already looked at this map before, Arizona. Yeah, I just think in this matchup, Danish really doesn't have a lot to work with. Because the problem is for Marine infantry, the Trupa di Marine actually does a lot of damage. What is it, like 32 range damage with like 80, 90 HP? Yeah, I mean, they're like glass cannons, but yeah. I just think Trupa di la Marine massing with Canada just really destroys Danish, because what do they got? They got like, I don't know. I mean, the volunteers are not going to be that great against them because they're basically just crossbowmen, right? Trupa di la Marines definitely outperform them there. In addition, they got grenadiers, right? But guess what? Marine infantry, naval infantry, are skirmishers that have, instead of heavy infantry and light cap multipliers, they have multipliers against the ship, not the ships, but the artillery and the siege units. So grenadiers include siege troopers. So that means Trupa di la Marine basically counters the whole barracks of the Danish, because the Land Soldatars too are very low HP. So it does not take a lot for them to get sniped by the Trupas that much, you know. And pikemen, I mean, pikemen are pikemen. That just says it right there, you know. Like, the only shot that Danish has out of the barracks is getting to H3 and using skirms and kiting it a bit. That can sometimes work, mainly since naval skirmishers like the Trupa di la Marine don't actually have pierce armor. They actually have crush armor because they're more suitable for fighting naval vessels and cannons. So they have crush armor, so they're actually immune to things like cannonballs, rockets, grenades, all that sort of stuff, really. So, yeah, a very interesting situation, isn't it? Yeah, big time. So, Danish ended up using their first shipment to get advanced trading posts to make the TPs cheaper and more sturdy and defendable with the slight range attack, yeah. Now, my question is why did you get advanced trading posts if you're not going to make any trading posts? What is the point, good sir, in doing that? Literally basing it off of RNG with the wood treasures, I'm guessing. Well, he's got 80 woods, but he's going to need 40 more wood somewhere, which, does he have any on this map? Where is the wood? You got Cherokee Rifleman, you got XP, you got XP, and you got, what's this? Food. Can't use that. I'm just looking for the wood treasures here to see what Jesus Cristo would be able to use to justify his shipping choice. Like nothing. No wood in sight. You'd really have to chop that wood. Nope, that's not wood either. No. Because what you should have done is you should have went for this first to bear his age up time, and then he could have gone advanced TP second as he's going up on the age up and start chopping the wood and start taking over the trade route that way, because now he has an empty shipment and his macro is going to be weaker than the Kapi's off the bat. Because Kapi, I'm assuming, is shipping in fur traders, and that's going to be a really good hunting resource, basically, because they're really good food gatherers, those fur traders. So yeah, I mean, I think you already got yourself a bit of a problem there, just looking at that. Yep, most definitely. And what does Danish go up with? They go up with inlaying Core Master. That's probably going to be a pretty obvious one because of the 400 wood it comes with. Whereas Kapi's going to age up with Louise Joseph of Montcalm. It's a good choice. Now, one thing you will notice here, though, is that Canada actually ages up with wood instead of food. Yeah. That's why you see all these villagers chopping wood throughout the game with Canada. It's not because they ate some of Lars's special brownies and gummy bears. It's because that's literally how the Civ ages up, is with wood and not food. Yeah. Just so you know that. If you see a Canada player chopping wood, it's for a very specific reason throughout the game. Yeah, big time. For some reason, the Canadians don't need as much food. They just need to eat tree bark, I guess. That's their food, is tree bark. Yeah, maple tree bark. Yep, just about. And still continuing to pursue that age up. Picking up hunting dogs now. Now, the hunting dogs cost for Canada is actually kind of wacky, because it's, instead of the 50 wood and coin, it's actually 100 wood, really. So, yeah, kind of interesting how that's set up there, just about. Got more fur traders there to gather up the food. And then from there, we got, alright, so where's Danish? So Danish is already up, right? Now they're actually starting to use that advanced TP to their advantage. You know, they got about 2 TPs done. And he's got these ones in the queue. You know, I can see the foundations there to start constructing. So, where's Hendrik Bering? He's working on this one now, and then he's going to work on this one down over here. Just about, yeah. So you got this ox card right over these villagers, right there. Take out this... wait a second, why is he going for this one? This one's closer, man. Pay attention, man. Get that one. One's a lot quicker. He's getting the stagecoach now, so this is like full trade route greed Danish, which I'm guessing is good. I mean, one interesting thing to consider here is the fact that maybe these trade route deliveries are actually going to be beefed up by the golden age as he's getting his Denmark, like we saw right there. Yeah. So yeah, he's going to ship in some land soldatars now. It's really trashy muskets. Whereas Kapi is going to get another log cabin. Oh, he's doing a slide base with them. That's clever. It's a good way to catch your opponent off guard. And somebody called the dog catcher. These dogs are biting these poor villagers, you know. I call animal control for that one, I think. Take that one out. Get the other doggo out. Took that one out. Yep. Alright, so got 3 Tupa Diamelines coming in and shipping 6 as well. Does he have a tower over here? No, he does not have a tower over there, so that's going to be coming back from the base. Here's the Lund Soldatars. Look at how bad they are. 100 HP, 14 range attack, and 8 melee attack. This is like hot garbage. Look at how cheap they are. 50 food and 15 coin. So, you tell me, do you think it's worth it to make these guys? Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's guess, I guess, at this point. And my question is why do they look so fancy colors-wise in the game, but in the icon they look just like U.S. colors, like navy blue here? It's very strange to me. These guys have like a really cool light shade of blue on their hats and sort of like a reddish pink on their coats, but here they just look like U.S. soldiers. Yeah, it's kind of strange, you know. Yeah, because they literally look like the U.S. riflemen just about with those hats and the navy blue coloration. Yeah. Here comes the doggo. He's just overwhelming them a lot with the Supas Diamarines, as you can see there. It's like, I think Jesus Cristo definitely underestimated Kapi there. Like, he didn't realize what he was going to do, and it's like, too little too late, really. Yeah. Yeah, that's just about it. I mean, he can try to call his Minutemen out, but is that really going to do much? Not really. I mean, the only sort of thing he has on his side is the fact that the 2 Padua Marines have low HP and no pierce armor, so the town center is gonna be good at taking them out. That's the one way that these guys are balanced out, is the fact that defensive structures, unless they deal crush damage, are generally gonna be good at blasting through them. You know, just the way it is. Hussars are in now. These will do very well, because unlike other skirmish units in the game, Troupedia Marines and other naval infantry have malices against all cavalry units, anything with the shock tag, so they do suffer, they do struggle to take out a bunch of different things, really. Yeah. You see some Spontooners now, make a move onto those Hussars. These are basically just Anglo pikemen, really. Yep. Start sieging away at that house now. And from there, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I think Kapi's just going to keep massing up the Troupedia Marines and end up winning this match very quickly, it seems like. Just about. Yeah. It's kind of moving in that direction here, from the looks of it. Yeah. Take that out. Yep. Yep, that's a pretty clean sweep, I think, for Kapi there. I mean, even though he has, like, the low HP units, he's just been able to keep Jesus Christo from maintaining a fully sized army. To the point, it doesn't matter that he has control of the trade route, pulling in all that food and coin, it's just not helping him so much, especially with the Spontooners there to clean up the Hussar threat, because conceivably the only thing that could really clean this up is Hussars. Right, so I mean, the fact that he's got some pikes there still, but basically he's thrust his way through the Hussars, that just turned into a really bad situation overall. Oh, he's got some Danish pikemen there called Parsons, so he's got that. Should be able to take out the doggo now. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Perfect. Yep. Ooh, nice. Nice hit there, too. Yep. And he's all on food. Is that right? So he's mostly mining the coin and he's getting all the food from the trade route. Makes sense. But again, he can just get these really cheap spawn tuners to deal with that. It's not even a joke. Not even a joke at this point. Yeah, they have. I think they do less damage slightly than pikemen, but they have more multipliers against the cav, like 6x against cav. So yeah, it's pretty big, really big actually. Comes 5 hussars now. Yep, market's gonna go down a second at this point. Yes, some light cav. The funny thing is they're called light cavalry, but they're not actually light cavalry. That used to be my inside joke when thinking of the unit. Like, I used to think to myself, why is it called light cavalry? It's literally not light cavalry. Light cavalry is like dragoons and stuff, and it's not that. It's a hussar. So why do they call them light cavalry if they're not light cavalry? You know? Light cavalry that isn't light cavalry doesn't make any sense. So what they should have done back then is they should have added the light cavalry tag to the unit, so it would literally be light cavalry. It'd be one of the worst light cavalry in existence, but yeah, it'd be cool. At least fit the definition of what it literally says it is. Yeah. GG on that one. That was a good Kapi win there. Nice one. So what do we got here? Yep, get this, and yeah, like a much stronger push by Kapi, I think. Well, I think here was like the performance of you, and then from there he just took off like a firestorm at that point. Yeah. And in terms of shipments, Jesus Cristo had the shipment advantage. It still didn't do anything really. Yeah, it's the way it is sometimes with these matchups. So now we'll be booing up into the next game now. Let's go into the next one. Let me see what the next one's called. So it will be called, according to Discord, let me see. Mirror Humble. Oh, Mirror Humblentino. So it's Argentina versus Argentina. Oh, but it's gonna be somebody other than Kapi. All right. Let me see that one. Let me see this one. This should be really interesting, actually. This one. So, Hamburguesa versus Hamburguesa. Is that right? Yeah, that's what it sounds like here. So, it looks like this is gonna... Is this gonna be like a 1 versus 1 between, Metal Argentina and Jesucristo Argentina? Sounds like it is. So, it should be really cool to watch. On this map too, this is not an ESO map. This is a one of those I forget the name of this one. It's down in like Pampas or something like that. It's one of those Juanito maps. Yeah, you got some of the Wars of Liberty Latam natives on here. You got the Guayaculu and you got the Guarani on here. These are basically native skirmishers that slow down enemy units. And these guys, the Guayaculu, are basically siege cavalry. They do really well with siege, and they get some really tanky armor as well later on. Yeah. So yeah, let's get started with this one. Yep, so you go. These gauchos working on the crates over there right now. So, yeah, so what's going to happen? Is Armin's just going to resign, or are they going to let them duke it out? Yeah, he deleted his TC and his bills and he's going to resign. Yeah. This is actually a cool way to set up 1v1s for me for opponents other than Kapi, you know. Because on his screen it probably doesn't look that good with that abandoned colony, but for me, I can just switch it off here and you no longer see it. Yeah. So this is going to be a really neat matchup. Argentina versus Argentina, because Argentina has a very unorthodox military structure. They don't have hussars, normal ones anyways, until like age 3. They don't get late game skirmishers. They don't have hand infantry. They've got musketeers in the form of the patricios. They got escopeteros, which is their early skirmisher. They got infernales, which are not hussars, but actually mounted pikemen. Yes, I said mounted pikemen, so they have multipliers against cavalry, and all cavalry actually, not just one or the other tag, all of them. So even mounted skirmishers too. Just happen to have the shock tag. They got escoltas, unets, which is their dragoon, and then they got the horse grenadiers, right? Yeah, they get the horse grenadiers, the Granado Caballos. And then from the home city, what they got is they got mounted skirmishers, which you see right here. They're called the Choiquieros. And these are home city only skirmishers that have multipliers against heavy infantry and native warriors, which is pretty interesting, yeah. So they're really good for sniping natives too. Which on this map could be pretty good since you have a lot of natives on here. You got like native skirmishers from the Guarani, and then up here they got the Guaracuru ones up here in the form of Kavi. So, yeah, the Choiquieros might have some real value later in the match if we watch ahead, you know. Yep. And as you know, Course Grenadiers come from the Estancia, which is their ultimate building, so that only comes out one building site, so if you lose the building, you're not training that anymore, sadly. So you gotta be careful of that. And that's the other thing that makes the mirror of Argentina pretty interesting, as well as they're both sides are going to be very livestock dependent too in their base. You know, using the pastures to grow the cows, eat the cows, make some hamburguesas out of them, and keep the food cycle going round and round, really. Yeah. And on this map in particular, I'm wondering how this is going to turn out because you get all these choke points and all these like walls, like these natural walls in the form of these rivers here. That just makes it impossible for you to move in a straight line to your opponent. Now, like, what mode does blue have to get to teal? He can go through here, all the way around that, or he can go through here and go down here, right? And if he wants to be sneaky, again, he would have to go around, whoop, woo, like that. Yeah, so the map does offer a bit of a challenge for players to figure out where they're going to strike from, I think. Because it gives you so many opportunities to put walls there and protect. Except for this one. This one you can wall, but you can definitely wall off this one, and this one, this one, and this one. Yeah. This one, you know, you'd obviously probably put more of your troops there because you can't wall this one off completely. So, yeah. Just a good thing to consider when you're looking at the map. Yeah. Yep, and where do we go from here? What are the immigrant options going to be that these players go with? That's probably going to be the next thing I'm going to look at. Because we already sort of know what Metal's deck looks like. It looks like this. Pretty nice overall. And then what does Jesus Cristo do? So Jesus Cristo did something pretty substantial here. He is actually running the Leather Cuirass, which actually grants more armor to his Escoltas. So if it comes down to Escolta combat, I think Jesus Cristo is actually going to have a better advantage here, just because of that. Yeah. So the question is, what do they get for the age up? So it looks like Jesus Cristo goes with Italian immigrants, whereas Metal goes for the Italian immigrants as well. So both sides are going with the Italian immigrants. Italy, and this might be as toting to a sign that they're actually going to be going for FFs, fast fortresses, because basically Italy does not offer you any immigrant battalion units in Age 2, only in Age 3 and beyond, so if they're fine going with Italy, that could be a sign that they're fine with foregoing immigrants till later. Really, yeah, seems like it. Yeah, because basically Italy gets two different immigrant battalions at their settlement. They get the Tatarmilian or something. It's basically the same as the Spanish Lancer in, Definitive Edition. So it's got a lance and it has multipliers against infantry. And then they get the Legion Agricola, which is basically like an Eagle Runner Knight with a gun, basically, Good at, like, dragoons tasks without being mounted on a horse, really. So, yeah. Just figured I'd point that out so you sort of understand what an Italy choice really means for the player. So what they actually end up getting as sort of the prize with that is they get a Italian wagon house wagon, and they get some Italian workers. So if you see what's going on right here, your villagers can actually gather from Italian houses, and in particular, these Italian workers actually specialize in farming, but they're bad at everything else. So you really want to keep your Italian workers on either an Italian house, which you can configure between food and coin, or on one of your agricultural buildings, like the plantations, the pastures in this case. So just something I thought I'd point out, because actually all the immigrant houses and workers have unique properties between immigrants, right? Like, so for Italy, it's very centered around agriculture, like gardening and stuff, because the old Italians with their tomato plants and their basil plants and their oregano plants to make their tomato sauce for their pizza and stuff. So yeah, that's basically the way that these Italians work is like, wait a second, let me look at this actually. I see the green right next to the house here. This is the tomato plants. Without the tomatoes, I don't see the red. Those are the tomato gardens around the Italian's house. That's why they're good at good at farming because they can grow their tomato plants. Yeah. So that's very interesting, actually. Yeah. Looks like he's gonna build another Italian house too. Yeah. And the thing is the more times you pick the immigrant, same one, you actually get a bigger build limit of these workers as well as their respective houses too. So if you really like these Italian workers benefiting you with farming, it might help you to actually get more and more age ups with the Italian immigrants so you can just get more and more farm workers to work on those houses with. Yeah. And it's like in the case of Polish, instead of farming, for them it's all about healing and cattle. So when you train a Polish worker, they come with a free cow, and then their houses act as like little field hospitals that can heal nearby units. So it's a bit of a two different things when you look at the Polish side of things. Yeah. Looks like metal goes for a double barracks Patricio rush. Yeah, this could be a pretty big pressure here by metal to attack Jesus Cristo. So we see he's going in for a push right now. He's going to try to hit him as hard as he possibly can here, it looks like. And it looks like he's going to... Ooh, nice. Good hit there. Yeah. He's going to have to retreat now, though, looks like. Sees what he... Trying to see what he can do here, just about. Look at all the dead... What happened to those cows? Why are the cows dead? What happened to the cows? Look at the vacas. What happened to the vacas? Today's market. What the vacas here? Look at these. The vacas are dead. Their ability to become an hamburguesa muy deliciosa is gone now. Unbelievable. Talk about animal cruelty at the farm. It's just not right, man. Absolutely not. I mean, at least he's gonna get a house down here. So what's Jesus Cristo's plan here? Is he going for age 3? Yeah, he's going for age 3 with the second Italian wave. I think that's a very good choice because if he did want to get another immigrant, he'd probably lose the wagon due to this pressure here. The Patricios could just take a snipe on him and just wipe it out. So that is a very good move by Jesus Cristo there, basically, to hold off on that. And with the second Italian wave, he's going to have some choices. He could start shipping in the Tatterdemillions, I think, to start wiping out his Patricios, and that would be a really good counter overall. It'd basically force Metal to go right onto the Infernales, I think, just about. Yeah. So yeah, definitely force him to change up his game there just a little bit, really. Just about. What is Mel going to do now, too? Is he going to keep up the pressure? Or is he going to... No, he's still going Patricio. He's still Patricioing. Doesn't have any coin, though, so he might be stuck in age 2 for a bit. So he kind of has to get used to it and not, find himself get behind it all, I think, here. He's going to have to fight pretty well. Just keep his advantage. So Gauchos might end up getting killed again by these Patricios here if he's not quick on his feet. He will get this Italian worker, though. Let's get those back into the town center. Okay. A little bit of infantry there. Jesus Cristo is doing coin. Oh, he's going to age 4. Alright, that's actually very smart because what happens is with these immigrant battalions, up until you get to like Imperial age, like age 2 to age 3 to age 4, the immigrant battalion sizes actually get larger. Right. And of course the immigrant battalions will start to get shadow teched as well. So I mean, if he can get to age 4, that means he can get like age 4 industrial lancers out of that Italian colony, and that's actually really scary for like low-level musketeers like this, like unupgraded musketeers going up against guard lancers, that's like a total joke. They're not even equipped for that. Just has to grab those silver coin crates, I think, and it should be good from there, just about.
Dígame, señor.
Alright, so here comes the Patricios there. Starting to get the up. Oh, he's gotten the veteran upgrade on the Escopateros, actually. I don't know if he's going to want to still do that, though. Because you can't get any guard or imperial upgrades on these Escopateros, so you kind of have to move away from them and go more towards the Scolta for the late game. Is he going to change this upgrade at all by any chance? I don't know, actually. Good question. You're shipping about 8 Infernales in, which I'm a little bit hesitant about. You really have no reason to... Oh yeah. So he realized that he might not make it to Industrialite safe, so he just broke off and decided to combat him with his Patricios. Yeah. So, does he know he got the wrong upgrade on the infantry there? Because now he's gonna be wondering, what did I do to my units? I'm missing the veteran upgrade. It's like, you know, you didn't get the right upgrade in there, Juanito. Now it's gonna make it a much more even fight than you're probably looking for here, especially when you're outnumbered like that. So Infernales are gonna come around and make a strike at the artillery, the artisanal cannons. Should be able to take out that one and might be able to eke out the other one. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Yep, take that out. Take out that infantry. Alright, now he's starting to push back here. Alright. Ships in 3 Escoltas. That's going to make a big difference. Because that's an assault, you know, with multipliers against heavy infantry. So that'll actually give Jesus Cristo a decent advantage to be able to defend his spot there, really. Yeah. Oh, the upgrade icon is inverse. Is an error on the ARG barracks. Oh, it is. Well, did you let Massa know, or one of the devs like Maxi know that? Because we need to be on top of these bugs, man. Otherwise, you know, they could cause some serious problems for people. Yeah, we gotta make sure. Like, if you experience any bug in Wars of Liberty, make sure you go to the official Wars of Liberty Discord and you let Maxi or Maston or one of the devs know that something's wrong so we can get it fixed for the next hotfix. You know what I mean? Because if not, we're going to be stuck with like more bugs and stuff going into future versions, and might be a problem. Yeah. Yep. But that's the thing, though. You need to make sure you're paying attention to what you're upgrading, because sometimes, yes, the UI is messed up and the icons are in the wrong spot, but you know, I know it's a stressful situation, but you just need to make sure that you're looking at what you're doing before you do it, because I have seen this problem for a long time in different mods, you know. They'll get the icons wrong, and you'll be looking in one place for the upgrade, and then you'll find, oh, wait a second, why is my upgrade not working? And I'm like, oh, no, how did that happen? Then you realize that the icon was in the wrong spot on the UI, and you're like, oh, okay. Figuring out. Yeah. Alright. That's too late at that point, especially if you're doing like a tournament or something. Like, you can't make that stuff up back. And it's like, oh well. Better luck next time. Yeah. Better luck next time. Yep. The wonderful world of programming. Yeah. So I find it interesting how Metal's being very careful here. He does not want these sculptors to get a clean shot at his Patricios, because if he does, this doesn't look too good, honestly. Yeah, no. Oh no, that's not good. You gotta kind of back him up. Let the Patricios do their job. You gotta go in together, man. Like, don't just send one in there. You gotta send them all in there. Because if you don't, just does not lead to a good result. Alright, so he is going to Industrial Age now. Now he can actually start to throw in some huge immigrant battalions from Italy if you really want to here. Yeah. So Escolta's making a target onto the artillery. Does he take out the other one? Let's see. Escolta's are doing fairly okay here. Doing some decent kills, which is good. Yeah, this is why you pick assault, by the way, because it's got high HP and hack armor, which these musketeers really don't like when they're in melee, because it really nullifies their ability to do damage. And then the assault units will typically have something like splash attack or an anti-infantry multiplier of some kind to make them really good against the muskets. Yeah. So what is he going for with the Industrial Age here? Third Italian wave, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Doesn't he get like a lot of food with this one, or I don't know if I think he gets red shirts, some red shirts, I believe. And that could help him with the defense there. Yeah. That could totally help him with the defense there, I think. So it's got some Patricios there. Yep, there's the red shirts. These are basically mercenary dragoons, but instead of like normal multipliers, they have like a slight multiplier against assault at range, and then in melee they have multipliers against all mounted units, which is rare for a dragoon. You know, it's got melee multipliers against like other dragoons, mounted skirms, hussars, and culisses. The whole shebang. Yeah. Also, why no immigrant battalions? Why is he doing the Tatterdemalions out here? That would be a much better unit for this. Like, if he could get like a huge stack of those going, I think he'd be in pretty good shape. And to boot, they... never mind. Those units there, and yeah, there's units. Never mind. Yeah, I spoke too soon on that one, because units would have range multipliers against that, which would not be too good for Caesar Caduceus in that case. Yeah, definitely not. Yep, well, there's the end of that. GG, though. That was a good match. You know, it's finally good to see somebody other than Kapi competing in the match. Like, we need more matches like this, people. We need matches without Kapi in them. We love Kapi, and we want to see more Kapi games, but we need to see games with other players, too, competing with each other. Not just Kapi, you know. We need to see Metal versus Jesus Callisto. We need to see Gustoso versus MCMR, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Really good stuff. Just to show how wide large the Wars of Liberty community is in terms of its player base. Yeah. That's all I'm saying, my little PSA. But overall, I mean, like, resources, yeah, Metals really shines as a treaty player, it looks like. Really did better there and then military. Jesus Cristo had the kills, but he didn't have the numbers needed to survive. Then when we go to this, it's like, yeah, you can see right here where the advantages lie, really. I mean, yeah. Just a stronger aggression lets him some better combat results overall. So we'll go on to the next one now. Let's restart. Go into the next game now. We'll have to see what it's called. Alright, so what's this game going to be called here? I'll have to look at the Discord and figure that out. So it is called Neymar versus Ronaldinho. Oh, two Brazilians. Brazil versus Brazil. This is the one we want to see, folks. A Brazil mirror. Will Kapi win a game as Brazil? Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's find out. This should be a very, very interesting one. So let's look at this right now. Neymar versus Ronaldinho. So look for this letter here. This one. This is the one we're looking at. This one. Perfect. So what we got is Brazil. Alright, so looks like before we get started, the map is going to be Indonesia, as in Struggle of Indonesia, the PEP map. So yeah, it's Indonesia. So, yep, you got this Indonesian island here. Got these like little mini islands up here in the north and the south, just about. And then in the middle, you got some elephant natives, and you got some conquistador natives here, so... Pretty cool map, you know. Wonder how a Brazil mirror works on this map. Should be pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah, Brazil is another one of those matchups that you quite don't know how it's going to go because the Brazil economy setup is actually pretty strange compared to most cities you're used to in Age of Empires 3. Mainly because instead of like normal Town Center UI, they have two big bun sets. They got abolition techs, and then they got these slave trade techs. Well, they're technically techs, but they're really just like trained in big batches of stuff. So you got two choices with your economy with Brazil. You can either do lots of slave trades and bring in more slaves in these big bun techs that cost coin, and they send a batch of units. Do note that these slave trades do get more expensive every time you send them, so just keep that aware of that. Or, starting in Age 2 and later, you can get some abolition techs to abolish slavery. So, what it ends up doing with the abolition techs is it gives certain bonuses to your slaves, and eventually your slaves become freed, and you can no longer do slave trades, and you can actually start to train the villagers from your town center like normal. Yeah, so there's different things that you get along the way. Like, I think there's something that basically improves your villagers' gather rate from economic building, something that gives them a trickle of XP while they work, something that improves their HP and attack. It's really nice bonuses and stuff overall, so... Yeah, definitely towards you head towards middle and late game, definitely think about getting some abolition techs overall. Because you certainly don't want your slave trades to get so expensive into the late game that you really fall off a cliff if you just lose too many villagers in a raid. That's mainly it, you know. And something is I also have to point out with it, as you can expect, slavery and abolition, not the best of friends, right? So every time you do a slave trade, your abolition techs become more expensive. If you do a abolition tech, your slave trades will also become more expensive. So, yeah. And then the way it works on the abolition side, of course, is eventually, after you do all the abolition techs, then you can train your villagers from the town center normally, but then your slave trade ability goes away permanently and you can't do it anymore. So it's really up to what you're looking for, really. You know? Yeah. So what's Cap doing in terms of a deck? Now this is interesting. So instead of doing 3 villagers, he has infinite shipments of the slaves. 2 slaves in age 2 and 4 slaves in age 2. Yeah. So the reason why he's doing this is because the way the slave trades work can be a bit wonky in terms of your villager numbers. So that's probably an attempt to offset the disadvantage that the slave trade has on your villager limit numbers early on. So the way you cap off on that is do 2 slaves followed by 2, so you get 4. So whatever the slave trade gets wrong in the lesser total, you can sort of make up for that. And what you can basically do in age 2 is if you're not being pressured, you can, instead of getting, like, say, some voluntario the patrias here, you can actually get more slaves to add them to your economy, so you can actually get more villagers, even more than what the slave trades are doing. Because another thing I didn't mention, these big bun techs, whether the abolition or the slave trades, they take a while to research, you know. And the other thing you gotta know too is that since they are big bun technologies that appear in sequences one after another, you can actually do multiple slave trades at the same time. You can actually do a abolition tech, I believe, at a different town center, I think, if you want to, but you can't do multiple slave trades. So what ends up happening is your ability to buy the slaves is trapped in a finite single source that doesn't get exponentially bigger. So in that sense, doing shipments is the only way you sort of get any sort of booming beyond that, really. Well, the first way you boom is there's actually a first abolition tech that adds 1 or 2 more slaves to each trade, so you just make the trades that much more valuable. That's the first step, and then later on, you can obviously use cards like this, and this one too for that matter, infinite 6 slaves, to keep adding more slaves into your pocket at that point for your economy. Yeah. The way we see Kapi do his Brazil is he goes for more of an FF into the Cazadores Montados, which is, well, a mounted Cazador, a mounted skirmisher. Yeah. Their armor values, all that, sort of actually looks pretty similar to a Cazador, so they really are indeed mounted Cazadors in that sense. Yeah. Because Brazil doesn't get normal skirmishers, like game skirmishers, they just get the mounted skirmisher, the Cazador Montado, so yeah. It kind of gives you the advantage because it gives you much more speed, you can kite a lot better with them, but at the same time, it means your mounted skirms will actually be vulnerable to things like pikemen, halberdiers, anything with an anti-cavalry multiplier. That's against all cavalry, that is. So just be aware of that. One other advantage I guess you could count for the mounted Cazadors is they are not infantry, so things like the Falconet will actually not deal multipliers against them, depending on how strong the cannon is. So, in a sense, you could actually somewhat aggro a cannon with some mounted Cazadors and go into melee with them, and actually be able to survive for a little bit. So, I mean, it's another weird interaction between the two classes that you have to consider. Yeah. So, Kapi does German immigrants. What does Metal do? Metal also does German immigrants, and his deck, he does the Sortonidistas, which basically allows you to get multiple explorers, get a new explorer with each age up. So this is pretty powerful. And then you got the Macheteros, Voluntario Patria, Artisanal Cans. I'm just trying to look for who's got the strongest startup here. I'm surprised they don't have the upgrade for the Cazador Montados, like the big coin costing upgrade that adds an additional multiplier against heavy infantry to them. Because that basically gives the Cazador Montados counter infantry rifling, which, you know, that's like a that's like a 1-up, I think, in terms of general improvement there. Just about, yeah. So now what we got here is we got some voluntarios over there, and then up here we got an age 3 age up to second German wave, just about. Yep. Now the cool thing about going all the way with German immigrants for the whole match is eventually, once you get to Imperial Age, the prize will be 2 factory wagons, which is pretty good actually. Very good actually. Because you can even make the steel guns from it too, so I mean, it really behooves you well to just stick with the German immigrants who, any game where they're available as an option, whether it's Chile or Brazil or Haiti or so forth, yeah. Even, well, Colombia is a weird case. They can get German immigrants, but they can't age up as them, which is kind of weird. Because, well, they come from a card. And you obviously can't continue to age up with the German immigrants after the card is sent, so yeah, it's kind of weird in that case, yeah. Looks like Kapi's not taking any chances, and he's going to get a fort down to protect his assets. Now he's actually go for 1,000 wood. He's getting his first abolition here. The Aberdeen Act. Where's metal? Metal is still in H2. But he might well be going to H3 himself. He's just lacking the coin ship, and he needs to pull that off right now. Yeah, just needs to do that, and I think he'll be good at that point. Ooh, Jeff is here. Hi, Glingo. Kapi said, yeah, we noticed that bug. The icon below Escobateros upgrades Patricios and vice versa. Yep, Wars of Liberty bugs for you. It always happens. Always. It do be like that sometimes, I guess. Yep. It would be like that sometimes, I guess. So, what are you going to do? We love Wars of Liberty and everything it does, so to me it doesn't matter, you know. The bugs, for all they're worth, are not too significant usually, so I mean, yeah. And the best part is, with every hotfix, you know, any bugs that do arise tend to be fixed pretty quickly, and it's a pretty solid experience overall. Yeah. So, looks like Metal's going to be rushing with Musketeros and Voluntario Patrias. These skirms are basically crossbowmen, but actual rubbish versions of them. Because, well, they move fast. That's one thing they do well. Their range and their damage is abysmally bad, basically. You can actually upgrade them to Guard and Imperial using this card here, Volunteering Fervor. But, other than that, I mean, you're really not going to see too much late game usage of these all that much. Though they are cheaper than the crossbowmen, so I guess they got that going for them, I guess. Somewhat, yeah. So here comes a batch of Voluntario Patrias from the home city there to join this other batch here. And what I think he's going to do is he's going to try to scope out this enemy Brazil and try to avoid the fort as much as possible, because the fort is going to be delivering some pretty heavy crush damage on him if he's not careful. And these things are like toothpicks, really. If you look at their HP, it's like only like 90 HP. This is like a toothpick of a unit. Like, you look at this damage, these forts can actually instantly wipe out these units here. Whereas something like the Pardo or the Marchitero can actually survive a direct hit from the fort and take about 2 hits to take them out. But these Voluntarios, these things will go down in 1 strike only, so they really just don't have that durability on their side. Interesting choice by Kapi. He actually gets the Engino now. This is basically a big giant farming building you get as Brazil. And what you can do with this thing is, you can choose what you want to gather from it. You can choose food, wood, or coin. And I believe XP as well. It's kind of your choice what you get to gather with this thing. And it looks like right now, the enemy Brazil is just going to try to siege this thing down because he doesn't want Kapi to be able to Kapi from his existence here. So yeah, this is a pretty powerful building for a late game, particularly because of its wood gathering property once trees become scarce. But what it also does is it allows you to train some coyote runners here called the Guardia Negras, basically, which are basically a coyote runner, African one that can go into stealth, just about. So yeah, really neat stuff overall. And looks like Kapi is going to stick to his normal habit of going with the Cazadores Montados. He's going to try to kite away most of these units here, which right now he's going to be successful with because of the aid of the fort. He should be able to just mass in as many of these Cazadores as possible to be able to finish this off. At this point, he's going to try pushing him with... Yeah, the Machetero is the only thing that really has any resistance to these things because of the malice, but other than that, I think he's going to be able to blast away these infantry with these Cazador Matados. Take those two out, just move in, take another strike there, move in again. Be careful though, because these are pikemen. They do have multipliers against Cav. So look at that. Look at, he was not being careful with this one, and look at what happened to it. Just got completely cooked. So you do need to be careful of that. You know, if he was looking at like 20 Pardos or something, that could have actually been pretty serious. So, and I know lag sometimes, you know, ruins your micro. Just don't take too much of a risk with the micro if you think the lag's going to run you into the Pardos, because that's going to be a really quick way to have those be totally wiped out. But as long as you keep your distance, yeah, the Cazador Montados are going to be good because, well, these are heavy infantry, and just look at these multipliers here. Just really what you're looking for in a unit for this particular skirmish. So looks like this Voluntario is... Alright, so he's basically going to sort of wait out outside of the town center, I think, until he can get something to siege with. At least from the looks of it. Does he have, yep, he does have the infinite Pedrero shipment in Age 4. So what that means is, if he can make it to Industrial Age, he should be able to start shipping in these Latin American mortars to start shelling the enemy buildings and let the Cazador Matados be the protective wall against the infantry. Yeah, that's sort of what it looks like. At least to me, 3 infinite Pedreros is one of the strongest infinite shipments the Latin American civs can actually do, because it basically gives them a really good late game siege option to use their shipments for. So if they don't want to really use their immigrants, they can actually use those 3 mortars. It can be really reliable for taking out targets like forts, town centers, even ships, you know. Even naval vessels, since this is Indonesia, that could be hurting you on the side here as well. Still trying to poke and prod for any potential wins in the raiding field. He's going to take out potentially some of these German masons here. It's not the biggest loss because these villas actually don't gather that good. What makes these German masons particularly useful is the fact that they build faster. They're good at constructing stuff very quickly. But in terms of actual gathering as a villager, you might be deceived because they do look exactly like the settler wagons, but no, they're not settler wagons. They're actually really bad at gathering. Their only real good job that they do is like constructing the buildings very quickly. Yeah. And while I'm at it too, I may as well explain what the German immigrant houses do. Instead of having anything that's too special, what they end up doing is they allow you to call a batch of Minutemen from them. So, yeah. So they're basically defensive houses because they're a way to deploy some emergency Minutemen right out of these structures, just about. So, in a sense, if you lose these houses, guess what? You can call out those Minutemen again and again and again. Right? And it's a pretty cheap structure. It only costs about 75 wood. It gives you like 5 pop. It's really just a good way to head up a decent defense overall. The more of them you can get, really. So yeah, he's just going to keep riding around with his Cazador Mataos, I think, and look for any sort of pressure he can apply here, just about. It looks like he's going to try to follow the shoreline just a little bit there and see what he can do. Alright, so he's parked over there, and what's he got here? Looks like Metal is going to be shipping in extractivism. This is basically Latin American eco-theory in a nutshell. And continuing to do abolition and slave trading is getting the plow from the market. One thing that Brazil does a lot differently from other civs is that instead of hunting techs at their market, they have additional farming upgrades. So these techs like the plow and the sickle, which is the previous one, instead of benefiting hunting actually benefits the mill gathering, or what's called for the Latin American civs the haciendas, these Juanito farms, basically. Seeing his trouble with the Cazador Montados, Metal Brazil will actually start to train in some of the Macheteros as well, since it is at least an assault unit with some resistance. And could catch him off guard if he's not careful. Because if you didn't notice, these Cazadors here, these Cazador Montados, actually have 50% pierce armor. So basically the same as the Cazadors for the Portuguese Civ in Wars of Liberty, the same level of tankiness as a unit. So definitely something for you to keep in mind overall. So we got the Voluntarios down here, sort of protecting the base at that point, whereas Cazador Montaos are just riding around the map looking for decent snipes overall. Oh, it looks like Kapi has abolished slavery. He has freed the slaves. So these freed slaves, see how he is queuing them up at the town centers just like a normal economy now. And that's good because now, if you lose any of these villagers from raiding, you're going to be able to get them back in a pretty reasonable amount of time instead of waiting for an increasingly costly slave trade to get more slaves back. So these freed slaves basically are going to come out a lot quicker if you go all the way down the road with the abolish slavery just about. And that's the benefit of it, really. In some situations, you can just go slave trades, but it doesn't always work that great. So you definitely have to pick and choose your battles in terms of how you're going to set up your eco. But in the end, in a really late game situation, abolition is going to be the route you're going to want to go down with the slavery. Alright, so we got Macheteros with Voluntarios. Kind of on a trajectory of taking some damage there, if Metal's paying attention. Nah, he did not actually engage in any sort of attack there. Looks like, yeah, which caused some problems. So his slaves were actually getting surprisingly close to Kapi's base, which I'm really concerned about for Metal. Like, you really don't want to be going near your enemy's base that much. That is just not a good idea. I don't see that ending too well, just about. Yep, and now you got an army of Macheteros and Voluntarios there. And it's going to hang off the side of the cliff there, just about. There, yep. So, what now? Let me see. How many cards has Kapi been tapped into at this point? So, he has sent his Ingeno, he's sent the 1,000 wood, he's sent his 3 artisanal cans, he's got the fort, the refridge. Could send the Casa de Moneda. This is basically the same thing as Royal Mint for the Juanito civs, so helps you with your coin gathering. He could just keep adding in more slaves and really booming up his economy. And he could actually start to upgrade his skirmishers with skirmisher combat cards here, this triangle. This will benefit his Cazador Montados, which is the main unit he's doing, as well as the Voluntarios if you still want to do that for whatever reason, which He's not going to do because he doesn't have the volunteer fervor in age 4 just about. So that's not going to be an option really. So it looks like that the other Brazil is actually going to finally start to move towards age 3 himself. With which particular immigrant? The second German wave. So these players really like the idea of going all the way with Germany and then picking up the 2 factory wagons when you get to Imperial Age. And I don't think that's a bad idea at all. Because even in the earlier ages, age 3, age 4, you can get some techs at these German immigrant colonies to actually get some works buildings. 3 coin works in age 3 and 4 woodworks in age 4 that you can actually upgrade as well with the Paraguayan techs. So it's a really good way to basically boost up your eco on the side in addition to your normal economy. Be it for spending up and coughing up some of your population spaces, you know. So you definitely have to pick and choose that one. And perhaps if you're going to use works buildings, that means you don't necessarily need as much villagers, perhaps. Or if you do going to use villagers, maybe you're just going to do that for like treaty or something, really. Yeah. Now he's going Industrial Age now, actually. So what is he going to do in Industrial Age? He is going to get German Wave 3, which will get him a fort wagon. Now, in this situation, because you have no army, is a fort wagon really going to help him out much? And the answer is probably not. Yeah, he just cancels that out. He's like, I'm not going to be able to handle a defense with just a fort wagon that could easily get sniped by these mounted units. So he falls back and he gets these huevos ballenos. These things here, the huevos ballenos. These are basically Brazilians' webs that they can ship from the home city, just about. And if you don't know how huevos works, or webs, they're basically a dismounted assault unit. Now, instead of having like a strong melee attack against infantry, they actually deal range multipliers against infantry while having hand armor and moving very quickly. So, like a very fast-moving infantry unit that's really good for dishing out a lot of anti-infantry damage. So, as you can see right here, its range attack default is 12, combine 2x with 2x against infantry, and that is basically how those operate. So, I just don't know if he's got like this small of a stack of them, if it's really going to help him here. Yeah. Like, here's the thing, yeah, they don't have any pierce armor either, so conceive of... This is actually a bad interaction, because normally if these were like normal skirmishers or cazadors or whatever, yeah, these multipliers would fall into place. But since these are mounted skirmishers, they're only doing about 12, actually 6 damage against these mounted skirmishers, because do the math. You're missing out on the multiplier, so it's only 12 damage. And Cazador Montados have 50% pierce armor, so you're cutting it in half, down to 6 damage. Absolutely abysmal performance. I mean, how much damage do these things do? So these, with their current stats, probably are at least doing like 6.5 or 7 damage, maybe. Just microscopically better. Like, yeah, this is the thing. Like, even going in the melee is... It's actually not better, because guess what? Yeah, you're doing the same amount of damage in the melee with 6 as you would be at range with the 12 divided by 2. Just does not behoove well for you, really. So he's going to be going up with the German wave now, and he's going to have some options here. He can start infinite shipping in these Cazador Montados. He could get the bigger batch of the huevos ballenos and try to go for that. But I think in this case, what he should do, which he hasn't been doing, is get the Lanceros. That would be a great choice in this situation, is just go for the Lanceros. Lanceros in particular, great option, because guess what? What do Lanceros have? multipliers against skirmish units. And by skirmish units, that means any unit with the skirmish tag. And what do these have? The skirmish tag. It does not discriminate against dismounted skirmishers. It will do multipliers against anything with the skirmish tag, even these mounted skirmishers. So if Metal decides, hey, I'm going to make it stable and I'm going to start sending Lanceros against these Matados, he would be on easy street at that point. Or at the very least, he'd be doing a real damage-based threat. And to boot, if he put an advanced arsenal into his deck, he could get Steel Point Spear, which deals an even larger multiplier of damage against the units, really. Yeah. Quite substantial, isn't it? Yeah. And now what is he expected to do? Is he going to just ship in Cazador Matados without even a guard upgrade? This is just not optimal. It's just not doing anything. And now he's got his fort over here. Doesn't have another fort card, so it's like, yeah, like what are you going to do exactly? You're just going to have like one fort there to copy your opponent. And what are even the Vil numbers between the players? So Metal has 47, and Kapi has 82. Almost at the end of his build limit, in fact, so that's actually quite big. Very big, in fact. So he will also be going with the third German wave. Jawohl. Alright, so continue to start mining up that gold. And yeah, I mean, I just don't know how this is going to end. Is this going to go into the Imperial Age? Is this going to be like a big Kun Dry Age 4 type of skirmish overall? So that will indeed be the question over here. So yeah, let's see how this one turns out. Alright, so alright. Yeah, stable. It's kind of funny because you would expect Metal to get a stable and start making Lanceros, but no, it's actually Kapi that's starting to get the stables going. Probably to get the guard upgrade on his Cazador Matados at this point. Yeah, so I can keep up with the teching into those. Really. So where is he in terms of... He's got all his stats except for the HP one. Could get that card and it'd be slightly tankier up to I think like 150 something HP and be a bit tankier there. Just about. Yeah. Alright, so now we got yeah, basically you're gonna want to get these Cazador Matados and that skirmish there just about. And yeah. Alright, so here's another fort. Now question is, can he actually build a fort after sending that card, or is this just a big fort wagon just sitting around there just about? I don't know. Like, he's moving it over here. Is that because he just realized that this fort is... Oh, he can build a fort. Alright, perfect. Alright, so he does get value out of that. That's great. So now, basically, he's got a fort here, and he's going to have a fort over here. But guess what? He has a Krupp steel cannon, which actually has multipliers against buildings. So he could actually start shelling this thing with the cannon to maybe make the siege a bit easier. Maybe get some XP in return. It's doing that right now, but he probably could have done a volley just a little bit sooner than that. Oh, no, that doesn't matter. He's going to get it down. Alright. That's perfect. Pixel perfect, actually. 283 on the XP. And now take that out. Alright. So he's adding Yanedin and a Skolta. Yanedin and Skolta. So he's doing multiple mounted units here with artisanal cannons in the pack. So the Skolta's an alright option, I think, and it does actually pose a real challenge for his skirms. Now the Yaned, I'm like, you don't really want to put these into play until you see Skoltas on your opponent's side, because, well, what did they actually deal in their multiplier damage against? Like, absolutely nothing, right? Like, yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. I don't know about that one, really. This makes no sense to me whatsoever. Yeah. Alright, just fight that one. Good. Yep, Escolta's coming out. Here comes those Pedreros, those Juanito Bombards, those Juanito Mortars. And this should be a pretty easy siege for Kapi here at this point. Yeah. Just about. Is gonna get the Helole Cazadores Montados upgrade. That should be perfect here. And starting to upgrade the plantations as well with sugar refineries. And then I believe there's another one as well. And then he gets another Imperial Age upgrade later on that's a little bit more expensive than those ones. But for right now, that's all he gets.
Posso ordem?
Here comes the Juanitos Pedreros. Juanitos Pedreros. Coming for the siege. Yep, get a hit on those villagers. That'd definitely be a good idea, I think. Big time. Big time. Alright. Looks like this big tanking wall of Sculptus is gonna basically force him back. And once these Pedreros connect with the fort, I think it's gonna be pretty clear defeat there for Metal. Yeah. I think it just came down to very questionable unit choices on both sides. Like, if these guys knew Brazil a little bit better, I think this match would have ended probably like 10 minutes ago. But you know how it is, you know what I mean? People don't understand the Civs all the time, and it leads to certain awkward situations like that and so forth. So yeah, it's alright though, it's alright. You know, it's the way it is. Yeah. GG on that one. Yeah. Well played for sure. Yeah. Big time. Just gotta start wiping out those Pardos now, looks like. Yeah. He's got his Ingeno right there and he's not even doing anything with it. Look at that. That poor Juanito. Oh, what do I do? I'm dying. I don't know how to use my Ingeno now. I don't even know what to do with it. Like that, basically. It's about. Well, good match. I mean, clearly good eco there. More kills, less units. Yeah. He should have switched off of this stuff like a long time ago, and I think it would have done a little bit better there. Like, you know, I don't think Kapi was even making Lanceros or Escoltas for like 90% of the game, and he was making Pardos. Like, it's like preemptive choices that make no sense. Like, you would have been better off even with like conscriptos at that point, right? So I mean, just sus choices leading to sus outcomes, really. Yep, just about. Yep. So what we're going to do now is we're going to find out what the next game is and then restart the game right now. Let's restart into it right now. Yeah. I think maybe the next set's actually going to be a best out of series again, so we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to look at the Discord server and see what the recordings say and the description and all that. So let's find out about that right now. So if I go into the channel over here and look down here, it looks like we got, oh, wait a second. Oh, so we got a series called, we got a game called Guerra Sino Japonesa, Guerra Sino Japonesa. So it's going to be a China versus Japan on Colorado. And then from there, we are going to have a best out of 5 series. And then we're going to have a team game. And then we're going to have a Kapi versus Metal game. So stay tuned. We got about 6 more game recordings to go through. So we'll go into Guerra Sino Japonesa now. So that should be really fun. Oh, Kapi just gave us some comments about his win with Brazil. Oh, and Metal as well. So Metal said that's his first time playing with the Brazil Civ. And for Kapi, he said, also first victory in stream for me with Brazil. I always lose with them. Yeah, that's pretty good achievement actually, because Brazil Civ is not an easy Civ to do. So if you can actually pull off and eke out with the win, that's pretty good. Let's look for S for Sino, China, Japonesa, whatever. What was the recording called? Guerra. G for Guerra. This one. Guerra Sino Japonesa. So we'll go into this one now. Alright, so yeah, we'll just play it from here because we've already visited Colorado, so we don't have to go over the map too much. So, short story, Cap is now surrounded his username with 6 9s. I don't know what that's about. And then Metal also surrounded his thing with 6 9s. So, what does 6 9 mean exactly? What is the meaning of 69? Or 69. What even does that mean exactly? 60, yeah, isn't it 69, 69 in Juanito lengua? Yeah, something like that. So I mean, yeah, I'm just curious, like, what's up with this number? Is it a significant number? What's the point of it? I don't know, but there should be a interesting series. Kapi is the very strong Japan, whereas Metal is the very strong China. So, it should indeed be a good 1v1. In particular, I've had some pretty good success on Definitives in playing as China on this map. At least until I deal with the super tanky civs like Malta and stuff. So, I mean, China might have an interesting time here, right? Now, one thing I think that benefits Japan on this map is the fact that they don't actually have to risk their economy because of the longer range hunts on here. Because as you know, on the Colorado map, your hunts are pretty far out there. Like, you need to go pretty far around the mountains here to get the animals. So the way Japan basically gets around that is they have the cherry orchards at home that they can eat from, and then they can actually use those faraway shrines, faraway hunts to their advantage, and just use them with the shrines. So it's far less risk than what China has to go through when they decide to take all their Chinese villagers and try to find some new exotic form of meat to serve up at their Chinese restaurant, really. So, yeah. Very interesting setup there. So now what we got here is we're going to check the deck of China. Wow, look at this card. Holy Refuge. Holy moly, he's got Holy Refuge. Ships a monastery rickshaw and monk improvements are cheaper. Alright. Very cool. This might be a Bruce Lee deck, actually. I just realized that. This might be a Bruce Lee deck. Yeah, it is a Bruce Lee deck. He's got the Disciples shipping. He's got this. He's got Snatch the Pebble. He's got Snatch the Pebble. He does not have the Age 4 one, though. The one that gives you another Shaolin Master. Yeah. Oh, okay. Alright. Very interesting. Okay. What does Japan got? Japan's, running the same old 1v1 with Heavenly Kame as the frontal part of the boom there to make the shrines cheaper and make the trickles better. Alright. It's going to be very interesting. Yeah, I just don't know, because I did try this against Kapi before with the whole kung fu fighting, strike like lightning. I've tried that against Kapi before, and it worked fairly well, but then he was just able to defend it. Just barely, so, if Metal could do it better than I did, he might actually have a legit shot of knocking out Kapi here, and actually defeating Kapi in a game today, other than what Gustoso was able to do today, so, I mean... We're going to have to see how this one turns out, actually. Could be very interesting, actually. Very interesting, just about. So we'll see how this one turns out. See who ends up coming on top here, really. So I was going to construct a shrine there, it looks like. Yeah. Get that shrine going. Yep, there goes the shrine. Wonderful. And from there, what else we got? We got a, alright. So what's the shrine going to be? It's going to be, Toshuga Shrine. So Kapi is returned to his old ways with the greedy Toshuga Shrine. Yeah. What about Metal? Metal is maybe doing White Pagoda. Oh, wait a second. So he's not doing Kung Fu fighting? Summer Palace? What happened to the fun? I'm supposed to have a fun time today. What are you doing this for? Everybody does that. Everybody does that. Everybody does the Verano Palace. The Verano Palace. The Palace of Verano. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. That's all I can say. I don't know. It's about, yeah. I was just reading one of the Discord channels of a server. I guess after they shut down ESO Online, all the ESO Online players ended up creating a Discord server called the Asian Dynasty's Refugees. It's a place for us to organize games on Game Range or in other places. And what they ended up doing was they actually ended up making a channel for Definitive Edition. Which is like, what? That's only the reason why we don't have ESO Online anymore, and you're going to let people organize games in that server for them? Making deals with the enemy? Like, what's even up with that, you know? Like, if you want to play DE games, go to a DE server. Don't go to an Asian Dynasty server to look for DE games. It's kind of sus, you know? Yeah. Well, maybe it'll actually be a good way for us to organize Coliseum and Risk games that way in DE, which would be good. Because I will say, I do like the Coliseum scenarios that Definitive Edition offers, at least the more basic ones than the more basic ones in TAD. Mainly due to unit and civ variety, as well as some of the cool upgrades you can get too. Because I don't think they had a rate of fire upgrade in the Asian Diocese of Colosseum. Only the armor upgrades, I believe. And it wasn't even an armor you could choose, right? It was literally the armor the unit came with. So if it had hand armor, it would get that armor. If it had pierce armor, it would get that armor. And so forth. So, yeah. Very interesting stuff, I would say. Yeah, definitely. Big time. So, yeah. Who here likes to play Colosseum and Colosseum? I definitely do. I think it's one of the funnest scenarios to do in AoE3. You know, you don't have to worry about resources because your units just keep popping in, and you just have to worry about the micro and like the grand strategy of reserving units and making big pushes into people's base and stuff. It's like a great strategy game based on combat skills and stuff. So yeah, if you ever want to get good at like micro, either do Arena, Risk, or Coliseum. Yeah. Oh, interesting, Kapi. So the 69s were your clan name in ESO Online. So it's a long story, but Metal is the mind behind this 69, Nick. Oh, so it's his clan? Is that Metal's clan? The 69 clan? So where did he come Metal, where did he come up with 69 for a clan name? Because I know in terms of American sports, you got the San Francisco 49ers for football. Is it something like that? Like you're the 69ers of ESO or something? Like, yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing. Because I know, yeah, like in American football, you got the San Francisco 49ers, which I think our quarterback Tom Brady initially wanted to be part of, but they didn't let him in, so he ended up becoming a Patriot. So, yeah, interesting name choices there, really. So, yeah, Porcelain Tower. So he's going for an FF, it looks like, doing War Academy, Market, and Consulate. So he is cooking. He is cooking something. I don't know what he's cooking, but he's cooking. What is he going to potentially do here for a shipment? He could get 10 Zangoos out. That might be a good start. Kapi is going to go Rady on him. Kapi Rady. Yep. That one just survived. Eked out with survival there. Try to take out another one, yeah. I mean, at this point, Kapi's just going to have to retreat, I think. Now, one thing you're going to want to do is China, if possible. Try to take out these shrines. That might be a really good move, I think. Just take out all these shrines. Give yourself a pretty clean cut of the map. And then go on from there, really. Yeah. Alright, let's go take that one out. So 10 Zangoos followed by 5 Meteor Hammers. Alright, so that's actually a pretty good combo there, I think. Yeah. What else does he have from there? He's got he could do Repelling Volley once he's got a sizable amount of skirmish on the field, which would be good. Boxer Army. That's one we don't... I used to do Boxer Army a lot when I was young. When I was younger, when I played AoE3 against the bots. I used to do the Spear Army all the time. What I learned on Definitive Edition from Widgie was, when I used to watch his videos, in Age 2, it's been most beneficial usually for you to have the old Han army, and then in Age 3, you get the green banner army because it has the most valuable units in it. You know, either the Iron Flail and the Meteor Hammer if it's DE, and then if it's Wars of Liberty would be the Meteor Hammer and the Banner Cavalry, so both of your assault units. Yeah. Definitely interesting. I just realized that too because the fact that they returned the Banner Cavalry into being they made it into an assault unit actually fits the original game more because yeah, it was like 2 heavy cavalries for Definitive Edition, so it was only fair they turned the Banner Cavalry into a ranged heavy cavalry then, I guess. Close to the Habsburg mounted infantry, I guess. Yeah. Stuff you think about, really, with these designs. Yeah, I was checking the Discord there. It looks like Juanitos are looking for players. Oh, we need some Jugadales. We need some Jugadales to play our 6-player lobby. Yeah, so I'm trying to find a 6th one there. Fortunately, I'm casting right now, so I'll be casting for a while. I wonder how much more hours of casting do we got today? Because after this one, we have, I think, like 5. We got best out of 5, and then we got 2 more games after that to do. So, should be interesting. Yeah. He is starting to get some of those big, heavy armies now, the Green Standard Army. The Banner Cavalry with the Meteor Hammers, yeah. Should be a pretty good combination overall. So here comes the Meteor Hammers at this point with the Banner Cavalry now. So yeah, these Banner Cavalry actually can do some pretty solid damage overall compared to the dismounted assault units, like 22 range attack. That's pretty good. Pretty good damage. It's quite a lot done, you know. And from there, just move on over to these. Because I think what Metal realizes here is the best chance he's got against Japan is if he keeps taking out their shrines. Because he pockets a little bit of XP himself when he takes out these shrines, just about. So he's gotta just keep sieging away at these things. Keep on sieging, keep on sieging, keep on sieging, just like that. Keep on sieging. Exactly like that. Yeah. Alright, so now I think if you're Metal, you gotta get some more army there. Definitely get a lot more of the Banner Cavalry, because one thing you see Kapi not doing is not getting Yabazume, so definitely get more of that assault army. Range assault would absolutely be pretty beast here for yourself. Kapi is actually using the blocks of 10Q technology from the Japanese isolationism, so he's definitely using that here. Yeah. So now we're gonna see a siege on the Japanese base. He does not want to stay here for too long. He does not want these Ondabushis to do any melee damage with them, if possible. Especially these guys. Like, keep them safe. Like, you're gonna need these Banner Cavalry, so try not to let them get sniped by the TC too much. That could actually be kind of harmful for your survival. I think he's just trying to eke out as many kills as possible here, which I totally get, but yeah, see, he's got him right up against the Ondabushis, which you don't want, really. Yeah, now he's basically got to retreat his way out of there. If you had some more of the Banner Cavalry, yeah, you could have just did some hardcore range damage to those Kies, and I think you'd be in much better shape there, but we'll see. It's definitely still even Steven, I think. Yeah, see, that's the problem. He's letting these Meteor Hammers go out on their own, and he really can't afford to do that too much there. about 5 of the Gunter riders. Yeah. Yeah, what is he trying to make in here? Oh, he sent intervention. What does he get, though? Oh, he's gonna get a bunch of hussars from Germany. That could be pretty good, actually. Yeah, it might actually be kind of solid here, yeah. Bunch of veteran German hussars. Where are they? Where are they? Jawohl, here they are. Totemkopf hussars. Yep. China's just going to continue to keep building up more forward and forward with this stuff. I still don't know who the definitive winner is going to be in this duel here. Still kind of undecided at this point where it's going. Yeah. Nice, good attack there. Oh wow. Whew. That he's got to separate his cav though. Like that's something that some people have told me in ranked. Like you gotta make sure you separate your cav when you're going in for attack because then it turns them into a sitting duck, where they're just gonna get targeted down super easy. And they shouldn't. Yeah. So boxers are gonna have to start boxing with those gunto. Oh, they're doing all right. They're doing some damage. Just gonna have to cut through those ones. Yeah. Okay. Just gonna have to back up now a bit. Back on up over here. I think. Still can defend. Still can defend, I believe. What is he doing? Like, just... I don't know. There's too many guntos there. Yep, I think he resigned at this point. Yeah, I don't think Kapi would have... Yeah, Kapi... yeah, I think... Yep, I think I know who won that one. GG's on that one, though. Good duel. Good fight there. Definitely can say that. So now we are going to go on to the best of 5 series that we have ready for us next. So let me get that booted up right now. Alright, so what do we got here? Let me see what it's called. We go into the Discord. It is called Combate Uno, Combate Dos, and Combate Tres. So this is the name of the series. It's going to be a germ. Alright, so we'll start with game 1. We're going to be doing a best of 5, and then we'll be doing a team game, and then another 1v1 between Metal and Kapi. Start our best out of 5 series. So let me see here. Combate. Combate Uno. This one will be the first one in the series, then we'll see the other 2 next. So it looks like we got Kapi's Germany and Kazan. So this is going to be a Kapi versus Kazan series. But the start map is High Plains, alright? So we'll get started.
Yeah.
Got Kapi with Germany and Kazan. This should be interesting. You know. I think if you're USA, you got a few options. You can go Texas Ranger, you can go Louisiana Tiger. I don't think in particular going with the Marines is going to be a great move here. Mainly because Germany no longer has the Grenadier in their roster. Yeah. No longer has the Grenadier in their roster, just about. And also, I think in this situation, if you're USA, you're going to have to make sure you prevent Germany from growing as much as possible. Usually the Louisiana Tigers are pretty good at that because they deal pierce damage. They can actually do some pretty good raiding against the Vills if you're really careful with them. So we'll see how this turns out, really. Yeah. Because the only thing the Tigers have to worry about is the Hussars of Germany, mainly. Yeah. Just about. So we'll see how that turns out. Because the Dragoons don't become a factor until age 3, obviously. So unless Kapi's doing like a naked FF of some kind and gonna pull out Dragoons from his stable, I would not worry about that. You know, I'd be mostly concerned with the Hussars for right now. Mainly. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the first time we've seen USA today, which I'm pretty surprised by, you know. USA is usually one of the more common, Civs and Wars delivery for people to do, but I can understand, you know. The thing about USA is, I just consider them to be a weak 1v1 Civ. They're much better in either a team setting or in a free-for-all setting. Because at the start, it doesn't seem like they get really good villager cards, except for, the fur trader cards, really. Yeah, I mean, they don't have any Pioneer cards. That's what I think would make them a bit better. But why don't they have that? Because they get miner, like the mining cards instead. You know, like the railroad worker cards for those. And the way they work here is they work sort of the way that they do in the campaigns, right? They can throw their dynamite, which is pretty strong. They can go into melee with their pickaxe, and then they will help you mine resources. But one other thing that the railroad workers can do in the Wars of Liberty USA Civ is they can actually construct plantations and gather from them as well as a late game coin source. And similarly, these fur traders, which are normally just your hunters, can now actually gather from berries, and they can gather from mills and actually construct mills as well. So, you know, they do have a late game purpose now, which is pretty good. Because I think what happened in the past was it looked really awkward of a Civ design that you made these fur traders to eat all the meat and then you would really have to delete them. So they really couldn't do anything else. It's like, you know, really? And they're expensive. You know, they're 100 wood and 100 food. They're pretty pricey. So it's like, why would you want to be putting yourself in a situation where you gotta delete these things? I just don't get it, you know? Makes utterly no sense to me at all, you know? Zilch, nada. No sense at all. Nothing. Nothing just about. But, well, it's the way it is, you know? Yeah. So it looks like USA is going up with James Madison. So it's absolutely looking like Confederacy. And on the Kapi side, he is going up with the Statesman. So he's going to be basically, again, that Governor General type age up again with Germany, which makes total sense. See how this turns out. Yeah. Like I said, Kazan's going to have to make sure that those Louisiana Tigers get as much rating done as possible here, because that's really what they're good at, you know. Unlike most fast units like Dragoons, Louisiana Tigers do not have a malice against villagers. Yeah, so you can hit and run villagers quite easily with them. Granted, they don't have as much range. That's actually a good question. What's the normal range of a Dragoon? Is it like 12 range and then it goes up to 14 with... I think it starts as 14 and then it goes up to 16 with ranged cavalry caracal. So, I think they have like 14 range or something. Is that right? So yeah, it's pretty close to a Dragoon, but they don't have the malice against the villagers, so they can actually do some really hardcore damage against them. All things considered, so yeah, definitely in that case, it's pretty strong there. Just research hunting dogs to get that food eco going up. Where is he? Is he doing a forward base with the barracks? Like, where is he gonna... Or is he going... he might be going FF. He might be going naked FF here to get the Texas Rangers. I see that. I see he's doing that. Like, he's picking up the coin and he's really not building a barracks or anything. So, this might be a Texas Ranger game for the most part. And if he's doing that, that's actually going to give him a pretty good edge going into this, really. Because that gives Kazan a window, then he can actually do some hardcore damage against his line infantry and potentially take out stuff with. Yeah. Now, what does he do in terms of siege? Like, would he have to, like, send the Whitworths out to siege and protect with the Texas Rangers, I guess? Sounds like the name of the game. Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, yeah, you see Miner's Hammer here, so he's definitely going for that faster age-up time. So he can get some Texas Rangers out with either Benjamin Palmer or the other Confederate guy on the age-up faction. Yeah. Yep, that's the cool thing about these Anglo-Civs is if you don't like one unique unit, you can pick the other one by going with the other faction, and if you don't like a certain politician's special technology, you got 3 other technologies to choose from, you know? That be it, taking them with their factions, so... Yeah, you got a lot of mixing and matching to do with these Anglophone civs, I think, that makes them, you know, have another level of fun and creativity and exploration with them. In terms of how strong they can be. Yeah. We see the stable coming up for USA here, which definitely means Texas Ranger fun. Once we get to age 3. Could start to ship in about 5 of these here. Is that right? Yep. So what is these? So this is a combo of Grenadier with Yulon. And this is about 16 filibusters. So these are like crossbowmen, really. So they're like early skirms. So well, this should be an interesting setup here.
Yes, sir. Okay.
What is your command? Going now, Sideric I do it.
Yes.
Attack!
Yes.
What is your command? I do it.
It's the first time during the stream I saw YouTube say that your connection is excellent. Before it was like, warning, beep, beep, beep. And I'm like, why does it say warning on here? Like, I think it's running fine. I mean, I do these streams all the time and people don't complain about stuttering in the stream. So, I mean, I just don't know what they're talking about, really. Maybe the connection or... The graphics usually look good when we're watching these streams. I think they do when I watch them. They look pretty alright. So I don't know what they're talking about really when they're complaining about him, just about. So I don't know. Good question, actually. Where they're going with that exactly. So we got some riflemen with Minutemen. Ooh, nice. That's a pretty good start there. Here comes the Courier de Bois, so even more eco from those CBDs. Town Center is going to offer some pretty good cover fire as well. Yeah, I think this is a good defense for Kazan, and now from here he's going to be able to push out. So what's Kapi doing? So Kapi is going to do... So he's rushing him. He's aggroing him. Alright, well... Alright, so he defended that wave, and now he will basically start to make Texas Rangers, I'm assuming. Yep, he could start to ship some in now. Oh, he's going to get a fort. Yeah, that might be a good move. Get a fort going. Get a house, get your pop going, and then you can start thinking about shipping in some units and stuff, for the most part. He's going to try to hit him with the bigger mass, maybe. Is that right? Yeah, seems like it. Seems like at this point.
When one, I'll build it.
Wait a second. Wait a minute. He actually went with the Union? Mounted Rifleman. Mounted Rifleman? What did he get Mounted Rifleman for? What is this man doing? Is this a joke or something? Really? Why would he get Mounted Rifleman? These are garbage against this comp. Really? This is just really sus. Like, why would he get Mounted Rifleman? This might have cost him the match right here, getting this. I'll show you why. I'll show you why. Look at this. Look at these stats. What do you see? 12 ranged attack? That's rubbish. It's only good against the counters, like 6x against assault, great. 4x against artillery, great. But against everything else, absolute rubbish. Why wouldn't you get Texas Rangers for this? Really? What did you think you were going to get out of this? Like, I just don't get it. Like, this is really a bad composition. Texas Rangers was, you know, what the doctor ordered, and you got these? Really? I just don't know. I just don't get what he's getting here. It just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Really. Just no idea. No idea whatsoever you're planning to do with these mounted riflemen, but it does not look good. I will say that. It really does not look good at all. At least from the way I see it here. Right now. Definitely not. We'll see. It might work out. Maybe I'm being too pessimistic about it. It might actually be like 200 IQ or something. Find out though. Yep, so get some more mounted riflemen there. Alright. Now, one thing I find interesting is even this maneuver unit has a malice against villagers. Like, you would think that they would not need a malice because of how low the range damage is, but I guess that's the way they want to design them. Well, he is getting the specialist upgrade on the mounted rifles right now, which I believe is about a veteran upgrade. So yeah, these mounted riflemen will get a bit stronger. You know, I just don't get what he's doing here. Like, you realize once he gets skirmishers, right, this is like Okay, so this might be good. This might be slightly better than I thought. Well, that's the thing though. Like, you could be good against cuirassiers with Texas Rangers and be able to deal with these. Now you can only deal with these and nothing else. Like, nothing else. Seriously. Mounted Rifleman was the most sus decision I've ever seen before. In this type of a matchup. Like, I literally don't know what he's playing. I actually don't. I have no idea. I have no idea what he's playing there. Alright, so start cutting away with these. Back up, back on up, get that. Yep, good, he got 2 of them. That was a good shot there. Now he's... So does he really think he's going to be able to handle this for long here? I mean, I guess he's making up for it with numbers, but still, I mean, what do these cost? Like 70 food and... I guess they are a bit cheaper than the Texas Rangers. Aren't the Texas Rangers a lot more expensive than this? So maybe that's what he's aiming for here. But now, guess what? Skirmies. Skirmy mass. That's going to be great. Let's mass some skirmishers on you. That's going to be a really good idea. So this is where the reality factor sets in. Like, whoops. I made the wrong unit. Oops. Yeah. Once the skirmishers come in, it's a really bad situation. Really bad situation. Absolutely bad situation. So, I mean, this is not going to end well at this point. Definitely not. Absolutely not. So, yep, I guess you get what you get here. Yeah.
Auftrag! Bereit!
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point it's just like a inevitable situation here to see the final confrontation between all these mounted riflemen just get completely smoked by these skirmishers with their nice nifty anti-maneuver multiplier right here of 1.5. Yeah, just wait and see. Just wait and see. It's going to be a carnage bath, maybe even right here. Like, right in this spot. No kidding. Yeah. No kidding. I don't know. Yeah. Then gets the long-range combat, which benefits skirmisher. Oh, whoa. He's not even watching. Look at this. He just went right into that. Making the wrong unit and going right into the fray like that. That's not a good situation. Really not. Gotta watch out for that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, you kind of have to watch out for that sort of stuff, really. You know? Yeah.
Ja. Bereit.
So more Kilesa with the this is my one critique for Kapi. If you know he's doing mounted riflemen, just do the hussars. Like, the hussars is probably the best thing you could do, because guess what? The hussars have no. They don't suffer any multiplier from these guys because they're considered scout. And this 6X anti-assault Lily does nothing to them. They don't get smoked at all by that, you know. But at this point, because he got such a sizable infantry mass here, he can basically be able to do that. Yeah, just about.
Bereit. Auftrag.
Alright, so I just gotta beat these ones here. Yeah. Petards. Ooh, petards with Germany. This is something we only see with you only see with HV&I and Definitive Edition. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, this is what we always see with HV&I and Definitive Edition, pulling out the good old petards. But hey, it's still an option you get in Wars of Liberty, so you may as well use it, you know? You may as well use it. It's a good unit, you know? Gets the job done. Like, what does he have to do? He has to take down a fort, right? And then he has to take out a town center, is that right? Yeah, absolutely.
Auftrag. Auftrag. Bereit. Ja.
Yep, just about.
Auftrag.
Got the Jägerbusch. Yeah, Jägerbusch now, this is going to make it even worse now, because Jägerbusch is going to make it 2.5 against maneuver now. So, I mean, think of the math now. He's doing 45 damage against those mounted riflemen. And how much HP do they have? They have about 250. I mean, it literally comes down to like 5 shots from a skirmisher sniping these things out of them. Potentially, no, 6. 6 because of the 20% resistance with the Pierce armor, I think. But that just gives you an idea that these Jägerbusch skirmishers are just the bane of the existence of these mounted riflemen here. Just about, yeah. You definitely have to consider that there. Yep, definitely. Oh, he's going right into melee against the can. That's a good choice there. Yeah. Then he's going to get refridge.
Ja. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Bereit.
Again, another stable here. Yeah, and notice too how he didn't even go for the Krupp factories at all, because he knew he was doing mounted riflemen the whole game, and he said, you know, we don't really need that, because if he's gonna be doing maneuver, like, there's no even real reason getting free artillery at all. Does have the foundry though there to do the petards at least. Yeah, definitely.
Auftrag.
Aufgabe.
Bereit.
Alright, so now...
Wird erledigt. Verstanden.
Yeah. Alright. I'm surprised Kapi has taken this so slowly. Like, I think he could have probably pushed in a lot sooner with... Do you have coin? Yeah. I mean, he could have probably gone to, like, Industrial Age by now and gotten mortars or something. Yeah, definitely. So he's playing this pretty slowly and pretty cool as a cucumber, I think. You know, totally fine, but yeah. Because you know that your opponent's making, like, absolutely the wrong unit type. Like, absolutely the wrong unit here. Like, mounted rifleman. This is really not the unit you want to be making here. It's just not a good choice. Absolutely not. Definitely not. Now he's getting Veteran Hussar now, is that right? So yeah, he's finally tapping into my wisdom, and he's going to start adding some scout units, and it looks like he's getting the 10 U-1s. I mean, that works too, you know. Just any sort of scout units you can get is a great way to just front the skirmishers and just go in for the kill at that point. Because you really shouldn't have to play it out this slowly now. You know, I mean, look, these Louisiana Tigers aren't even upgraded. Not privates, not specialists. So, I mean, yeah, just about. Yeah. Yep. Just about. Yep, just blast my way through. Oh, yeah. That's good. Yeah. Alright.
Auftrag? Jawohl, verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden. Ja.
I think we're almost ready to approach the final siege. Looks like it, at least, yeah. Looks like it.
Bereit. Wird erledigt. Auftrag verstanden.
Yeah, where's the siege, man? What are you doing? Is he gonna go up to age 4 and get the mortars? What's the plan? What's the plan, man?
Auftrag.
Yep, looks like the siege is gonna happen now. Yeah.
Jawohl.
Did upgrade his tigers though to specialists, so he does have to be wary of that. Big time.
Bereit. In den Auftrag, jawohl. Angriff. Bereit. Wird jawohl. Ja. Bereit. Angriff.
Auftrag.
Yep, he's going to Industrial Age with the Socialite, which will give him about 800 coin. They can put into mortars out of that foundry, which is still there, right? No, it looks like he was actually able to siege that thing. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. GG. Well played. Definitely a good one. I mean, this came down to a very simple fact. When you're going up against Kapi, do not do mounted riflemen. If Kazan was here, I would ask him, like, what was his philosophy in the mounted rifleman? Like, was he honestly looking to go FI into Gatling guns or something? Like, I just don't... Like, what was he doing? Was he gonna go sharpshooter? That's the only thing I can think of, off the top of my head, of why you would go to Samuel Colt as a union politician age 3. Because the only way I see that working is he was wanted to do, like, yeah, like sharpshooters in age 4. And he wanted to get the stats up to full max. It's the only thing I could think of. That's about it. I just don't know. Like, really. Just don't know. I just don't know what that's basically going to do. No, absolutely not. No idea. No idea at all. How long are these going to be? How long are these matches going to be here? Spain versus Swedes. And, yeah, I'm just looking at the time now. Because I had to go out and do something. This might actually be too long to do the rest of these. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we could do the rest of these next week with the rest of the recordings if possible. Yeah, alright, we'll do that. Because I have to go do some work stuff now for my job and stuff. So, yeah. We will convene next week on Thursday with the rest of these. About 4 recordings left, and I'm sure you'll give me enough stuff to do next week. Overall, we had a pretty good surplus of stuff to do, you know. So, yeah, definitely a pretty good setup so far. So, definitely come and see us next week on Thursday for the rest of these casted games as well. Yeah. Oh, so Cappy's trying to explain something to me. He said, what's the direct counter to that cavalry to the range one? I just made skirms. Not sure if they are the counter. Let me look at that right now while I'm here. Let me see. Let me see that. So, does he have any more of them, or where are they? I'll play it back in a loop. Let me see. So you can loop this, right? No, we'll just restart. I want to watch it with you. Let me see. Let's just restart it and look at it from here. If possible. Let me see. So what was the combate de? Let me see. I want to figure this out with you. I'll look at the units tags right now. Just about, yeah. Let me see. Play fast. Muy rápido. Don't get too much of a headache here. Yeah, we'll just play through it very quickly and see what these mounted riflemen actually have on there. Yeah. Before we convene. Yep, we're almost at the point where these things appear. Does the age up? Germany's. Alright, so let's look at this. So what are these exactly? Private mounted riflemen. So they have the maneuver tag, the gunpowder cavalry tag, and the shock unit tag. So if this is a maneuver unit, just about all skirmishers except for anti-skirms and naval skirms are going to have multipliers against the maneuver tag, because the maneuver tag is the same tag as the light cavalry tag in Definitive Edition. So there you go. If you're dealing with mounted riflemen, you will use some form of skirmisher at range. Or, if you look here at the shock unit tag, you can actually melee them with anything that has a multiplier against maneuver or shock in melee. So, your pikemen, halberdiers, your musketeers, bayonets, anything that's heavy infantry with the melee will usually completely shred through these. And of course, there's the weird cases too, like the Infernales and the Wachtmeisters of the Dutch, right? Those like cavalry units with the anti-shock multiplier. That's another thing you can use. So there's three solutions. You either do skirmisher, heavy infantry and melee, or a mounted cavalry unit like the Infernale that has an anti-shock multiplier. Those are really the ones you're going to want to use. Or you could, in theory, use a stronger dragoon as well, or dragoons in more numbers, right? Like, let's say you wanted to use regular dragoons. Regular dragoons from Germany would probably suffice against these, if you wanted to do that. Or you could use Texas Rangers, you could use a host of different things. You could even use the Lakota riflemen on horseback, too, because they shoot faster. So there you go. Bada bing, bada boom. There's a couple of quick solutions for you, just about. Yeah. Yep. So Jaeger with Jägerbusch was okay? Yes, it was. It was absolutely good. That was actually the perfect solution in your case, because all the other European civs are not going to get that extra multiplier, mind you. So that was actually a good choice that you made there. So yeah, cool, man. Take a rest, dude. Lots of hours speaking. Thanks for doing this for the community. Because they had 16 range. I think they're like, no, this is the thing. If you're looking at a cavalry unit and it has a tag, it says skirmish on it, then most likely skirmishers would not work against it. But if it has maneuver, then you want to target it with this. Because I think there's... Well, actually, wait a second. There are the rare cases of dragoons that have multipliers against heavy infantry that actually do have both a maneuver and a skirmish tag. But those are rare. The only examples we got in Wars of Liberty so far are the Rifle Rider of the Lakota, right? That's one example that has both a skirmish tag and a maneuver tag. And the last example is the Texas Ranger that also has both a skirmish and a maneuver tag. So there you go. There's your answer. And now we can shut off the stream now that all the answers have been done. So thank you for coming today. It was a great stream. I'm pretty sure next week's stream is probably going to be even longer, depending on how many recordings we get. So definitely keep sending them my way, and I'll keep this community alive and well as we grow our channel even more and more. Just keep supporting me, and I'll keep supporting you communities with all your different mods and so forth. So sign off now from this stream. It was a great one. See you next time.